All right, well, welcome to election night 2020. This is going to be something else. This is going to be quite a night. I mean, we have a lot of things to talk about tonight. We're coming on early. I mean, the polls just closed in Kentucky, the eastern part of the state, actually. So we have a lot of stuff that's pretty crazy. You know, I don't know about you, but we might not get a winner tonight, and that's really unusual for an election. Normally, we get, an election night, and we usually get some kind of call. But tonight, it appears as though it's possible we might not even be able to give one. The reason for that is because of a few different things. So we have a very close election, as everyone knows. We have battleground states which are going to, get to a point where it's possible that it comes down to one state. And that one state could be Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania is an interesting state because it doesn't even start counting its votes until after the polls close. So they have a lot of mail-in ballots that are going to be coming in. And to be honest with you, they're not even expecting to give final numbers for weeks. So if the election comes down to Pennsylvania, we could be waiting until Thanksgiving to figure out who's won this race. But you also have to remember too, is that we've got a lot of battleground states, and if all those battleground states go to either one candidate or the other, well then Pennsylvania just simply won't matter. So there could be a call tonight, and there could not be a call tonight. So this night's way up in the air. As everyone knows, this election and this year has just been crazy, off the hook. And we're going to be monitoring a lot of different things tonight. We're going to be monitoring different channels. We're going to be monitoring different news feeds. We're going to be monitoring different commentators. And we're going to be also doing some commentating ourselves and some analysis. And we're also going to see what you guys have to say here in the chat. And we'll be interacting with you as well. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce to you Bob Barber of In Time Dream and Vision. And welcome, Bob. I'm so glad you've joined us. This is going to be a crazy night. What do you think? No doubt. Very true. Bob, hold on one second here. I'm getting reports here that they don't, that there's no sound coming through for you. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm just wondering if you guys can hear me. All right. Yeah, I guess they can hear me, but apparently they can't hear you. That's interesting. I can hear you just fine, but all right. Yeah. So I'll just go ahead and talk. We'll go ahead and we'll work out the technical difficulties here. I'll try to work this out as things are going. So. All right, so I'm going to have to try to work this out. So anyway, in the meantime, though, let's show one thing here about what Bob is working on here, and we'll show you guys this clip here.
Your eyes upon Jesus, look for His wonderful face, and the things of earth will grow strange in the light of His glory.
Bob, I think we have an issue with sound.
Turn your eyes upon Jesus. Look for.
All right. Well, I can hear Bob just fine right now, but the problem is that it seems like the viewers can't hear it. This is gonna. Listen, I apologize for this. This is a new setup. This is a whole new deal. I think that we're going to be able to try to work this out, but I would think that the audio would just be able to come directly through this meet that we're running here, and unfortunately, it's just simply not pulling out the audio from it. It looks like it's pulling out the video, but not the audio. Although my voice is going in just fine, and it's going in through a microphone, I suppose, that's set up here, but what I can do is I can try to set up an audio source maybe that that allows your voice to come through so that we can get this thing rolling here. If the worst of the worst part happens, I suppose I'm trying to think of a different way in order to be able to get your voice on here. I'm wondering if you called me. The only issue, though, is that I'm using my device here, my phone device, to actually record the meet and to show the video, and also to record my voice is actually being recorded through the computer. So there's a lot of technical things that are going on here, I guess, and it's it's going to be an interesting night. But here, I'll transition to something real quick. Yeah, I'm not. Okay, why don't you try that? Yeah, because I really can't hear you on the feed. So if you can go ahead and try to do that, then let's see what happens here. All right. So Bob's going to go ahead and log out. He's going to log back in. So we'll see how that goes. But in the meantime, this is election night 2020. And we're going to try to work out some of these technical difficulties. In the meantime, though, I want to show you a map of the United States here, the Electoral College map. And this Electoral College map will show you exactly what the consensus believes is going to be the outcome of the election. Now, as you can see, they already have Joe Biden as the consensus winner with 279 electoral votes, even prior to these battleground states, these toss-up states, they call them, counted. So do you believe that this is actually the case and this is true? I mean, personally, I'm looking at this right now and I'm thinking to myself, well, this is a little bit premature. I'm thinking of them calling or have Pennsylvania here, Michigan and Wisconsin as well for Joe Biden. It seems like if people want to, pull up this map, this is the first thing that they actually see. So to me, this is a little bit misleading right off the bat by this website, 270 to win. And I mean, just check this out. You've got Florida down here, which is a toss-up, right? You got Georgia's toss-up. You got North Carolina's toss-up. But Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are all for Biden at this point. Now, whether or not that's true, that's a different story. But to come into this and already have Joe Biden winning the election with 279 electoral votes is extremely premature in my view. So we're going to get the sound working over here. I apologize. This is a new thing, but we're trying to actually get this all set up and get this to come through. So in the meantime, though, let's just take a look at this map. So basically, as you know, you need 270 electoral votes in order to win the election as the President of the United States. The President of the United States, the election for the President is a little bit different than normal elections because it's not based off of popular vote. It's based off of electoral college votes. Each state actually has its own set of electors that it will send to the Congress in order to be able to attempt to, well, let's just say it this way. They send their electors and then they vote for whatever candidate they vote for. And you'll notice there's a couple of states that actually are a little bit different than others. This one's striped. So Nebraska and Maine have an electoral vote that's given for the entire state. For example, Maine has 2 for the entire state, and then it only has 1 for District 1 and then 1 for District 2, so for a total of 4 electoral votes. Nebraska gives 2 for the entire state, and then 1 each for their 3 different districts to make 5. So that's an interesting little tidbit of information because this election is so close that it actually could come down to one of those districts, and that a district could decide which person we're going to be electing as president. So it's very interesting election, obviously. These states here up here in the Midwest, Michigan, especially Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, are very critical states. These states right here have 16, 18, and 20 electoral votes, which is more than pretty much most states in the entire nation, let's be honest. So when a person wins one of these states, it's like winning 2 or 3 other states or even more. So you're talking about 3, 3, 3, 3 here. It's only 12 electoral votes. Michigan alone has 16. And you get Idaho and, yeah, let's see, Bob, you're back. Can people hear Bob, or are they only able to hear us or hear me? You must be coming through if you can hear yourself. Looks like no, it's saying that just me, not you. Wow. Well, this is just very disturbing. All right. Well, in that case, what I can do is I'm going to have to set up another audio type of capture, hopefully, and then we can get. Let's see here. I'm going to try to get a new one here, get a new audio input capture, and let's see if I can get that to happen. I might have to set it up so that you're going through a microphone set up. This is going to be tricky. Boy, I don't know. This is going to be tricky. I can hear you just fine through the meet, yeah. Do you? All right. Well, let's see. I mean, I've got everything like jacked up to the hilt, to be honest with you, and I'm attempting here to try to get some kind of audio to come through that meet. And it's interesting because the meet is just a video capture, I believe, and then the audio input capture is through a microphone, and the microphone is my microphone, not your microphone. Okay. Yeah, I'm listening for it too. I'm not hearing it. Yeah, I'm not hearing it. Well, all right. Here, let me transition back into here. Yeah, I don't know sign language either. This is going to be interesting. Well, there might be a way that I can do this so that I can actually get the meat itself. Yeah. So now I got two. Let me see here. I'm going to remove this one because it sounds like it's doubling up the microphone. So I'm going to dump that microphone here. Boy, you know, it's a good thing we started early because, I mean, the actual election results for the presidential election starts in about 42 minutes. So I did this on purpose just in case we had technical issues. But wow, this is crazy because the microphone itself is actually doubled up. So let's see here. Did I just dump all my mic? Yeah. Wow. All right. Okay, that sounds better. At least I've got it now to the capture. But in the meantime, let me go ahead and just transition back into that feed my sheep video for a second, and we'll try to work out some of these difficulties.
Turn your eyes upon Jesus. Look for his wonderful face, and the things of earth will grow strange, revealed in the light of his glory and grace. Turn your eyes upon Jesus. Look for
see if this helps. I'll go ahead and put on this microphone. Can you hear me now? I would not put that. So basically, you can hear me okay right now, but nobody can hear you. And can anyone hear Vanessa? Vanessa, why don't you go ahead and say something? Say hello. This is Vanessa Moore, by the way. Welcome. That's interesting. So you're not able to see either Bob or me? I do, but you might have to adjust that on your device in order to show that. You might have to go to a grid mode. All right, so they're basically saying that they can only hear me. So you guys can go ahead and talk to each other if you like and talk about it. You won't ever try to get something working out, but they can only hear me at this point. I'm going to try to figure something out and so that we can get your, so we can get your voice up here while we have the video. It's kind of strange that this is actually happening like this because this meet is actually being captured. But the issue, though, it looks like that it might only be a video, but it should actually capture audio as well, but it doesn't appear as though it is. So I think that might be a technical issue actually on my end. And I don't know how we're going to be able to work this out, except for if you did call me, and Vanessa, you called me as well, then maybe we could get on this conference call, and I can put this basically directly into the mic where the microphone is, so that all three of us will basically be heard. All right. So, well, yeah, just. You're actually on your phone right now, right? Well, oh, good, yeah. If you get your phone, I understand, that's perfect. Even if it's plugged in, huh? Yeah. All right, well, let's see. I might be able to get something rolling here with this computer here and actually get the audio directly out of it. Let's see. Hold on. Let's try this. All right. So I've got this audio jacked all the way up. Bob, why don't you talk and see if you can hear yourself through your monitor over there.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, testing. Keep messing with it, Kev. I'll keep speaking. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. You hear me a little bit on there. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing.
I think he said it's low, but it's kind of there, he's saying. So, all right. So we got Bob. That's good.
Did you just hear him say that? Because if you did, then it's got a delay. Then.
Well, you have to remember though, the live stream itself is actually delayed. So I mean, I'm putting it straight through into YouTube, and then it gets a little delayed as YouTube actually puts it out. So you're not going to be able to rely on the actual feed itself, but you can rely on this meet to be live, and that when you talk, you will ultimately be heard.
Right, so, but when we are, speaking, are we going to be able to hear the delay as we are speaking? You know what I mean?
No, you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't be able to. You shouldn't hear any delay actually.
Okay, no, it's fine now. Okay, that's good now. I didn't hear it. Maybe it's because I'm hearing it on Bob's computer.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's the deal. So Bob, I think if you just go ahead and mute it, then we should be actually good to go. All right. So I think we've got it all set up here. What I want to do is I would like to actually it's weird because I think there might be a delay. I don't know if people can hear it okay, but I mean, I guess we can try it and we'll see what happens. Bob, why don't you go ahead and relay one of your first things regarding one of the people that shared some kind of end time dream and or vision regarding the election?
Okay, you know what? I will have to elevate my voice here so people can hear me a little better. Is your voice coming through, Vanessa, or is your voice quiet like mine, or it's just mine that's quiet now?
I'm not quite sure, because from where I am, I can hear both of you perfectly. I'm not sure the audience can. The live feed.
I'm trying to find the chat. Okay.
It sounds like it sounds like Vanessa's voice is actually coming through pretty well. Yeah, so
Issues hearing me. Oh,
you're having issues hearing me?
for a moment there.
Well, I wasn't saying anything. Maybe that's why. I was actually listening to try to hear from Bob's monitor to see if how much we can hear.
Something, it was just cutting in and out.
Yeah,
Hard to tell what was going on.
understood.
I'm trying to find how to get into the chat, or to pull up the chat if I want to see what's going on there.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. I heard myself that time.
All right. Well, I think that people are actually able to hear us a little bit better now, and I think that Vanessa's actually coming through really nicely. So we should be actually much better off than what we were before. So
I'm just gonna raise my voice.
yeah, just yell tonight because this is a screaming night because this is election 2020. We welcome you to our initial and inaugural broadcast of election night. This is an experiment that has gone wrong, but apparently we're trying to get something out of it that's actually going to work. However, we're going to have a good time tonight. Hopefully you're going to be able to hear us all. And Bob Barber is here. He's from End Time Dream and Vision. He also runs Feed My Sheep Today. It's an excellent charity that's worldwide and provides Bibles to people in just numerous countries: Ghana, Uganda, Philippines, India. I mean, you name it. And these people, just remember, I lived in India for about 7 months, and let me tell you, the people there are hungry for the word. They are just chomping at the bit to learn truth, because they really don't get a lot of truth there. They have many, many gods. They have many, many practices that are going on there for millennia. Let's be honest. But when they get a Bible and they read it, they all of a sudden get filled with truth and knowledge that they just simply don't get otherwise. And Bob, your charity actually will give anybody a Bible around the world free of shipping. Isn't that true?
Absolutely. We provide Bibles to people individually. We'll ship them anywhere in the world. And we also provide Bibles in bulk through our missionaries send the funds overseas, and what they do, they'll purchase Bibles in the local native languages, and from that point they will distribute them, and they'll buy them in English too. We have people who can read English, I know we prefer the King James Bible, and there are some that speak English, surprisingly. But yes, absolutely. Anybody needs a Bible, email us. I need a Bible at support@CYC. We'll send you out a free Bible, free shipping anywhere on earth, just for you. So,
That's awesome.
you guys hear me all right now? That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously I can hear you just fine, but I just want to make sure that we're good to go, because I think that he says turn it up, turn it up. Yeah, it looks like people are trying to get it turned up, but at the same time though, I mean I've got it turned up about as high as I can turn it up. I can try to do one more thing here, and I can try to join the meet on this phone and attempt to do it again, and see if I can get some other type of, because I got 3 computers running here and also this phone, and if I can get all this stuff together, we might be able to actually have something here. I just want to get the volume up as much as I possibly can. You probably have your volume jacked all the way up, right? I mean, that's why you can hear yourself. Yeah. All right, let's see. Okay. All right, so I'll turn that off, but I can turn the volume up on this, maybe this device, and we can get. Uh-oh. I got a little chirp going. Hold on.
attack of the enemy because this seems to be working just fine right now. But as of tonight, and all around the world, and in heaven, massive war taking place right now because of these elections. I can't hear myself at all now. Yeah, this ain't gonna work.
Brutal. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I try. It doesn't seem like it's gonna be that great. I just don't know if we're gonna be able to do this tonight. That's a shame too, because we could have covered this thing really amazingly. I had it all set up here. I mean, I had this thing rolling. Believe me. I mean, I had all kinds of different maps. I'll show you a little bit here. You can watch the video stream. But I had, this map. I had, the Kentucky results that we were going to roll in here. I had the early voting information. I mean, I had all kinds of stuff. Here's the candidates. Here's the candidates that are running for president tonight. We got right here all this information right here regarding Arizona, Florida, about how the ballots are going to be counted actually, and when they're going to be counted. I'll just go through this real quick. You'll notice that Arizona allows the state mail ballots to be processed and counted before election day. So we're going to actually be able to have some decent Florida results here, Florida results and Arizona results, because Florida actually allows it to be processed and counted before election day as well. Georgia as well. Now Michigan is a little bit different. They can be processed starting yesterday, and the counties can release preliminary results before that. And actually Minnesota allows ballots to be processed and counted before election day. North Carolina lets them be processed but not counted until election day. Ohio gets mail-in ballots can be processed before election day, but not counted until the polls close. So there's a few things that actually are going to come out. We are going to see this, but you can see right here, Pennsylvania, mail ballots cannot be processed or counted until election day, despite local election officials pleading with the legislature to give them more time. So this right here, the majority of the ballots will be counted in a matter of days or by the weekend, maybe even significantly sooner. So they're just all over the place. They have no idea really what they're doing in Pennsylvania, except it appears as though the Secretary of State of Pennsylvania has said that there's no way that Trump can win. Well, if that's the case, and he already knows how all the votes are going to be tallied, even before they're even processed or anything like that, isn't that a fixed election already in Pennsylvania? I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. Bob, there is one thing that we can do, and I can call you on the phone, and you can attempt to do this, and I can put it right up against the computer, and we can see if that works out. I mean, it's going to be maybe a little bit awkward for you, but I think that people will be able to hear you.
Okay.
So I'm going to call you right now.
I'll give you a call. All right, go ahead. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I hear myself loud and clear here.
Sorry, I was trying to get myself situated. It's gonna be a long night.
Yeah, well, it's already started to become a pretty long night for us.
Can we sustain this? Hello?
Can people hear you, Bob?
I don't hear myself on the feed or not. I don't hear myself speaking. Oh, there it is.
Okay. I think we got Bob. Now, if I can just get somehow, I think you're going to probably get a delay though too, because I'm talking and self-talking. I think that's probably going to be double for me. But you know what? That's fine. I have a good feeling about this, Bob. I think we're going to be able to make this work. Are you able to put you on speakerphone? Are you able to go on speakerphone and just put that down?
Let me go get something. Hold on a second.
All right. So I think we're going to be able to work out some. We'll see. But this is interesting because I think that I'm going to be able to actually work this out. Hold on one second. We're going to be able to get this, I think. Why can't, okay, why didn't this come up through here? All right, let's see. I got this good. Why is this one muted? It should not be muted. Let's see. Hello, okay. Let's take off this right here. Okay. All right, so yeah, there's a lot of feedback here. I'm gonna take this off. Hold on, just bear with us for a second. I think we might be able to get this to work. Okay. All right, so can everybody hear me okay? That's the question. Can everybody hear me okay? And then we'll try Bob.
Okay.
Bob, are you able to hear me on that feed?
I'll find out in a minute. Wait on a minute. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Is that louder or is that less?
Well, I can hear you just fine, but the question is through the feed, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you through here, fine.
Okay, well, he's saying there, people are saying louder, louder, louder. It's, okay, wait, if they say it's good, louder, it's good. Which one, louder or it's good? It's good. All right, he gives a thumb up. All right, I think we're good to go. This is exciting. I think we're going to get this now. All Vanessa needs to do is if she can give me a call, or maybe I called you Bob. So if she gives me a call, then I think that I could actually call her and put her on a conference call, and then we'll have all of us basically going. So I think we're going to be able to get this thing to work. And once again, I mean, we're 3 minutes away from as you can see right here, the polls close at 7 o'clock Eastern time, and that is in 3 minutes in Florida and Arizona. So you've got Florida and Arizona's election night results that people are going to be able to be counted, and we're actually going to be able to have some kind of results coming up here, and then I'll show you those things through our webpage to show you the results. But these polls are closing in about 3 minutes, and Vanessa is back. So Vanessa, I don't believe anybody can hear you right now. So I think that can you hear me okay though? Oh, she's putting her earphones in. I don't think she can hear me right now. Here she goes. All right, she's gonna put her earphones on. Vanessa, I don't think that anyone's gonna be able to hear you unless I call you on the phone, if that's possible, and then you be able to talk through the speakerphone just like Bob is able to do, and then they can hear you. But if you're not able to have a phone and plug it in, or the phone's going to die or whatever, then we might have an issue. But at least we can get you on for a little bit, and then you can maybe go away and then charge up your phone and then come back. But I don't know how that's going to work. But I do know that we can actually hear Bob. People can hear Bob just fine now through my speakerphone. And as long as we've got the speakerphone rolling, we'll be able to hear you. We just can't hear you through the actual meet itself. So we're going to need a separate audio stream basically to hear you.
So I was looking here,
Bob, why don't you go ahead and talk? Why don't you go ahead and talk about your charity and the things that you do regarding Feed My Sheep today?
okay, do you want to do a video first, or do you want to just, what do you want to do here?
Yeah, just go ahead. Just go ahead and talk about it.
Okay. Well,
basically, I am the founder of Feed My Sheep Today, and I'm going to speak as loudly as I can. I know you all are pretty much with me listening to a transistor radio. That's what it sounds like to you guys right now. And hold on, let me get this. Let's look at this chat here while. Oh, let me go over here. This way. Hold on a minute. Let me go back to your video here. That way I can see the chat. Okay. All right. So somebody make a comment if I'm talking loud enough, or do you need to talk louder? Somebody just make a comment. Say yes. Talk louder. Because I'm talking on a phone and through your speaker into the computer now. So let's see what's going on here. But anyhow, yeah, basically what we do, you're good? Okay. So basically what we do here at Feed My Sheep Today was actually a separate entity created from End Time Dream Vision. I started my ministry back in 2013, and I began giving out free Bibles out of my own pocket. And so I was working overtime and doing stuff like that to make money to send overseas to buy Bibles, and somebody eventually said, hey, can I help you out with that? And I said, you know what, that I would appreciate it, thank you. So they just sent a $35 donation. And I remember her name was Deborah Colby. And I remember she's still supported today. And so the Lord basically showed me, he said, you know what, you're not going to be able to make as big of an impact on your own paycheck, Bob. So you got to be able to start utilizing the people out there who want to help. And so we started just asking for donations to buy free Bibles. And we just had one missionary at the time. His name was Raj Karada in India. And so we were helping them on a weekly basis. And I was also sending out free Bibles at the same time at the beginning of the ministry. So people were asking me for these Bibles. And you know what, Kevin? I was giving out free Bibles out of my own paycheck, sending them all over the world. You know, at that time, you know, so you can imagine going to the post office, paying for Bibles, going out to Uganda, how much money that cost me to do that, you know. But I did the best I can with the money I had. But the Lord started to people just started giving. I wasn't even asking for it, but people just started giving. And they were just they would email me and ask me, hey, where can I send the money to help you do this? And so over the next 7 years, we started, you know, people began supporting more and more. And now here we are with about 10 different missionaries now, heading to 12 missionaries total, spread all throughout the world and many different countries. And right now we're supporting them completely, all the Bibles they need to hand out. And it's been an incredible work of the Lord. This was only done by God himself. This could not have been done by me. And basically, since 2013, we've been able to give not just Bibles to these missionaries, but also provide them with food, humanitarian relief, medical aid, clothing. We were able to open doors for orphanages as well, and support orphanages as well, stuff like that. So a lot of like new beds and clothing for the children, a constant food supply, you know, water wells. I mean, it just started going in all different directions. And so we do a lot more than just Bibles. We try to concentrate on just Bibles, but, you know, eventually the Lord will lead us into something else that needs to be done, you know. And so basically with all missionaries now, we are, all the money comes in here, you know, it just goes right out, right away. You know, there are people constantly waiting to receive free Bibles. And so basically we will purchase Bibles in these local areas. We don't ship Bibles overseas. People get a misconception about that. It's extremely expensive to do that. Extremely expensive. It's a lot easier for us to just send the money overseas, which we got all that established now. And believe me, it's not easy for a Christian nonprofit to do something like that. There's all kinds of oppositions and regulations that you have to get through to do this stuff, you know. And a lot of challenges we have overcome trying to reach these people just to send them $1,000, you know, something simple like that, you know. But you won't believe all the regulations and all the crap that Obama set up that made it so hard for us to send money overseas to support Christian missions when they sent billions and billions of dollar paddles full of money to Iran, drop the hat, no problems, none of that stuff. It was nice and easy for them to do that. Oh, that's okay. But as soon as you try to do any type of Christian mission work or something like that, they'll sit there and try to put you through the ringer for $500. You know, it's absolutely ridiculous. So basically, like Feed My Sheep Today, we have a website called feedmysheeptoday.org. And basically what we do, we raise money to support Christian missions overseas. We buy free Bibles, we give out free Bibles, we supplied audio-visual equipment to all of our missionaries. So when they go preach, they actually have video, big screens they set up, and they show the gospel, all right? And they do all that to present the gospel. And then a lot of people, they come to know the Lord from that. They give their life to Jesus Christ watching, they show Jesus on the cross, they'll show the Passion of Christ, they'll show all that stuff, you know. And people will come to the Lord and watch those videos, and they'll be preaching after that. Then the people who truly accept Jesus as the Lord and Savior receive a free Bible. And most of the time will be in their own native language. So we provide for them those things as well. And right now, things are going pretty good and could be going a little better. But, you know, given that we're in the point of this election right now, if Biden wins, you kiss all that stuff goodbye. Kiss it all goodbye, you know. So,
Yeah, no, I hear you there. I mean, you're absolutely right. So thanks for sharing with us regarding Feed My Sheep Today, because they make it so difficult to spread the gospel and to get people the word and knowledge, but you're doing whatever to get around those things to be able to actually get the word into these people's hands. And when they do, the looks on their faces, just the expressions, they're so happy to be able to just hear truth, to hear the word and to read it and to understand it. These people are coming to Christ. I just showed the first results that have come in from Kentucky, and the news outlet USA Kentucky for Trump with only 16% of the vote in. Trump has a 54 to 44% lead. I'm going to go ahead and put those numbers back on up here, but you'll notice that these are very early results with only 16% of the estimated vote counted. And it's 182,384 votes to 148,772 votes, 54.2% to 44.2%. And USA Today has already called it for President Trump. So the first one that's come in is looking pretty normal. I mean, I would think that Kentucky by about 10 points is pretty much normal. That's nothing new. It's kind of the way that state's been going for quite a while. So it's not like Wyoming where you're going to see a 30-point win for Trump. But Kentucky is also becoming more blue, as many states are that were red, as people move out of those big cities from the coast and get the heck out and go inland to greener pastures. But unfortunately, what happens, Bob, is they bring their ideology along with them. And the people who live in those areas, they don't want them to come and bring in their ideology. They want them to come and understand that this place is nice because it doesn't have that crazy left ideology that's going on.
Exactly. And we're seeing a lot of that right now. Hey, I live in northwest Indiana. The Illinois border is probably about 15 minutes away from me right now. And we deal with all kinds of those people over here a lot. You know, and it sucks I have to live so close to Chicago. Okay, so you got a lot of people. My wife and I always complain about the drivers from Illinois. They're always doing crazy things on the roads over here. But we're having a huge exodus right now. Everybody leaving Illinois and coming over here to Indiana. My neighbor right over here, he's a real estate agent. I got another friend of mine. He's a real estate, the same thing. There are people coming over here from Indiana. People come over here to Indiana from the border of Illinois right over here. And they're overpaying for houses here, Kevin. These houses over here, they're like bidding wars on these homes. And everybody is just trying to get out of that Democratic state. Now, hopefully, Illinois might turn red. But a lot of people don't think that's going to happen, so they're trying to get out of Illinois right now.
Yeah.
They're paying a hefty price to do that.
Well, isn't there gigantic taxes in Illinois? I mean, isn't there like a state income tax has just gone up and up and up and up, because I believe that state is bankrupt.
Absolutely. Tax you on everything over there. They try to tax you on just texting over there. So it's a horrible situation that they have going over there. But I'm guessing now that the mayor of Chicago is starting to backpedal on everything now, because you notice now, Kevin, that all these Democratic governors all of a sudden are starting to become a little bit more nationalist right now, right before these elections. You know, they're all about, we need to take care of the police. You know, we need to close up the borders. You know, we need to do something now. You know, it's like, too bad, man, that ship's already sailed. So you guys are just trying to save your hides now. You know?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so what you got is you got Illinois, which used to be a pretty decent state. I mean, it had Midwestern values and stuff like that. And sure, there's a lot of the rural areas and things like that that still are like that, and they don't like what's going on in the big cities, especially Chicago. I mean, Chicago is just a straight up disaster at this point. Let's be honest. I mean, there's murders there all the time. The riotings didn't help anything. The mayor, which I believe her name is Lightfoot, she's a lightweight. I mean, she just simply doesn't even support the police. I believe the police chief there resigned, mainly because of what was going on there and that she wasn't supporting the police. So you're pretty close to that area. Is that what you're hearing from them as well? Yeah, I mean, I just moved the device in order to be able to attempt to get to a better because I'm noticing the buffering is not very good right now. They're saying that there's buffering problems, and there shouldn't be. I have a 1 gigabit network. It makes no sense whether that there is any kind of buffering issues, because I mean, I've got actually 60 megabytes up. I mean, 60 megabytes up should give you plenty, but you know what, right now I'm only getting 4.8 kilobits, or 4,800 kilobits, so 4.8 kilobits, which is only 6.6 megabytes. It makes no sense that any of this stuff is actually happening right now. It really doesn't.
Well, I think we all know the reason what's happening, Kevin.
Yeah. Let me connect this stream. I bet you we're gonna get something over here. Whoa, something happened. Okay.
Is that back on?
Yeah, I think that was the problem. All right, I think we're up and live again. We looking good, Bob? Are you up there?
Yeah, we're back
again.
Obviously, what's happening and YouTube is shutting us down. Basically, I can stay here and go for a little bit, and then you can reiterate to the audience.
All right, I think we're up and live again.
Maybe that's what we're going to have to do.
Do it here.
Kevin.
You up there? What do you think we should do?
Yeah, we're back
again.
Obviously, what's happening and YouTube is shutting us down. Basically, I can stay here. This is already on. And go for a little bit, and then you can reiterate to the audience.
All right, I think we're up and live again.
Maybe that's what we're going to have to do. I'm saying, Kevin.
Just go ahead and
Go.
mute that.
Okay, we're back up again. So obviously, what's happening, we expect it, and YouTube's shutting us down. Basically, looks like I can stay here. This is already on. We go for a little bit, and then you can reiterate the audio.
All right, I think we're up and live.
Maybe that's how they want to do it here. I'm saying, Kevin.
Just go ahead and
Go.
mute that.
We're back up again. So obviously, what's happening, we expect it, and YouTube's shutting us down. Basically, looks like I can stay here. This is already on. We go for a little bit, and then you can reiterate the audio.
You know, but they can't hear me, and I think it's because they shut down a lot of different components of live streaming tonight because of just this, because of what we're doing. So I think we were selected to be one of the live streams. They shut down all your guest microphones. That's why you can speak and me and Vanessa can't be heard.
Wow.
You
I
know?
think that they can probably hear you at this point, though.
Confused with this delay too. Oh well. Oh well.
Well, Bob, here, can you go ahead and just mute that?
What do you want me to
Live
mute?
stream.
Mute my phone?
No, mute your live stream.
I think it's already muted. Wait, hold on.
Okay, but no,
Right.
you just muted your mic. That's not good. Because you were talking and then you heard it through the live stream delayed, right? I just don't want I don't want us to hear your live stream.
No, I don't hear nothing other than you here. I don't hear nothing here. I don't hear nothing there. All I hear is what's going on here. That's all I hear.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we're good to go. Okay, sounds good. Now, we're back up and running. They hear Brother Bob now, don't you? Yes, you do. Okay, good. They said thumbs up. We're up. All right, now check this out. All right, so this is what we've got. We've got we got some brand new results that just came in here. We've got the Mitch McConnell race here in Kentucky. And Mitch McConnell is, with 14% of the votes counted, which is not much, Mitch McConnell is up by a razor-thin 11,800 votes. So 146,769 to 134,985 over McGrath. Mitch McConnell is kind of in a fight. I mean, Mitch McConnell has had an easy run of it pretty much his entire career in Kentucky. But at this point, we're talking about an actual decent challenge, which is really strange when you think of it. Why would Kentuckians vote for Trump by 10 points, but only have McConnell up by 4? Why do you think that is the case, Bob?
Well, you said we're 14% in, right? Right?
We've got what?
You said we're 14% in, right?
Yeah. But what's interesting though is that he's got he's got a track record of approving very conservative federal judges, and that's one of the most important things that the Senate does is actually approve the Senate and the federal judges that go there, and also of course the Supreme Court. And Trump was able to put through now over 300 federal judges. And that's, when you think of it, that's a lot. I mean, he said that Obama left him with like 140, which is basically unheard of. It makes no sense that Obama would do that, except that you know what? There is a reason why that happened. It's because of Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell didn't put through hardly any judges from the federal court in Obama's last year. He just simply wouldn't allow it. And he didn't allow the Supreme Court judge to either come through either. So Mitch McConnell has been a gatekeeper of everything over there. Now think,
if the Senate actually goes to the Democrats, Bob, Mitch McConnell will no longer be leading that chamber, and every single thing that comes through there from the Democrats, like the Green New Deal, or because the Green New Deal came in and not one senator voted for it. Even Bernie Sanders voted it down, mainly on a procedural vote so they could vote on it again sometime in the future. But the point was is that they rejected the Green New Deal 100-0 in the Senate. But think of it. If the Senate actually has the votes for Democrats, what happens then? The next thing you know is that whatever Democrats pass in the House, well, guess what? The Senate passes it too, and if Joe Biden's the president, he immediately signs it. Well, actually, he has Kamala Harris sign it for him, because I don't think he can actually sign anything. But he signs it, and the next thing you know, it becomes law. I mean, look at that HEROES Act that they tried to pass, what was it, about 5 months ago in May. Almost 6 months ago now. They passed a $3 trillion HEROES Act. And you know how the Democrats always love to call something so it sounds beautiful? Like the Affordable Care Act, for example, which was anything except in care or affordable. It was the only thing it was an act, and it was actually it was unconstitutional, to be honest with you. It was mostly unconstitutional. That mandate was dumped by President Trump. That's how unconstitutional that part was. It was part of law, and he was able to get rid of it with an executive order.
Mm-hmm. It's such a wow. Those, just take your pick, man. They got so much corruption going on right now with these guys. And if Biden gets in, I don't see him getting in. I just don't see it. But the Democrats don't seem very confident about it. They're trying to keep their confidence up right now. But even Kamala Harris is expressing a lot of doubt that they're going to win. Nancy Pelosi, she's all flustered right now because she's like, no matter what the count is, Joe Biden's going to be he's going to be president. He's going to be president. And then they're getting so mad. If they knew that they were going to win, why are they so angry? Because that's the way I see it. If they know, but all the cheating, everything we got going on, okay, and all the line polls, why is their attitude in the garbage? Why are they so mad right now? Why is Nancy Pelosi just like, she doesn't matter what happens, he will be president. Trump has to leave office on November 4th. November 5th, he's out. And it doesn't seem like to me they're very confident they're going to win at all. And if these rallies are any gauge to the truth, in which they are, Trump is just going to be a landslide victory. It's absolutely going to be a landslide victory. Okay, just basing it off the rallies, just basing off the numbers and the activities compared to Clinton in 2016. Did you see, how many Biden stickers did you see on bumper cars? On bumpers of cars? Or outside in front of homes? Compared to the amount of Hillary Clinton content that you saw in 2016, Kevin. It's no comparison. So what makes them think now, and now all of a sudden Trump has these numbers that are like, what was his prediction? Because he won the primaries. 94% victory. He was predicted to win. 94%, and I forgot which prediction model that was. But all the prediction models show that he's going to win by a landslide. The good prediction models that are, I can bring them up right now. I know I wrote them down here. But the prediction models like the North Pole's, North Pole prediction model. The North Pole one. And there's another one. What's the other one called? The Travel Guard group, something like that. What's that group called? Remember them?
Yeah. No, the travel card company. Yeah, no, are you talking about the? Go ahead.
Yeah, but basically, and these predictive models they've been almost 99% accurate. Like the North Pole, they predicted the last 25 or 27 election victories since 1910. Okay? And right now, the North Pole one is predicting a 94% chance that Trump's going to win. 94%. And I can totally see it in the numbers at the rallies.
Yeah, well,
Come on.
I mean, I think everybody saw that sea of people that were in Pennsylvania just a few days ago. It was like 56,000 people that were in there or just outside that couldn't actually get in. And you're talking about just a rock star crowd that came to see the president. And how many rallies did he do in the last 3 days? I think he did 15 rallies. I mean, how many did Joe Biden do in the last 15 months? I don't even think he did 15. He had 15 car things where they would all honk their horns and it was like 13 people. Many of those rallies that Joe Biden went to, there were more people that were there to support Trump than they were there to support Biden. I mean, this is a big issue regarding how many people are actually enthusiastic about supporting their candidate. I mean, let's be honest. Nobody's really excited to support Joe Biden. But there's plenty of people who are supporting Donald Trump, and from the weirdest of places too. I mean, you're talking about like, Miami-Dade, for example, and we'll show some of that results in a little bit here. But Miami-Dade is a Democratic stronghold. I mean, this is like 70-30 kind of thing, 73-27. But this year in early results, you're talking about something like 60-40. For Biden, which is still, Democrat, but still, I mean, we're talking about 10-point or 12-point difference. Mm-hmm. You're talking about a big deal here. And I think a lot of that has to do with the African-American vote and also with the Latino vote. Normally, a Republican would only get maybe 4 or 6% of the African-American vote. But this year, it looks like it's tracking to 20 or 30%. I mean, that is on the neighborhood of 5 to 6 times what the support normally is. And for Latino votes, it looks like it's close to about 40%. And normal, it's about maybe 25 or 30%. So you're talking about minority groups that are rejecting the woke left and basically saying, we're not going to go with them. We're going to go with somebody with a proven track record over the last 4 years who's absolutely done things for them. For example, criminal justice reform. I mean, and what was he reforming? What was President Trump reforming? He was reforming the crime bill of 1994 that Joe Biden supported. I mean, a lot of people had an issue with the crime bill because it really unfairly targeted certain groups of people for certain crimes. Now, I'm all for putting people in prison or in jail for crimes that they committed and that are violent and that are horrible. Those people should be put in jail for a long time. And a lot of them, for like mass murderers and stuff like that, should not even ever have parole, in my opinion. But if you're going to have a non-violent offender who goes to jail for 10 years because that's the way the rules are written, well, Joe Biden called those people super predators. And so what did Donald Trump do? Donald Trump pardoned a lot of those people, got them out of jail, and what did he do? He got them jobs. He set up these things called opportunity zones with Senator Tim Scott from South Carolina, and that they were able to actually set up billions of dollars worth of small businesses that are minority run in these inner cities. And you're seeing people like Lil Wayne, 50 Cent, you're seeing people like Kanye West, and people like that are actually recognizing what he's doing for the community. And they're saying, you know what? We're going to reject this guy over here on this area that says that if you don't vote for him, then you ain't black. I mean, what kind of person says that? Could you imagine if Donald Trump said, yeah, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black? I mean, they would torch that guy for the rest of eternity. But for Biden, apparently, he gets a pass. He gets a pass. He gets a pass on everything, to be honest with you. He says, poor kids are just as smart and talented as white kids. What? I mean, yet the mainstream media just turns a blind eye to that. Even when he said in this last debate that, there's going to be zero net emissions by 2025, I was thinking to myself, wait a minute. Let me look at the watch. That's 5 years from now. That means my gas-powered car is not going to be able to be on the road in 5 years? And then he amended it later on and said 2035 because he always screws up numbers. He said that 720 million, he's going to bring 720 million women back into the workforce because of childcare. Okay, 720 million. There's might be 720 million women in China. Okay? But there's not 720 million women in the United States. There's probably about 180 million max. But he's going to bring every single one of those women, times 4, back into the workforce. See, how can you vote for somebody who actually has like half a brain? I mean, Donald Trump said it best just a couple days ago that this guy was known 20 years ago to be a dummy. That he wasn't very smart ever. He was just a glad-hander, right? And he says now, though, he's shot. He's lost it. And I think that we can all attest to that. We're all looking at him, and he says these things. He says these just asinine, crazy things all the time. And we can see that Joe's shot. And now he says he's a dummy and a half. Well, I don't know if he's a dummy and a half. He might be 2 dummies because this guy really has lost it. And let's be honest, he is not running any of the show, okay? The woke left are the ones who are running the show. Look who's going to put into his cabinet if he gets his cabinet there, right? If he gets in. Bernie Sanders is the labor secretary. So now you have a socialist for the labor secretary. I guess that's probably the best place to put a socialist. But, I mean, seriously, what about Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas herself, who said that she was Indian American in order to get into the bar association, in order to be able to get a job and to get into that? I mean, that she's going to run the Treasury? You want to see the stock market take a dive? You're going to see that. But you saw what the stock market did today, Bob. The stock market did gangbusters today because you know why? Because the latest polls are showing that Donald Trump is going to win this election. And I don't think there's anybody in the world right now who can actually have half a brain, see what you just saw in all these rallies, and then see the little circles that the 12 people are sitting in to watch Joe Biden come speak. Barack Obama's out there on the stump for him as well. He's like the kiss of death because everyone remembers him that he told us 21 times that if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. I mean, the guy flat out lied. He said, hey, Joe Biden. And then Biden's standing over there and he's like a statue. And Obama's like, Joe Biden. Joe Biden. And he's just standing there. This guy can't even hit his cue to be introduced. I mean, Bob, how can anyone in their right mind actually vote for Joe Biden? I don't think that anyone is actually voting for Joe Biden, except for maybe Jill Biden. I think they're actually voting against Donald Trump.
People that voted for Joe Biden are just people who have not taken in the proper amount of information, period. These are people that have just been brainwashed, socially engineered over the years. Always vote Democratic for these lame duck reasons. Now, here's the thing, Kevin. In 2016, okay, let's face it, their ability to commit voter fraud has greatly gone down since 2016. So we got to bring a clamp on that. We're going to have some still making under the radar, okay? But their voter fraud campaign is nowhere near as strong this year as it was in 2016. And with that in mind, now you got more people up, I believe, voting for Trump than ever before, okay? And you got a far weaker candidate in Joe Biden, okay? So with all that going on, how can anybody fathom the idea of Joe could possibly win this election? Unless it's, I can't think of, unless people are not praying hard enough, Kevin. God, it's time. If Joe Biden wins, my honest opinion, Triple H is going to start. Rapture and Resurrection's coming. And I know we're all believers here watching right now. And, I mean, we need to get into that now. And let's face it. If Trump wins, okay, I could see us going for a while. Yes, the rapture resurrection can still happen. Because remember how we talked about how there can be a window of time for the Antichrist to establish himself since the church was removed. So the hand restrainer has to be removed. So a whole bunch of these moving parts can start moving that eventually starts bringing up the Antichrist. Okay?
Absolutely. I mean, Bob, you make a great point, and there is one person named Bill Salus. I don't know if the audience or you is familiar with Bill Salus, but he's written a lot of books. He talks about a gap theory, basically, which is between the rapture and the 70th week of Daniel, that there's a period of time that occurs that believers are basically taken out during at the rapture, and then there's this setup that occurs between that and the actual start of the 70th week. And it makes sense because you're talking about a time frame where something's going to have to give, right, in order for something like the Antichrist to come onto the scene and then confirm a covenant or make strong a covenant with many. You're talking about at that point it's possible that it could take a few years or even months or a few years. But you're not talking about a long period of time, but just basically between the time that we're raptured and the time that the Antichrist is actually revealed in some respect, and then confirms the covenant of many. He's not necessarily revealed to the entire world possibly at that point, but he certainly is revealed at the midpoint when he declares himself as God, right? I mean, there's no mistaking that. At that point, that's when Jesus is, when you see the abomination of desolation and standing in the holy place where it ought not, let the reader understand, flee to the mountains. I mean, you got to get the heck out of Jerusalem at that point, because all that's going to happen then is the big time of Jacob's trouble, right? That is the great tribulation, which has never happened before. And there's a remnant of people that will be removed from that area by God and will be protected by God. And a lot of people believe, and there's actually 2 million Bibles that are waiting for them in Petra, if it actually is Petra, in caves. So they're going to be well equipped to know who the Messiah is and ultimately call upon his name. And then we, who have been previously raptured, will come down with him and rule and reign here on the earth during the millennium. I mean, it's very clear that the saints come with Christ on horseback. Eli Marzulli actually has had a vision of, or I don't know if it was a vision or a dream, but you tell me, Bob, because you're the end-time dream vision guy. But he had one of those, which basically had him on a horseback, and he was looking around, and he was going down with Jesus, and people and all the believers were there. I think, didn't you have a dream or a vision of that as well, of being on horseback?
Yes, I did. There was a vision, and basically it was I was looking into the sun. I was out at a soccer field. My kids having soccer practice. So I always walk around the field, do laps and stuff like that. And as I listened to praise and worship music, you'd be surprised. When you put yourself in a situation like that, a calm situation, and you're listening to praise and worship music, you just begin to become lost in time. You set yourself up for something like that to be able to see something like that. Just let you people know if you want to have a vision. And what happened was, during that praise and worship music, all of a sudden I just saw in the clouds, I just saw like a light. And the light would come down from the sun, came down like a big spreading ray like this. But in the replacement of it was actually a vision where it looked like when Jesus returns in the clouds with all the saints. And it's going to be something that everybody around the world is going to be looking for when that day comes. They're like, finally, he's here. Here he comes. And we were all coming. I saw his light.
The light was glimmering and shimmering all throughout, like sparkling all throughout the light. There's a big bright light right in the middle of it, all right? And as it was coming down, I saw it was coming. It was just, earth was shaking. This base shaking, the power, might. And then from there, I go from the soccer field to actually within the light itself coming down from the sky. And what happened was I was on a horse, riding a horse, and I was here. Jesus was off to my right, really far ahead of me, though. It must have been about quarter mile ahead of me on a horse, about quarter mile ahead. And it was just like just a sea of people on horses. Well, as far as you can see in every direction, though, going back from him. Okay, and then after that I saw Kevin here, right next to me, and he was pretty excited. He was riding like this. It's like, yeah. He was like, woo! He was just going up and down. He was like, right. He's trying to do like Clint Eastwood, you know, like that down, let's that down, let's down. He was going like that. And then I also saw Greg Messina, John Boucher, Vanessa Moore, and Robert Hagan as well. And we were all in a group right there and going down. And maybe perhaps that's the reason why we're all connected in these forums. And now who knows? Well, maybe that's just the vision of the Lord when we see. Will I be next to Kevin at this point when we come down? I hope I am. I like to be with the people I work with, when we're coming down. Okay.
And I'm next to you coming down, that's for sure, because I think we're going to be having a great old time doing it. Let's be honest. I mean, this is Judgment Day. That's Judgment Day, is it not? I mean, that is the Judgment Day. I mean, there's another Judgment Day later on too, after the millennium is done at the great, the great white throne. But that is a big Judgment Day when Christ returns onto the earth in order to redeem the earth, basically at that point, because the earth becomes, not a new heaven and new earth. That's after the millennium. But during the millennium, people are living here on the earth for a long period of time. The mortals are living here on earth for a long period of time. And we are glorified already. We're here to rule and help rule and reign, right? I mean, that's part of the Church of Philadelphia's promise that, you will be able to rule and reign with him. And that's where it leads into Revelation 12:5, and that the child who will rule with with a rod of iron is basically there. And then you have the man-child, which is caught up to God in his throne, harpazo, rapture. That the dragon is waiting to devour the man-child. And remember, the man-child himself will rule with a rod of iron, but the child was caught up to God on his throne. You've got a child here, which is part of the body of Christ, and Christ has already promised that we're going to be able to rule and reign with him. So you're talking about a corporate body of believers that are going to be removed from this earth, out of here, prior to the Antichrist being revealed, as it's stated in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. That the restrainer must be removed prior to the Antichrist being revealed. I mean, what is restraining right now all the evil? I mean, just think of it. I just want to take this election right now. Let's just say the rapture happened yesterday. How many people do you think are going to would vote for Donald Trump today if the rapture took place yesterday?
Exactly. You know, I thought about that too, Kevin, is, a lot of Christians, true believers, they've already voted. I voted like 2 weeks ago. So hopefully a lot of the Christians already voted, so their votes are already count already. But even if we believers are removed, I believe he still has plenty of people that will be left behind here that are going to vote for him. I believe he'll still win the election. Yeah. And the thing is, and I do dreams and visions, and I have yet to see any dreams and visions or prophecy or anything of the sort that supports a Biden victory. Yeah. All I see
is Trump, 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 Trump. Every vision, every prophecy. Kim Clement said 2 terms. 2 terms. Okay? And it just, God is using Trump as a trumpet. God's not going to cut his own trumpet as needs. God is using Trump as a trumpet to prepare the world for the tribulation. Okay? That's what he's using them for. So why would God shut down his own trumpet? Because what, the Democrats are so great that they could beat God by voter fraud? I don't believe that for a minute. I believe Trump's going to win because he has a lot of unfinished work. There's too many other prophecies and too many other things that this guy needs to get done. Okay, there's too much work that's been prophesied about Donald Trump that he needs to get done. And I don't see how, like I said, dreams and visions never show. I never seen a dream and vision shared on my channel that supported Biden victory. It's always Trump coming in and sustaining the presidency. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I want to share a couple of the visions that we have here. Some people are putting them in the live feed. I want to mention a couple of them here right now.
What you can do, Bob, if you can actually share your screen on the Meet, and then it'll show up. I'm showing. Just one second. Let me show a couple of the election results here, just before you do that. Okay. So let's actually get into the actual election results for a little bit here. We got 9 minutes until the next bunch of states actually start rolling in terms of different. There's one interesting thing I want to show real quick is that the election winner as of yesterday, if you were going to bet on it, right, it cost you 64 cents to bet on Biden, but it only cost you 42 cents to bet on Trump. That was yesterday. What I want to do is I just want to refresh this screen and see what the numbers are today, because I left this thing up on purpose. Because, I just wanted to kind of see if there was any kind of change between yesterday and today for those numbers. Let's see what we got here. Here we are. Let's see. Interesting. So now you got to bet 68 cents on Biden, and you only have to bet 42 cents on Trump. So they've got those numbers going here. So let's take a look here. Let's go back to results. This is the electoral map. As I told people before when we first came on, they were actually showing Joe Biden winning the election without counting any of these toss-up states of Ohio and North Carolina, Florida. They actually have Georgia in there. They have Iowa as a toss-up. They got Arizona as a toss-up. They've already got Pennsylvania for Biden. I mean, how can you say that without any votes coming in? It makes no sense. It's just ridiculous. But here we go. So we got their first results coming out of North Carolina, and we have 1% of the vote counted, and Trump's up 1,434 to 616. So 68.6% to 29.5%. And then we have the Libertarian Joe Jorgensen here, 29 votes, 1.4%. I think that's going to be a common thing. I don't think that Joe Jorgensen's actually going to, maybe there's going to be a state or two where she might get up to 3%, but I just don't see Joe Jorgensen actually being a factor in here. And Hawkins even being less of a factor from the Green Party. So I think it's really a two-horse race. A lot of those polls, if you noticed, did not add up to 100%. They only added up to about 89 to 94% a lot of the time. And so they're assuming that 11% are going to vote for third party. I mean, I don't think so. You take a look right now, and you got 1.8% of their very, very early vote that's come in for third party. That's hardly anything. I mean, and we're going to see here that these counties, these Republican counties here are coming in 425 to 70 for Trump. 85.7% is gigantic. In some of these counties. Here's 67% for Trump, see another 67. This one's 82% for Trump in Lincoln County. And then Henderson County, which is actually a Democrat county, but Trump is holding his own. He's only down by, 24 votes there. These are very early returns, mind you, but he's only down by 8%. I mean, that's not much. for the North Carolina governor. They said that Cooper had a really good chance. I don't think so. I think Forrest is probably going to take that one. And these are very early, only 1% in, but he's got a sizable lead already. Now the Senate, this is the interesting one, right? This is one of the key Senate races in the United States. And you've got Tillis right there, who's the incumbent. And then you have Cunningham, who's running against him, who's running an ethics campaign, right? That he's an ethical person. And yet he was caught having an affair with multiple women just about a month or two ago. So, I mean, that kind of goes out the window right off the bat when you're running on morality. And the next thing you know, you're caught having an affair with two women. I mean, that can't go really well for your campaign. Yet, all the polls said that Cunningham's still going to win. Once again, I don't think so. I think that North Carolina is going to keep Tillis in there, and I think that he's probably going to have a really good deal. What's interesting is that once again, this bit rate that I'm getting here, it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Okay, Bob? I mean, I have a great connection. You and I have a pretty good connection here on Meet, but as you can see, that one is doing okay. I mean, we're not lagging on that. But what's interesting is that the live stream itself is going like this. It's going good and then bad, and good and bad. And you know what? That has absolutely nothing to do with my connection or with your connection. That has everything to do with YouTube throttling this live stream. YouTube is purposely throttling this live stream and only allowing it to, it just says once again, stream status is poor. It makes no sense the stream status would be poor, except that YouTube is throttling this live stream and they're not allowing it to come through properly. And that right there it just aggravates me to no end, because they're purposely doing this in order for this message not to get out.
Right. Well, you know what that means? Trump's going to win. Trump's going to win. Yeah. He's going to win.
I hear you.
Because let's look at it this way. If Biden is kicking so much butt, and he's taking so many numbers, they don't have to worry about it. They just send a bag. Everybody just go and have Coke. Let's just sit back and enjoy the ride. No, what are they doing? They're trying to suppress everything right now. They're trying to, keep the word from getting out, so that way they can try to, who knows what kind of plans they have, what kind of fail-safes they have. We got to pray against their fail-safes right now, man. Because if Trump wins, what kind of fail-safe they going to have? Are they going to have some nuclear attack? Something in Pennsylvania, those key states. Just stop the whole thing. We can't go any further. We'll come back in about a month. Gives us a chance to regroup.
So true.
Amen?
Amen. I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is exactly what they're doing. They're trying to suppress everybody because they know this is their last grasp of hope. I mean, they really don't have anything left. They're certainly not going to win the presidency. I don't think. I think that President Trump has actually got this election. I wanted to give a shout out here to a few people that are in the live stream here in the feed. We got Gospel Kingdom website. I don't know if you guys have checked out his channel, but he does these walks and talks, and he's also got a new segment now where he sits down and he actually does something. So it's fantastic. He's a really great guy to watch, and I think his name is Bill. I believe it is. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Bill and I converse on the chat through YouTube. We chat on each other's channels, and that's fantastic. There's also Jason Graves. It's nice to see you here. Jason Graves goes to Uptime a lot and watches people there and watches those streams, I think, every single week. There's another one called Raw H2O. I think it is Raw H2O, Raw Water. And he's always there. You know that, Bob. I mean, that guy, he's there every week on Uptime, talking about all kinds of different things in the chat. He's a really good believer, and he's got the right attitude, the right ideas. He doesn't fall for any kind of craziness. Connie is also here. I'm not familiar with Connie, but you know what? Welcome, and we're so glad that you're here. Corsoro actually helped us out with the audio check. We really appreciate that. That was awesome. So yeah, we have quite a few people here that I've seen before on things. I think Joy is here as well. So Joy, if you're still here, welcome. You post on my channel sometimes, and I really do appreciate it. Jeffrey Alpha was here before. I don't know if he's still here. Hopefully. There were quite a few people I think that were here before that just simply weren't here, that here aren't anymore because they, we had so many technical difficulties, which was a shame. But we also have quite a bit of buffering issues. And once again, that is not due to my computer. That has everything to do with YouTube throttling us and basically trying to take down this live stream. Because I've done live streams before, quite a bit ago, back in 2017. I never had a buffering problem, never had a throttling problem, but things have changed over the last 3 years, let's be honest. So, Gospel Kingdom website says his name is Steve. So, Steve, sorry for calling you Bill, but, I'm not going to call you late for dinner, I can tell you that. And not to the late to the wedding feast, because that's God calling us, and you obviously are a believer, and we're going to have an awesome time at the wedding feast. Journeyman, Journeyman's here, so we appreciate you coming. Carol777 is from the UK. That's awesome, and Jeffrey Alpha is still here, so that's great. So we have some diehards that have stayed on with us through our technical difficulties, and you know what? The birth pangs, blessed sevenfold, seven times, I guess, 7 times fold is here as well, and he's, blessed sevenfold says, we hope through birth pangs that come for a season, then a short season of rest, then another season of birth pangs come again, and do on it goes until goes the rapture. Yeah, that's what we see, right? We see these birth pangs where certain things come at a certain period of time, and then the next thing you know, they are, things are changed a little bit. That, that things get a little reprieve for a little bit, and then we're able to then go through a few more birth pangs again. And so it just hits and it goes and hits and goes. And right now, Bob, the question is, are we going to have another reprieve? Are we going to have maybe up to even 4 more years living here under President Trump and being able to spread the gospel, because he might do, these things and shut down some of these places that don't comply, and maybe possibly be able to change Section 230 and have some of these social media companies be accountable for the actions that they take when they try to squash people who try to preach the gospel, basically. Are we going to get a reprieve here? Is this America's Nineveh moment where America is deciding whether or not they're going to choose a path of repentance or choose a path basically just to go down into the pit? Which way is it going to go, Bob? I mean, you predicted, I think, a while back that you were thinking that Trump's going to go for 8 years.
Yep. Even in my book, The Road to 2024, in the book, I talk about how Trump will be in for 2 terms. But all throughout the entire time from 2017 until 2024, the rapture can happen at any point. I don't see us going past 2024, but any time between now and 2024, the rapture, okay? And what you're talking about makes good sense to me. Will Trump bring in another 4 years of, good things happening for us? Everybody's making money. Everybody's happy. You know what? I did a video, and there was a poll on my video, and I asked everybody, what do you think? 4 more years of prosperity or the tribulation? And you know what? And everybody that was answering, they gave their answer in the comment section. Basically, it was about 50%, 50-50. 50% thinking, we're going to tribulation right now, and the other 50% believes that we have some form of reprieve going forward. Okay? And that's the poll. So my audience on my channel right now, they're 50-50. Okay, me personally, I'm also 50-50 too. Okay, it has to happen either way. Okay, we're either going to have the rapture, resurrection, and we're out of here, and this supposed time of reprieve is actually a very up and down roller coaster ride for everybody in this country and around the world, where eventually this roller coaster ride gets to the edge of the cliff and just drops off, and that will be the tribulation.
Wow.
So that, to me, I think that's what's going to happen. I think this reprieve coming up, it's not going to be a reprieve. It's not going to. I don't see that happening. We're already seeing it gearing up right now, and they are going. This is do or die for the Democrats and the deep state now. It's either they die now and they go away to prison, or whatever's going to happen to them, or they're going to stand and fight. If there's any time where these dreams and visions that I've had, or my subscribers have had, about nuclear weapons being used on American soil, this would be the time. Because let's face it, all the power that they have gained control of America and around the world through COVID, they don't want to give that up. They love the power they gained from that. They're not going to give it up. And so basically, where they're going, what I see is, if we can't have it, nobody can have it. And they can probably pull the trigger on something like that. So basically, this, I don't know what to say here. It's just the fact, I think it's going to be all peaceful until 2024. I think it's going to be a fight. I don't think we're going to have people marching through. If Trump wins, we're not going to have people come pulling us out of the house and killing us. That will happen under Biden. All right? Yeah. So if Trump wins, I think our fight is still going to be with these tech companies and them messing with our stuff, and maybe perhaps a few disgruntled people that don't like what we do until the actual resurrection. All right? Or we might see some platforms get deplatformed, like you're saying. The Section 230 section where the corporations, these platforms, they're able, if they're liable now for the information, they can easily deplatform us, because we can get them in trouble. So I can see how that can, can you see how this is all happening if Trump wins? If Trump wins, there's a lot of bad stuff that could happen. Oh, yeah. And he's trying to help, but by messing with that, like I said about that law, about that Section 230 section, if he does that, then these platforms don't get rid of us, or, it's such a, I don't know, it's like you got this real good, you got this real bad, all mixed together with this thing right now. It's not going to be a walk in the park between now and 2024. If the rapture doesn't happen in 2024, I think we're going to be in a fight for our lives. We're not going to be fighting with weapons, but as far as trying to keep the gospel moving forward, I think we're going to be in a tremendous fight as the devil and his deep state goes down. And I believe, potentially, another thing I believe, that the deep state, they're the old guard. Perhaps there's a new guard coming in now. All right, this old guard, they don't care about fighting no more. They don't care. These guys are the old guard. They got a new guard coming in. I mean, come on, the Bible says that the fallen angels are coming here to the earth. So the new guard is coming. They're going to get here and say, hey, we don't need you anymore, Hillary. Get out of here. Yeah. You go ahead and kill Obama. You can punish him. You can execute him. We don't need him no more. You know what I'm saying?
That's amazing. I mean, you might be onto something there. I mean, you're talking about the new guard coming in, and we know that in Revelation 12, verses 3 and 4, that a third of the angels are cast down to earth. And we know that those angels are not heavenly, holy angels. We know that they are the third of the angels that rebelled against Satan. We also know that Satan is cast out due to the words of the saints' testimony. And who are the saints that are testifying against Satan in heaven? I believe that has to be us. It's not angels, obviously, testifying against Satan. It's those who have overcome. It's those who have overcome Satan in the world and have not given up their lives for him, but have given up their lives for Jesus, either prior to the rapture in terms of taking up your cross daily and repenting and not going the way of the world. Do you go out and get drunk at night, Bob? Do you go out and carouse around? Do you go out at night and do the evil things that everyone does when they do them after dark? No, of course not. Of course not, because it's not because, oh, well, I could go ahead and do that because I've got grace, and so I'll just do that. But that's not the way it works, you see. When you actually have Jesus in your heart, you do not have the desire to do those things anymore. You have the desire to be in him, to actually take up your cross daily and not do those things. Now, for some people, it's very difficult not to drink. For other people, it's very easy. But then those people might have an issue with drugs, or they might have an issue with porn, or they might have an issue with something else. But the point is that all those things can actually be overcome with the Holy Spirit inside of you. And if you accept that, then every time that you have one of those thoughts, you go to him in prayer and you say, Jesus, overcome this. Help me overcome this. And he will be there for you every time. But you have to ask. You have to go to him every single time, and you've got to say, help me through this period of time right here. And if you do that, that is taking up your cross daily. And Paul, you remember Paul's words. Paul was one of those people who was like, I hate doing the things that I do, and if I could just stop doing them, things would be great. And yet, I walk in the flesh, but I'm actually in the spirit. I'm doing a walk in the spirit, but I'm also walking physically on this earth, and I'm in the flesh. And so there's this dichotomy of what we have now, which is different than what we're going to be, you see. Because when the rapture resurrection takes place, we are changed in an instant. We become like him. We become sinless, and we don't have the flesh anymore to hold us back. We don't have that sinful nature anymore. We've been changed. I mean, what a glorious day that's going to be, Bob, when we don't have thoughts or feelings or anything like that that are sinful in nature.
Amen. Hey, you know what? I think that these elections right now is God's basic rhythmic test to everybody who's walking the earth right now. A basic test. If you're not ready to choose Jesus right now, let me give you a few practice tests. Are you going to support a candidate that it says it's okay to kill babies, unborn children, or even children up to 5 years old? Are you going to support that? You may not accept Jesus out, but are you going to support a candidate that wants to support that, or a candidate that is anti-abortion, that's pro-life? Let's see if you can make that choice right now. All right? And I believe the people who are already making that easy decision, and they're choosing Biden, I believe that those people, if they're not saved yet, but if they are saved, they should not be choosing Biden. But be it as it may, those people cast their vote for Biden. So guess what? The blood is on their hands now. But they cast a vote for Biden. It's been recorded in heaven. So now when the tribulation starts, they're here. And I believe there's a measure of judgment that falls on that person for voting for Biden. Okay, there's a measure of judgment. Okay, because now the blood's on your hand. So is there a meteorite that's going to head right towards your house? Possibly. Is there a demon that's going to come up out of the abyss, Revelation 9:3, come to your house and rip out your heart? Possibly. Okay? But God gives us, but God is a loving God, and he's just not going to just say, hey, you know what, you never chose me, I'm going to destroy you. Okay, no. If you're going to receive judgment, you're going to have to bring it on yourself. You're going to have to do a lot of things to build up that judgment for yourself. Right. Just like when we sin here, the Bible said the wages of sin is death. So if you want to go out and do all that fornication, do all that stuff you're talking about as a believer, guess what? It's going to ruin your testimony, All right, it may ruin your ministry. God may pull you out of your ministry because you're out there doing that stuff all the time. So it ruins your testimony. It has a level of judgment on your physical walk here on the earth.
Well, what kind of witness are you when you're doing that? You could be easily become a stumbling block to somebody else at that point and say, this guy's a Christian? Wait a minute. I thought Christians didn't do that. And then so it's like, well, you hypocrites. And then the next thing you know, now you've got somebody who's basically bashing Christians and Christianity because of what you've done. Well, that's not being a good witness. And I'll tell you, everyone's going to be held accountable for the words and the actions that they do that are that are just against that, that are against the word. Now, listen, it's not like you're going to get bashed over the head at the Bema seat for all the sins you committed. But if I tell you this, though, you're also not going to get all the stuff that's going to go into the fire, right? All the bad stuff is going to go into the fire. All the neutral stuff is going to go into the fire eventually when you're there. But I can tell you this, though, you are going to be held to account, and you will get rewards based off of certain things. The Bible is very clear that certain people will get certain rewards that other people just simply won't get. Now, salvation is a whole other matter. That has nothing to do with works, okay? Let's be clear. If you think that you're going to get to heaven based on your good works, well, you got another thing coming to you, because that is basically putting yourself under the law and attempting to follow the law and be overcome the law. Well, Jesus overcame the law on the cross. That's not our job. Our job is not to overcome the law. Our job is to overcome the sin of the world in order to be able to accept the Holy Spirit, believe in Jesus, walk in his ways, and try to be like him as much as we possibly can, day after day after day. And I'm telling you, that's called sanctification. You see, that is a long-term progress type of thing. When you believe in Jesus the first day you receive the Holy Spirit, you go on a journey. You go on a long journey until the day that you're either raptured or the day you die. And I'll tell you, it never ends, because there's always more that you learn. There's always more that you do in terms of providing for other people and preaching the word. There's always opportunities that come up through a person's life. Just look at me. I mean, just a few months ago, back in May, I was like, hey, why don't you come on to Uptime? And I'm like, sounds great. That sounds awesome. And I did that for about 5 months. And then there's like another opportunity that's come up. It's like, why don't you do some music and this and that? All right, yeah, I'll do that. So it's like God just leads you into these areas and these paths. And I'll tell you, it's up to you to make sure that you are, that you're absolutely going down that road, and that you continue to follow him when he calls. Bob, I don't know if you noticed this, but take a look. I mean, we got some really some decent results in here already from Florida, with 86% of the precincts reporting and over 10 million votes. And I believe only 9 million voted in the election last time in 2016 in Florida. So we're talking about already more votes that have come in this election than last election. A lot of people said this was going to be a high voter turnout election, mainly due to the fact that it's going to be a lot easier for you to vote this time. I mean, you can vote by mail. You can vote by mail even if you didn't, even if you didn't request it. You can vote by mail even if you're dead. You can vote by. I mean, you can vote by. That's kind of a joke, but it's not. But it's actually somewhat true. There are a lot of dead people who vote in these elections, and they request their ballots from the dead. Of course, those people themselves are not requesting it. It's other people requesting it for them that know that they're dead, and they're going to go out and fill out a ballot for them. That's just awful. How can you get to that point, Bob, in your life, where you're that partisan and saying, I'm going to cheat, I'm going to risk going to prison on a felony in order to make sure that my Joe Biden is going to win this election? I mean, Joe Biden is one of the most corrupt politicians of the last 47 years. He's just really good at hiding it. Let's be honest. He says, "Oh, I've never taken any money from a foreign government." Okay, what about your son? Has he ever taken money from a foreign government? What about the mayor of Moscow's wife who gave him $3.5 million? And then Hunter Biden on his laptop says, remember, 10% goes to the big guy. Who's the big guy? Is it Donald Trump? Is Donald Trump the big guy? Is he getting 10% of all Hunter Biden's money? I don't think so. I think that's his dad. I think it's his dad, Joe Biden. So Joe Biden got $350,000 from the mayor of Moscow's wife that's sitting in some offshore account in the Cayman Islands. And he's living it up. Joe Biden's living it up. This guy's worth a lot of money. He's not worth just a little bit. He's got multiple houses and all kinds of stuff. How do you do that on a salary of $150,000 or $120,000 a year? And back when he was doing it before, $60,000 or even $40,000 at the beginning. How do you make all that money, Bob? Where does that money come from? Is that his salary?
No, didn't come from his salary. He's a crook. And he took a lot of money from a lot of bad people to push the left agenda. That's pretty much, he's a crook. Just like Obama. That house he built, a $14 million mansion. How do you get something like that on a $200,000 a year salary? You can't even afford that. By the way, he's not getting that salary no more. So where's his income coming from? Last time I checked, he didn't invent anything. He doesn't own a business. He doesn't do anything like that. But yet, he has all this money now. So I have a problem with them coming and saying, hey, we need to check the taxes of a public servant that became president, that was a billionaire before he became president. How about checking the people that were poor and broke before they became a public servant and they became multimillionaires?
Yeah, there you
Why
go.
don't we check their tax returns?
Yeah.
Because obviously something doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I want to see. I like to see maybe Nancy Pelosi's tax returns. I mean, I think from what I've heard, she's worth over $100 million at this point. I mean, you saw a refrigerator; it was like $21,000. She's got all kinds of ice cream, chocolate, different flavors in there. That's what she does during COVID, apparently, because she didn't go to work. And when she did go back to work, the only thing that she really did was she just tried to stall things out. And she was able to actually stall it all the way out to now Election Day and beyond. These people are sick. They are not here to help you. I want you to understand that Nancy Pelosi, the people that vote for her every single time they voted for her since 1981, okay? This is 39 years of Nancy Pelosi in the same exact office, in the same exact thing, doing the same exact thing every single term.
Yes, you can't do that. You cannot do something like that long without becoming corrupt. That's why we need term limits. Get them all out of there. Get a whole new, fresh group of people in there. You can't have these old parts in there, man. You got to get rid of them. Chuck Schumer has to go. Nancy Pelosi has to go. Well, my money is they're all going to prison. A whole bunch of them are going to prison. I think they know that, too. Somebody has to go to prison. And all the treason that they committed, even Trump said all the committed treason. So with all that in mind, they have to pay for that crime. So they have to go to prison.
No, he did.
And I think that
he said treason. He said treason multiple times. Now, what the penalty for treason is, Bob?
Yeah, death.
Yeah, death. Exactly. So when you're talking about these people who basically attempted coup against the president, okay? Before he was elected, they spied on his campaign. That is proven fact in the Horowitz report. They spied on his campaign, and former President Obama and former Vice President Biden knew about it, and not only knew about it, were trying to get Flynn in trouble because Flynn was the man who knew too much, right? Flynn knew everything that was going on in there, and they just wanted to bury Flynn. They wanted to bury him as bad as they possibly can in order to make sure that he could not talk about anything, right? And so what did they do? They had a meeting, and then they talked about what they're going to do, and so they started surveilling him. And they started surveilling his calls with the Russian ambassador in a transitionary period. And when they're in the Oval Office, And Joe Biden mentions the Logan Act of all things. The Logan Act. Are you kidding me? The Logan Act is something from 1789, I believe, that has never actually ever been enforced. And what about John Kerry and his stuff and the stuff he was talking to Iran about when he's not even in office? Okay, that's even worse. I mean, that's bad, but then he was while he was in office too. That's a Logan Act violation as well. So there's all kinds of Logan Acts, and it's funny because the people in Congress said, I think it was, who was it who said it? Was it Ted Cruz? I don't remember who it was, but somebody in Congress said, if we're gonna start enforcing the Logan Act, everybody here is going to jail. Because how many trips have those people gone on overseas and talked to foreign leaders? Nancy Pelosi did it all the time. So Joe Biden is going to bring up the Logan Act on General Flynn? I don't think so. I don't think that's going to happen. But what they did do is they found a judge who's completely corrupt and is totally in the bag for the Democrats. And he's out there right now talking about, and he's trying to, keep Flynn in jail, basically. And the DOJ has already said, get Flynn out. We're not going to prosecute him anymore. We don't want to prosecute him. We have no problem with him anymore. But what does that judge do? Does that judge say, okay, you're right, DOJ? No, he doesn't do that. He starts calling up other activist judges to file amicus briefs on his behalf. What is that? I mean, this judge has gone completely rogue, and Sidney Powell is defending Mike Flynn as best as she possibly can. But I mean, let's be honest. I mean, these people are corrupt.
Absolutely. And the day is coming, man. I'm tired of all the corruption here, and it's tiring. And we all want to see Trump win, but I just want to see the Lord return. There's so much corruption here now. And even if Trump wins, they're going to fight it tooth and nail for another 4 more years.
Yeah.
They're going to try to impeach him. They're going to try to do all stuff. And unless we take control of the House, unless we take control of all that stuff, so they may not get their just desserts until the midterm election in 2022. Maybe that's when they'll get it. Because once they get kicked out of the House, then we can start throwing them all in prison and doing all that stuff,
So what's your nightmare scenario here? I mean, my nightmare scenario is that Joe Biden somehow, I don't know how he's going to do it. I mean, the only way I think he could do it is through if they cheat and they basically, like starting tomorrow, start manufacturing ballots, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, oh, look at all these things. And then, of course, the Democrats say, every vote must count. You must count all the votes. And it's like, you got to count all the cheating votes too, I suppose, right? I mean, you got to count them all. So, I mean, the cheating votes must count. What's the nightmare scenario here? I mean, is the nightmare scenario actually, I think I just adjusted my blower. I think that's better. I'm just trying to get used to all this setup, but I think that's better. But, I mean, Nancy Pelosi and them, they keep the House, and then they also win the presidency, but they also flip the Senate. They only need 3 seats if Biden wins, because they'll have Kamala Harris as the president of the Senate who can break any tiebreaker vote. So that's my nightmare scenario, is that they hold on to the House, that Nancy Pelosi somehow wins Speaker of the House again, even though AOC and them hate her, but they somehow still win it. She still wins it, and Biden wins, and they flip the Senate. So now they've got everything. And then what they'll do immediately, this is my nightmare scenario, they will get rid of the filibuster. So you no longer need 60 votes for cloture or anything like that. So now you can just do it on a straight up, straight down vote. So you don't need 50 now to pass anything. And Joe Biden, like I said earlier, he's got, he's got Obama's pen and he's got his phone, but he doesn't know how to use them. He's shot. So he's going to let Kamala go ahead and sign it for him. And everything is going to get passed that basically the House passes. So you're going to have all those cockamamie things that was in the HEROES Act. Like money for illegal aliens, Bob. I mean, free health care for illegal aliens. You saw the debate, the Democrat debate, when they said, is free health care in your plan for illegal? Maybe they didn't say free, but they said health care is in your plan for illegal immigrants. And they all raised their hand enthusiastically, except for Joe. He kind of went halfway like this and said, well, I guess if everybody else is doing it, I got to do it too, otherwise I'll be booed. I mean, this guy has no conviction. You should hear him years ago on the Senate floor. He's like, we are not going to give these illegal aliens any kind of special treatment. They need to be deported. Look at what he did with Obama. That was the only thing that they actually did fairly well, and that was deport illegal aliens. But the base of his party, they want open borders. If you get a House, a Senate, and the presidency with all Democrats, what's going to happen then? What's going to happen to this country, Bob?
Well, it's going down the tubes, and we're going home. We're going home in the rapture resurrection. Okay, you know, one of Kim Clement's prophecy was when he said that he was speaking and the Lord was speaking through him. And Kim Clement said it, and Donald Trump, who was supposed to be the trumpet of God, said it too. This will never be a socialist nation. They will try to do it themselves. They'll try to make a voice of their own. Okay? They will try to make this a socialist nation, and God said, no, you won't. You will not do it. You will try, but you won't do it. So, once again, that is a nightmare scenario, Kevin. That's a nightmare scenario. But I see a Trump victory tomorrow, but it's going to be a roller coaster ride from hell all the way to tribulation. It's not going to be a walk in the park. It's going to be a fight between good and evil. Okay, because if evil wins right now, it's done, man. This country's finished. You know, and I think God wants to see a good fight for for a good fight for good.
Well,
It's being established here in this country, so that way there's still somewhat of a fight left here. Because the left are going to fight us like you wouldn't believe. Okay, they're going to fight like you wouldn't believe. But if they own everything, like you're saying, there's no fight left for us. They're like, Lord, just take us out of here. Because there's nothing left here. We can't do nothing now. We'll just be overran. They'll just get tidal waves if they win.
So what you're saying is, if the Democrats take control of everything, we just simply don't have a voice anymore.
Yeah. We just don't. The fight's done. Our work here is finished. And everything that the Democrats would do, that they're planning on doing if they win, those are all the things that as they do them, the angels will be like, check, okay, you guys just did that, check, hey, load up the extra 3 meteorites, hey, they just did this. Oh, you guys just legalized abortion across the country, okay, hey, get those earthquakes ready over here, get the flooding ready over here, angel, go prepare this over here for this, and everything they start doing, all these judgments start building up. And that's basically what's going to happen. And then at one point, when that angel, in the book of Revelation, fills that censer, whips it towards the earth, all those judgments that have been passed on them. Those are the book of Jeremiah. We say he sees all the scrolls flying, and the scrolls are flying around the earth. But then the scrolls land and they open up. And I think that's when the judgment was declared because there was a scroll that was created. Wow. But the judgment has not been executed yet. So the scroll's here. And when it lands, it opens up, and then that's when you will see these judgments that they're going to bring on themselves. So basically, what I'm saying is, Trump wins tonight. It's basically us going out in the blaze of glory without getting steamrolled until tribulation. We're going to go out. We're going to go out in a really good fight. It's going to be a glorious fight. We're going to have a platform to stand on till the tribulation. But if Biden wins, if we stay here, we're going to get steamrolled. Yeah. All right? And it's basically if Biden wins, start looking up, man, because I believe the rapture resurrection has to happen here.
Well,
because
go ahead. Just finish your thought there.
No, that's basically it.
Okay. Well,
that's where we're at. That's where I believe that we're at.
Well, here's my thought behind that, which is a Democrat-run House presidency, and Senate sounds a lot like a harlot to me. It sounds like a harlot system. Because remember, the harlot rides the beast, and the harlot sits on 7 hills, and it's basically just the world kingdoms, right? That are basically drunk with the wine of the saints. Don't you think that the Democrats, if they all got in control, it's not a far leap from where they are today to suppressing people who are Christians and what they have to say, to ultimately persecuting them and ultimately killing them? I mean, is it a far stretch at a certain point? These people hate us, and they think that we are totally evil. Now, we believe that they're very evil as well, but we don't have any inclination to actually murder them or kill them. But you saw that Antifa mob go and stalk a Trump supporter and say, "Oh, there he is, pop, pop, the guy's dead." I mean, how do you explain that except for just pure evil?
Yep. And that's what's going on right now. That's the manifestation of the crowds that we've seen in Dreams and Visions shared on my channel. These crowds of people who are just hunting down Christians, killing Christians, anybody that goes against the New World Order. And I believe at one point it's going to be easy to find them because they won't have the mark of the beast. And I believe it's going to have to be a mark that everybody is able to see. Not just something that's hidden underneath the skin. It's going to have to be a mark that somebody can see. That way they can say, "Hey, you're on our side. You're on our side." How are they going to be able to distinguish who is with them and who's not? You know? And in Dreams and Visions, we see a lot, these crowds of people, just Christians hiding in homes, going underground tunnels, leaving houses and stuff like that, running from these people, and all the Christians will be disarmed. So there has to be a major disarmament, Kamala Harris, and I don't know how she's going to be able to do that. I will just do an executive order, and I can just undo the Second Amendment by my executive order. I can do that. No, you can't. Can't do that. Sorry. So obviously this is why they have to, the Supreme Court stop them. So this is why they have to pack the Supreme Court. There's, the thing is, can't you see it, Kevin, that what they're trying to do right now, if they succeeded, if the Democrats totally succeeded in their dream government, it would be the government that would be compatible for government here for the tribulation.
Right.
It will be a tribulation, semi-tribulation compatible government, right?
Absolutely.
So if that's what they're trying to achieve right now, what does that mean? That the 7-year tribulation is about to begin. So will Trump give us a little bit of extra time here? We can go on the blaze of glory, kick some butt, take some numbers before we leave? Or is Biden going to win and we're going to hear some trumpets here pretty soon?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I mean, think about this. So Joy just said that heard Trump won Florida. I just showed the latest Florida numbers up there. I can't imagine that anybody's actually called it yet, though, because there's 88% in, and he's only up by 2.3%. If anybody called, I can't imagine anybody called it, but USA Today hasn't called it, so that's one thing. But take a look at that though. With 88% in, he's up by 237,000 votes, almost 236,600. So he's up by 2.3%. And look at this number here. This is like, I knew this was coming. We all saw this coming right here. Right here in Miami-Dade County. Let me see if I can get this a little bit bigger here on my screen so I can see what I'm doing, so I can show you guys. But right there, Miami-Dade County. Look at that. So Miami-Dade County, that is notoriously Democrat, big time, and Donald Trump is only down by 8.5 points there, 8.6%. So he's having a great run in Miami-Dade County. I don't see Biden winning Florida. No way. I just don't see it now. I don't know if somebody's actually called it or not. I'm not necessarily going to call it. But I can say this, that What does Fox say? Fox says it's too early to call Florida. Watching Fox at the same time as this, yeah. So I just don't see, journalists are saying it's the worst they've ever seen. I'm not sure what's the worst they've ever seen, but maybe the bad results out of Miami-Dade, and the worst being if you're a Democrat, you're going to be like, oh crap, look at these numbers, this is terrible. And yeah, it is terrible for the Democrats. Look at Matt Gaetz' one there. That's nice. Matt Gaetz is a warrior. I believe he's a Christian. He said, I've heard him say Jesus before on there. So I mean, he's professing it falsely or he's professing it truthfully. And the way you can tell people of who they are by their fruits, right? You got to test the spirit, and you see who they are by their fruits. Well, everything I've seen out of Matt Gaetz has been good fruit. That guy does not fall for anything. That guy is just solid. So, as far as I'm concerned, Matt Gaetz is a great witness, and he's fantastic. Looks like Florida's also going to raise the minimum wage there. That's not surprising. People love to get more money. They just don't understand that if you get too much, then you get laid off, and then the businesses can't afford you anymore. Especially small businesses, they have issues then at that point with actually meeting their payroll because they got to pay people $10, $15 an hour at entry-level jobs. And then they say, well, no one can make a living wage on that. Well, of course they can't make a living wage on that. But what 16-year-old or 18-year-old is making a living, trying to make a living wage off of their minimum wage job? They're not. I mean, they're getting supplemented by their parents and whatever. So, I mean, tell me one person that actually says, all right, it's time to start a family. I'm making $7.85 an hour. Nobody says that. I mean, you don't do it. That's why people actually still are having children later on in life, because it's more difficult than what it ever used to be in order to be able to actually have enough income to be able to afford a decent lifestyle. I mean, housing prices peaked in, I think, 2006 or so, and then there was a gigantic crash. Maybe it was 2008 or 2009 when it peaked. But I mean, it peaked and then it crashed, and now there's another peak too. I mean, people aren't able to afford homes now. Although this COVID thing has changed things up a little bit, people are actually moving out of these bigger cities and going to greener pastures elsewhere. I was one of them. I got out of the city and I got into a more suburban, exurban area because let me tell you, it's not fun being in a big city these days. And I'll tell you, I lived in California for like 45 years, and that state has changed dramatically. I mean, just night and day change. I mean, it's unbelievable. With the way that it was in the 70s, it was just like, with Democrats running it, it was just gas lines, $2.30 gallon gas. In today's dollars, that's $11. I mean, can you imagine what those people were going through back then? My father in a gas line, and you couldn't get gas every day. They had to look at your license plate and determine whether or not you could get gas or not. I mean, that's because we were beholden to Saudi Arabia and all kinds of different Middle Eastern countries because we weren't energy independent. And Donald Trump has brought energy independence to the United States by allowing the Keystone Pipeline to come through, which Hillary Clinton was yes, no, yes, no. I mean, that lady was such a big... Aren't Democrats the worst of flip-floppers? I mean, they just flip-flop all the time. And the reason why is because they go with focus groups or polls. So this poll says this, and say, oh, they're all for that one day. Like Joe said, oh, I'm not against fracking. And then he goes to Pennsylvania, and he's like, I'm for fracking. I love fracking. And it's like, what is that? It's like whomever your audience is, they just cater it to. It's disgusting.
Right.
And in California in the 70s, it was awful because there was the oil price was gigantic because there was no drilling in ANWR in Alaska. They didn't allow that. Donald Trump brought that. So now all of a sudden you've got energy independence, and now our gas price is $1.60 a gallon here. And it's $3 in California still. And it's not because they're using the summer blend. It's because the Democrats want to charge you $3 a gallon there. I mean, that's what they want to do so they can use their tax in order to fund people to get, illegals to get driver's licenses for free. I mean, California is a failed state. It's a failed state. They had a proposition a while back for a high-speed train to go from Los Angeles to San Francisco. And what they buried in the language in there is like, but it's only going to be okay if private people get into it and the federal government subsidizes it for just like billions and billions and billions of dollars, which they never will do. So we have to pay taxes. We had to pay taxes to that boondoggle. And so what did they do? Did they start building the rail in Los Angeles? No. They built it out in Bakersfield in the middle of nowhere to nowhere. So, I mean, you're talking about, and then while that was happening, they were talking about Sarah Palin and her bridge to nowhere. Remember that? The bridge to nowhere. Well, that cost like $20 million. And this was over $1 billion, and it was a high-speed railroad to nowhere, yet the Democrats said nothing about it. Why is that?
Well, they serve China. You know, the dragon in the book of Revelation takes over this world. Okay, the dragon. And it's a layer of interpretation. Okay, the Word of God has like 7 different layers. And if the dragon is a symbolic being, symbolic in the Bible, book of Revelation, that takes over the world, well, then what's going to happen is that will also drag along China, and that's what China wants to do. The Democrats are the Chinese communists. They're the proxy army for the Chinese Communist Party here in our country. They are the proxy party for China. Okay, and perfect example. We're just talking about the wages. Okay, $15 an hour. Okay, minimum wage. That's stupid. You know what? There's a store around my neighborhood here. It's called Five Below. Okay, and they serve all this basically what's the cheap Chinese crap, whatever, the cheap products, whatever. Well, what's funny is these people are like, I want $15 an hour. Give me $15 an hour. We want this money. And what happened is they fired a bunch of people and they put like ATM machines in there where you can scan the stuff yourself and pay for yourself. So instead of paying for people to lose some money, first of all, that first fact that you mentioned about the jobs, okay? And the other thing is, like I said before, as bad as things are getting here right now, we're at the cusp right now. People are praying right now. People are fasting right now. And it's just if Biden wins, man, we're going home. Our job is done. But we won't have a platform to fight here no more. No platform, no more fighting. The extractor is coming to extract us out of here. Military, hey, the war's over. They're sending the extractor, get into position. They're going to remove you. Okay, and I think Biden winning is that signal to all of us.
Wow. So
that'll be the signal to all of us.
So you're talking about literally the last Trump, a last Trump. I mean, Trump is out. He's gone. So you're talking about at the last Trump, the dead in Christ will rise, and we who are alive and remain will be caught up along with them in the air to meet the Lord in the air and be with him forever.
Right. And I've been saving this. It's one here from Jason Graves. Yeah. He's here in your. He goes on to say here. He said, "I had a second vision about our meeting place on a big cloud platform." So he had a vision about the rapture. I wanted to share it here. I saved it here, and I was asking people if they want to put their visions and stuff in here because that's fun.
Why don't you go through a few of them right now? Just one point to make though. Looks like President Trump has extended his lead from 2.4% to 2.5% in Florida. We're keeping a really close eye on Florida. We're keeping a close eye on North Carolina right now. A little bit later, we'll keep our close eye on a few other states. And looks like 8 o'clock Central and 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Pacific is starting to roll around here, which is basically it's going to be Wisconsin is another battleground states basically, and the preliminary results are going to be coming out pretty soon in Wisconsin. So we'll take a look at Wisconsin here pretty quickly. We'll also take a look at Arizona and Minnesota and Michigan. Arizona's going to be a little bit later, but not too much later, maybe another hour. But we'll take a look at Minnesota and Michigan and Pennsylvania. I'll cue those up while you're talking about these things. But one thing to mention is that he is up by 2.5 points in Florida. And make no mistake, Florida is a must-win for President Trump if he's going to win the election. I mean, he really cannot win the election without Florida, unless he just takes every other state, which is probably not likely. But not every other state in the union. I'm talking about every other battleground state. Let's be honest. But without Florida, it's got 29 electoral votes. I mean, that's a lot of votes to get to lose if you're Trump. Now think of it, he had 306 last time. So if you give up 30, or basically 29, you're at 277, which is barely more than what you need to win. So he actually could have won last time, but then he took Michigan, he took Wisconsin, he took Arizona, he took North Carolina, he took Georgia, he took Iowa, he took all those states. So he had to do all that again and then just lose Florida. I mean, that seems very unlikely this year. It seems like he's going to win Florida, which is a must-win. So that basically allows him to have a chance to be reelected. If he didn't win Florida, it would be almost an impossible road. I mean, he would have to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, and Ohio, of course, but he could have lost something like South Dakota, which he's never going to lose anyway. So I mean, you have to win all those states, because if he loses those states and he loses Florida, the next thing you know, he's below 270. So if he's going to lose Florida, he's got to win everything else, including Pennsylvania. But if he wins Florida, then it gives him a little more leeway, right? He actually doesn't have to win Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania has 20 electoral votes. Last time he would have had 286 without Pennsylvania. That's plenty. That's plenty. So if he holds on here to Florida, which looks like he's going to do, I don't know if anyone's called it yet. I think it's a little bit too early to call. But at this point, I would say that Florida is looking pretty good for President Trump. However, take a look at this. This is North Carolina, another crucial state. 70% of the vote in. Joe Biden is up by 5.5%, which is a lot. I don't know. I mean, let's just take a look and see where these counties are. A lot of these counties aren't reporting yet, and I'm wondering if that's, well, here's one. How could that be? 0% reporting with 353,000 votes for Biden and 177,000 with 0% reporting? That seems kind of strange. I don't know. It must be, I mean, Wake County, is that got like, I mean, if it's 0% with that many people in it, that thing must have 10, that is impossible. It can't even possibly have 10 million people in that county. I mean, LA County.
Yeah, the votes are going over there, a lot of the extra votes. There's probably a lot of voter fraud over there right now.
Well, there's got to be in order to have that happen, but you're seeing here that Biden, I mean, how can you have 99,000 votes? Excuse me. How can you have 99,000 votes and have 0% reporting? But notice a lot of these counties are also Republican counties that are not reporting too. So.
Well, remember that when we were looking at this stuff back in 2016, they were saying that it was close between Trump and Hillary, and then when it all ended up, it was just a landslide victory.
Oh yeah.
So even Michael Moore said that these polls here, just take Joe Biden's numbers and cut them in half. You know, and this is Michael Moore, liberal Michael Moore saying that.
Right.
You know.
Oh no,
So,
he's not a conservative by any means. He
right.
but he sees danger, right? He sees danger and he calls it out for what it is, and it clearly is danger for the Democrats. Although Joe Biden's having a pretty good run right now in North Carolina, and maybe that's due to the fact that the governor there is Democrat, and then they could be cheating all the crap.
They have to be cheating because there's nobody showing up to his rallies.
Yeah.
So these numbers don't make sense. These numbers don't. I don't think. I mean, it's USA Today. You know.
Well,
So
it's USA Today, but they are getting, hold on, but they are getting their numbers. And the reason why I chose USA Today because they are getting their numbers directly from the states, unlike other ones which are actually relying on other people for their numbers. USA Today actually gets them direct from the states and puts it up. So this is what the state's reporting. But my point, I don't think it's USA Today's the problem. I think it's the state of North Carolina that's the problem. That's what I think. Because if you notice, I'm sorry, I got something in my mouth. I'm trying to get rid of a little cough there that I have. But notice, they're not counting votes from Republican counties. They're not adding those into the total right now. And I think they're doing that on purpose in order to show Joe Biden ahead. So
they're lying.
they're lying.
You know, there are no prophecies that support a Biden victory. I haven't seen one yet.
We'll take a look
I'm looking at one here from one of your followers here. It's Blessed Sevenfold. He said, Yeshua told Prophet Sadhu Sadar Salvarez 2 weeks ago that America will have 4 more years of grace through his anointed, chosen leader, Trump. Okay? So you have another, be it as it may, believers are receiving dreams and visions of Trump's victory. Nobody's seeing a Biden victory. Now, you guys remember when they were doing the Bible codes where it said Hillary cheated? You ever seen those? I saw them. It said Hillary cheated. Trump wins. Hillary cheats. Well, Biden's cheating right now. And I think this whole thing is just going to flip.
Look at this number.
You know,
Look at this number. So this is our first number that we're showing here from Pennsylvania. And they've got 7% of the vote in. And Biden is up by 55.2 points. Look at that number. 388,000 to 108,000 for Trump. Come on. That is as ridiculous as it gets. I mean, this is what they're reporting now, and I wonder if they're running on this on CNN, Fox News, and other stuff like that, saying that Biden's ahead by 50 points in Pennsylvania. I mean, that is just ridiculous. But notice that Trump is now up by 2.7% in Florida. So the gap is continuing to widen for Trump in Florida, which makes sense. And actually, if Trump wins Florida by 3 or 4 points, I don't think there's any way possible that he can lose this election unless they just completely cheat. I mean, they would have to cheat so hard and so blatantly that to overcome that, because every single election since 2000 has been really close in Florida, and we all remember what happened in 2000. I mean, I was riveted that year to everything that was going on for those weeks with the hanging chads and the remember that famous picture of the guy looking at the thing from the bow into the light to see whether or not somebody's intent was to vote for Al Gore. Where there was a dimple, remember the dimples that, there was a slight impression into it, and therefore there's an intent to vote. I mean, these people were trying to cheat so hard back then, but if they're trying to cheat now, it's not going well for them in Florida, because it looks like they've got some watchers out there that are trying to protect Florida, because Florida is way up for Trump. For Florida, 2.7 points is gigantic. Let's be honest. That's huge for Florida.
right, man. Like I said before, we're watching for all this stuff now. We're all awake now. And so you have Trump with probably twice the amount of support that he had before. And so Trump is twice as strong than he was in 2016. And you got a candidate going up against Trump that's twice as weak as the candidate that went up against him in 2016. So how can these things be? I can't believe any of these numbers I'm looking at. None of them. I can't believe any of them. They're all lies.
Well,
there's no way there's that many people voting for Biden.
Well, look. I mean, I hear you. I mean, the question is like, how can people actually vote for Biden? But you also have to remember, I think you hit on it about an hour ago, that there's this thing called the low information voter. They simply don't read anything. They don't watch anything. They don't understand really much that's going on. They go into the ballot box, the ballot booth, and they see the D, and they put an X by them. And that's all, and that's what they do, because they've been told and been conditioned in order to vote Democrat. So I don't understand how you could actually vote for Biden unless you were on the take for him and were getting a job, or you were in the federal government and you're like, oh, this is going to be better for Biden because he's going to expand the federal government, he's going to give me more money and blah, blah, blah. But if you're just a regular citizen, how could you possibly vote for Joe Biden knowing how much corruption that he's involved with, knowing what he thinks about all these races, and knowing what he's going to do when he is going to put Bernie Sanders in as labor secretary and has already promised to dump President Trump's tax cuts. He said he was going to eliminate them all. And then in the same sentence, he said he wasn't going to raise taxes on anybody who was making less than $400,000. Well, how do you do that at the same time? How do you have, you take away the tax cuts and you don't raise taxes for anybody over $400,000 or under $400,000? How do you do those simultaneously when the tax cuts affected people under $400,000? It sounds like the Rain Man to me. Do you want to go with Charlie Babbitt? Yeah. Do you want to stay here? Yeah. I mean, it's like the same thing. It's like you can't have it both ways. I mean, either you're going to raise taxes or you're not going to raise taxes. I mean, you can't say you're going to take away the tax cuts and not raise taxes. That's the Rain Man. This person doesn't even know what he's talking about at that point. How can you vote for somebody who stays in his basement, who doesn't come out, when they campaign, they say gaffes and they say things that are just factually inaccurate every single time, and is corrupt as the day is long. And he can't keep up with any of these foreign leaders. Are you kidding me? He can't even come out of his basement to do anything. How is he going to be able to go over to Europe and try to convince them to pay more into NATO? Well, Donald Trump did that, but Biden never did. And Biden wants to get back in the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Are you kidding me? That is going, and the Paris Climate Agreement, he wants to get back in. And he wants to give Iran more money, okay? Mm-hmm. He wants to give them more money. He already gave them billions and billions of dollars. I believe almost $2 billion in hard, cold cash on a plane. You know, snakes on a plane. This was greenbacks on a plane. I mean, this you cannot make this stuff up. And what did Iran do with it? Then they gave it to their proxies and they started bombing people. I mean, we're the ones who are funding it ultimately. Mm-hmm. Bob, when does this stop?
That's you know what, Kevin, is all I see right now is, will we see the fullness of God's will in this country? Will we see the fullness of His will? We say the Lord's Prayer, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, and thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Okay? So here we have to pray the fullness of God's will. So can it be that there is a plan A and a plan B that God's waiting for right now? The Bible says, my people shall humble themselves and pray. I will hear from heaven. I will heal the land. Okay? So there is a dynamic here that I can't understand. But the 7-year tribulation is hinging on this election right now. Everything you're saying right now, Kevin, I get it. It is far out there. It is so corrupt. It blows your mind because you're like, how can these people do this stuff? How can they do it? But the fact of the matter is, they're just lawless people. They're Luciferians. All right? They are the ones that are going to stay here and try to side with Satan, and they're going to be burnt up during the tribulation. And right now, we're looking at an election where God's basically looking at the world, looking us here in this nation right now, and say, hey, are you guys ready to go to the tribulation, or are you ready to stay a little bit longer, fight a little bit longer, and have the fullness of my will be done? because I believe the fullness of God's will is another Trump presidency. The fullness of his will. But if his people will not humble themselves and pray, then what we're going to get is we're going to get half of his will, maybe a quarter of his will. And that's basically a Biden presidency that maybe won't be enough to to kill us all and throw us into concentration camps, but it'll certainly make it difficult for us here at the church to operate while we're here. Now, it could be a Biden presidency that's kind of watered down, where God can slow down Kamala Harris and their new Green Deal, or will it be a Biden presidency of the whole slingshot effect?
Right.
Where, the slingshot effect, we've been pushing them back and back and back and back with all their wickedness and corruptness into a corner. But this slingshot, we're pushing them back in the slingshot. And once we're removed, that slingshot can come flying right back, full speed, right where it was, right past where it started. And they're going to undo everything that Trump did with lightning speed in this country. And they're going to go after, they're just going to pass laws. If you're a Christian, put them in prison, put them in prison, put them in prison.
Yeah.
We already see the attitude for it. We already see the attitude from all of them for it.
True.
And right now, like I said before, we're looking at a battle between a tribulation-type government here in the United States or the pre-tribulation-type government, which would be Trump's administration.
Interesting.
A tribulation government or a pre-tribulation government.
Well, that's interesting. So basically, let's go back to us for a second here on camera. So we're here at 9 o'clock, just past 9 o'clock Eastern, and we're watching this election unlike probably any other, because we're looking at results in key states, and we're going to look at a lot more results coming up here pretty shortly, just to see where we're at. But it takes a little while for these things to come in, and the things change constantly. So it's almost a fool's errand to even pay attention to certain things. But there is one thing that is actually becoming apparent, and that is, it looks like Trump is going to win Florida. He is now actually up 3.3% with 90% in. I mean, this is going to be a tough road for Joe Biden to win this state. I just don't see it happening at this point. I don't think anyone's called it yet. I'm not going to be the first one to call it. I can tell you that. But what I can tell you,
He's going to win.
Well,
he's going to win, man. I don't care what anybody says about me. He's going to win.
All right. That's awesome. I mean, I'm with you on that. I'd like to have just a few more percent come in, maybe even to get to 99% of the vote in, I think, in showing. But at a certain point, it's not going to be even feasible for Joe Biden to overcome. He's got 350,000 votes. I mean, for Florida, that might as well be 6 million. I mean, Florida hinges on a nice edge. And let's look again at Miami-Dade, and just let's take a look here. Trump's actually getting closer. I mean, he's only down by 76,000 votes in Miami-Dade. I mean, the Democrats take that place for granted, and obviously have, and it's come to bite them back in the butt right here, because they usually are up by 200,000 or 300,000 votes in Miami-Dade. Okay, no joke, and that usually puts them within competitive striking distance. But look at this. 53.6% to 45.9%. I mean, come on. Trump is killing it there. Now, Broward County is also a ridiculously high population of Democrats that vote there as well. But as you can see, he's still pulling in 34.7%. Normally in Broward County, a Republican will pull less than 30%. You look historically, and that's just a simple fact. And you've got 95% now reporting. They're not going to get many more. Democrats aren't going to get many more votes out of that. I don't think they're going to be able to cover it. Look, Palm Beach County, Trump has got 43.3% there. That's like Hollywood. That's where all those liberal crazies live. And you saw them in 2000. They were nuts. They were looking at Chads like no, you know, and hanging dimples and all kinds of stuff like no tomorrow. Notice that Polk County is saying 0% reporting with 189,000 in there. Trump should be winning Polk County pretty heavily, which is great. Osceola County, Biden is a suburb there of Orlando. Here's Orlando, basically in Orange County, and of course Biden is trouncing Trump in Disneytown, which should not surprise anybody because anybody who's in Disneytown is pretty much afraid to death to having Trump and the FBI under Trump after he gets rid of all the bad people. He's in the process of getting rid of the swamp. You heard him. He says, I didn't really realize how deep this swamp is. But if he starts doing that, all the pedophiles there in Disneytown are going to get thrown in jail. So they all want Biden to win because Biden's one of them. I'm not saying that Biden's a pedophile, just in case anybody's monitoring this and wants to kick me off of YouTube. But I'm just saying that, you know, he does have a propensity to sniff young women's hair.
Hey, Kevin, you said you wanted to share some other people's commentaries during the show?
Yeah, please do.
Because I got the one video here from Dr. Steve Turley, and I've been watching for a long time. He's a very reputable source, and he has a video here called "Florida Will Be Just Fine. Stop Worrying," and another one where he talking about Florida, Trump won Florida or something like that. Want me to send you a link so that you can put them up? And what do you want to do?
Need to share your screen and put it up, or no?
Let's see here. Let's see here. Turn on caption present now. What's that present now?
Technical difficulties. Now I'm asking you to do the impossible, which is attempt to do something. But you can't. I mean, you're on this meet, so anything that you have up on your computer on a tab or whatever, you can go ahead and share your screen, and it will it'll display.
Well, let's see what happens then. Okay. Hold on a second. Because I like this guy. He's very encouraging.
In the meantime, hold on one second. Before you do that, in the meantime, I want to check and make sure that I still have, okay. I wanted to make sure my phone wasn't actually running down and that it wasn't going to go to 0, but it's at 66% and it went from 55 to 66. So we're on the phone here. We're looking really good. People can hear you. I'm so glad we got this thing situated and working. Unfortunately, Vanessa has kind of been left in the dust because of this, and I apologize if Vanessa, if you're watching, we love you and we miss you, and we would love to have your perspective, if at all possible. If you could just, you know what, Bob, why don't you go ahead? Well, you know what, this is not going to work out. You can't talk because I'm going to try to. What I'm going to try to do, I'm wondering if I can get another call going here. And if I could somehow call her and get her into this.
I pull a video up here. I can see it on my computer, but I don't hear nothing. Is it because I'm in the show right now?
Well, one thing you have to do with the Google Meet is you got to go to Present Now.
Okay, now I got it.
Yeah.
So this guy's pretty positive, but I like what he has to say here.
Yeah, well, unfortunately,
The mailbox is full. I cannot.
wow, that's not good. Well, unfortunately, Vanessa, I attempted to give her a call, but she's not answering it. So anyway, I'll put you back over here, Vanessa. If you want, you can reach out and attempt to call or whatever. But I can't even read anything. Well, let me see if she texted me real quick, because I really would like to get Vanessa on here if at all possible. She says she's charging her phone. It's dead. She'll come in at full charge. Great. I will. Let me just say I will call you to come in so we can hear you. So anyway, yeah, let's try to get Vanessa back on. That would be a blessing if we can get her in. She's charging up her phone right now. So she started, I think, 20 minutes ago or so. But look, this is going to be a later night anyway. This is going to be a late night. We're going to be here for a while. Bob, hope you weren't going to bed early because this is not going to be an early night. I suppose you could bail out if you want to at any time, but I think you're in it for the long haul, just like I am. Because I mean, this is going to be this is going to be a long night, I think, and I think that we might even be able to get a winner out of this. And the reason why is because of Florida. I mean, Florida is really amazing right now. Let's go back real quick to Florida. The results. Trump is still up by 3.3% in Florida, and that's with 90% of the vote counted. Let's just run through these pretty quickly here. Okay, so here we go. We got North Carolina with 78% of the vote counted. Trump is down by 140,000 votes. He's only down by 3.1%. Remember, it was 5.5% before. So now he's down by 3.1%. So he is closing the gap, and he's closing it quickly. I mean, it went from 69% to 78%. So it only went 9%. But he closed up 2% already, so check that out. I mean, it's getting tighter in North Carolina as expected. I would not be surprised to see Trump win in North Carolina. A Republican really hasn't lost there in quite some time, but it's becoming more and more and more blue with people from the blue states moving into North Carolina. Notice here, Pennsylvania, still ridiculous. Pennsylvania is the most ridiculous. Okay, look at it. Pennsylvania, mark my words, is the Florida of 2020. I mean, Florida, how it was in 2000, that's Pennsylvania today. They're incompetent, they're inept, and they're crooks. Okay, they're big crooks up there in Pennsylvania. And I'm telling you right now, Trump is losing by 53.7%. So he's made up a little bit of ground. But how ridiculous is Pennsylvania with 9% of the vote counted? You see how important Pennsylvania is and what they do? They know that Pennsylvania is important. And let's go to Michigan. Take a look at this. 16% of the vote in. Donald Trump is winning by 16.9%. So Trump is having a good run right now in Michigan. Here's what Michigan looks like. A sea of red with only, it looks like this is where Detroit is on this side. No, I guess Detroit's in Wayne County. I don't know what Detroit is. Maybe it's in Wayne County. But you're looking at one county there, and in the Upper Peninsula, you're looking at one county here. But look how early that is. The Upper Peninsula is not going to go to Biden. Okay, the Upper Peninsula is going to all go to Trump. This thing's going to change to red because you only got 5% in. So I mean, look at this place. Michigan is killing it for Trump right now. I mean, that's amazing. Look at this one. So we already called Kentucky. That was the first state that was called. Kentucky's been called for Trump long ago, even with only 28% of the vote in. We can refresh that page and see if anything's changed, but I don't think anything's changed. There's a stupid ad that keeps on coming up whenever I refresh. Let me quickly do that. There we go. Okay, here we go. I guess refresh it. Take a look. We got new numbers here for Kentucky. Pretty solid numbers. 88% of the vote in. Donald Trump has destroyed Biden by a full 25.9% right now. I mean, 62.1 to 36.2 in Kentucky. That's gigantic. And look at McConnell. McConnell. They call it for McConnell already. So McConnell is gonna win. He's either gonna be the speaker. The Senate Majority Leader or the Senate Minority Leader, depending on whether or not the Democrats take the Senate. But I mean, he's winning by 19 points. They were saying McGrath had a chance. Okay, if McGrath has a chance and that's the deal, it's looking like a red wave at this point. So we'll swap to take a look and see how things are going. But I just wanted to give people where we're at right now in terms of those key states, and then you can go ahead and you can start talking about the visions that people were having, I'm gonna go ahead and give you the floor, and I'm gonna pull up some other things, some other battleground states, some Senate seats, some other kind of races, and we'll be able to take a look at some of those numbers here at just about 9:20 Eastern time. Maybe by 9:30 we can start looking at those numbers again. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the grid up here so that you're gonna be pretty much front and center and full screen on there, spotlight you.
Yeah, I want to share that. I want to share that video from Dr. Turley.
Go for it.
Okay, well, let's see. Where am I at?
Present now. You see where it says present now?
Where am I at? Oh, here I am. There I am. Okay. So if I share my entire screen.
Yep.
Okay. I'm not used to doing this. Hold on a second here.
That's right.
Let's see here.
All right. Well, I'm going to fade it. I'm going to fade to you as soon as you get that up. And for right now, we'll just keep it on this on the election results. We're going to take a look here. North Carolina has another update. They just got 1 more % in, and now Donald Trump is only down by 2.5%. So it went from 5.5% to 2.5% in just 11% of the vote. So you can see that they're absolutely trying to somehow suppress this stuff, and they're showing only the Democrat stuff at the beginning. But now the truth is starting to come out. Now all of a sudden, you got Trump up by 3. Hello, Bob, you still there? What happened to your screen?
I clicked off. I'll be right back.
Okay, that's okay. People are still watching. I cannot see you in the meet. The people aren't seeing the meet right now. They're only seeing election results. So we're seeing North Carolina starting to get tightened up, right? This is exactly what we thought we were going to see. And I just want to keep everybody in reminder here. Take a look at this. This right here is the electoral map that they said that was going to happen before the election started. I wanted to keep this up the entire night because this is what they said the consensus said. Look at you're viewing 2020 consensus. I have not refreshed the page because they may try to scrub it or take it or change it and try to pretend like they're somebody else that they actually are. But if you take a look at this, then you're basically looking at what they said was going to happen with even these toss-up states. They already had Joe Biden winning the election, so go figure that one out. They already got. I think they're going to be wrong on Michigan. I think Trump's going to take Michigan. I think he's going to take Wisconsin too. Actually, I do, and I also think he's got a chance at Minnesota. But I mean, they're giving. They gave Nebraska. What did they give? Nebraska 2? Yeah, Nebraska 2, which is Omaha. They've already given that to the Democrats on this thing. Well, there's no way. They've also given Maine 1, which is fine, and they've given Maine to Biden, which is probably true as well. But I mean, Pennsylvania already given that to him? Come on. That's pretty crazy. And also giving them Michigan and Wisconsin as well? And Nebraska too? No. I mean, I think they've jumped the gun on that big time. But basically, Trump's down by 2.5% with 20% of the vote still left to come in. And then you've got Florida, which just had another update, 91% now in. And Trump is still 360,000 votes ahead. Here in Pennsylvania, we do have an update. Take a look. 13% of the vote in, so we got 4% more of the vote in, and Trump has narrowed the lead from a whopping 55 points down to now he's only down by 28.6. So he's starting to get tightened up there. Obviously, what first came in was, I mean, it must have been. I mean, look, it had to have been down here in Philly. I mean, there's no other. Is there any other explanation for it? I guess it's off the screen. People can't necessarily see it, but let me just widen this thing out a little bit. See if I can show that. No, unfortunately, just can't get widened up there. But let me just say that Pennsylvania is just yet another one of those things where they're trying to manipulate the vote to make it look like Trump has no chance. But, as we can see as the night goes on, I think he's gonna win Pennsylvania. And look at Michigan. He's still winning in Michigan by quite a bit. I mean, granted, there's not much of the vote in, but he's up by 16.9% there. Yeah, no, he's having a good run there. We already called Kentucky long ago. Now take a look at we're going to take a look here at what the USA Today has already called. Okay, so USA Today, the only reason why I'm using this mainstream media stuff is because they are being excruciatingly careful tonight. They're not going to call anything for Trump for sure, and they're going to be reluctant even to call it for Biden, unless it's just like obvious that he's won. So we'll take a look here. So we've got the popular vote right now, which is pretty amazing, is actually going to Donald Trump. So Donald Trump is ahead in the popular vote by about almost 700,000 votes, which is, he's doing really well considering a lot of those votes are on the eastern seaboard, right? I mean, those votes are from New York as well. Now, granted, when California comes in, we'll see what happens, because last time California went for Hillary Clinton by 4.5 million votes. And if you recall, Donald Trump lost the popular vote by 2.8 million votes. So without California, Donald Trump wins the popular vote in the entire United States. Will that happen again this year? Will it be 4.5 million votes extra for Biden over Trump in California? I don't think so. We saw that car.
I'll be right back, Kevin.
You got-
Right back. Okay.
You saw that car parade, and you saw the march in Beverly Hills. I mean, people are motivated in California. Now, whether or not it's 4.5 million to tip the scales and go red, that's a whole different story. But take a look at this. So we got their states to watch as we've been doing it pretty much. We've got Florida. We got Trump's ahead in Florida by 2.5. He's down in Pennsylvania, but only 12% of the vote. In North Carolina, we're watching that closely, and look, there's been another update, which only puts him down here by 1.9% now. Remember, it was 5.5% just about a half an hour ago. So we're getting really close here in North Carolina. Apparently, Ohio is going for Biden right now, which is a pretty big surprise if that holds, because Ohio has been predominantly Republican for Trump quite a bit. But you'll notice that that he is down in Ohio. However, just take a look at that. This was 47.9 to 50.8. And now it's at 50.5 to 48.2. So just in that short period of time, 0.3% has swapped over to Trump. And we're only talking about 64% of the vote. And it's very possible that a lot of these counties that are Republican just haven't come in yet. That Hamilton County is only at 7%. Delaware County is only at 23%. Franklin County is only at very, very low. Montgomery County, though, has 36% in. Wayne County, these counties actually, this is up here, Wood County and so forth. Lorain County, that one's pretty much neck and neck. This one's at 100% reporting, Summit County, and Biden clearly won that county easily. Not exactly sure what's in Summit County, but that's pretty much what's going on there. But you'll notice that it's starting to tighten up there in Ohio. It's getting closer and closer, 50.5 to 48.2. And then here are the county results. We probably don't need to go through all those counties. If you guys care about any county in particular, you can go check those out. Yeah, those are just a bunch of counties. Here's the Summit County. Summit County went big time for Biden, but Trump has won that county. Trump's winning that county. Trump's winning that county. So you're seeing that Trump's actually winning a lot of counties, but some of the bigger cities, again,
are going for the Democrat, Joe Biden, as normal. That's what they pretty much do. These bigger cities just go for the Democrat, and then they wonder why nothing's getting better. So take a look. We'll go back to Michigan, see if anything's changed there. With 18% of the vote count, we've got now notice it's 57.3 to 40.8, so it's still tightening up there in Michigan. Here's Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is a disaster. It's going to be a disaster for probably weeks. Hopefully, it won't hinge on that vote in order to put to figure out who a winner is. Here's North Carolina. We know we're still at the same 1.9. So let's go back to these overall results. Here's Texas. Let's take a look at Texas for the first time. All right. So we got Texas, the presidential results. We got 63% of the vote in. And Joe Biden has a narrow lead by 0.5% over Donald Trump in Texas with 63% of the vote in. Notice that most of Texas is red, but you do have certain counties which are absolutely going to go for Biden. And these counties are, down in the south here. However, this county, Kennedy County, is just barely, you got 100% in. Got 127 votes for Trump. So you have quite a few here. Harris County, of course, is barely, well, it's not barely, but I mean, the 13.4% for Biden in Harris County, which is not really good for him, to be honest with you. So Trump is actually not doing that poorly. Bexar County is for Biden a little bit. Hayes County is for Biden a bit. Williamson County is for Biden, just barely. So let's see here. Let's try to get into. Looks like these counties haven't reported yet. So yeah, so we're gonna have to wait around for Texas a little bit more. But right now it is very, very close in Texas. Let's take a look. Is there any more? That was Michigan. Let's take a look at. Look at Georgia. Let's take a look at Georgia. So the Democrats thought that they had a really good chance in Georgia, right? They thought that they were going to go ahead and they might win Georgia. But let's just take a look. And Donald Trump is destroying Joe Biden by a full 13.1% in Georgia. I mean, that is really big. I mean, the Democrats actually thought they had a chance here in Georgia, but I just don't see it. I just don't see it. It doesn't really make much sense. It doesn't make much sense. Take a look at this. I mean, you got to be kidding me. He's up by 13.1% in Georgia. I mean, that's quite a bit, to be honest with you. That's a lot more than what I thought. Let's take a look at a couple of the, if we can, let's take a look at a couple of the Senate races and see if they have the Senate races reporting here, because there are a couple of Senate races that actually make a difference. No, it looks like it's just the presidential one. So that's kind of unfortunate. I was hoping that we could get some, maybe it's just the presidential. Yeah, it's just the presidential. So anyway, we'll see. But Trump's doing very, very well in Georgia right now, up by 13.1%. We just went through Texas. He's down. Trump is down by 0.5%. Biden is up slightly there. But once again, with only 63% of the vote. Ohio, Joe Biden has a 2.3% lead over President Trump. However, there's only 64% of the vote in there. So we'll see how that one goes over as the night goes on. There's still 18% in Michigan, and Donald Trump is way ahead in Michigan right now. We'll see if that holds. That would be gigantic for him. Pennsylvania is still a disaster with 14% coming in. Donald Trump has increased his lead again in Florida. He is up now by 3.5% and a full 364,000 votes. So we're talking about 3% or 4% in Florida is gigantic.
Bob, you weren't here, but we just looked at the Georgia numbers. Take a look at these numbers. With 43% in, Donald Trump is leading Joe Biden in Florida by 13.1%. I mean, he's killing him in Georgia. I mean, Georgia was supposed to be a tight. Listen, is it not on this stupid map, right? Oh, yes, it is. It's on this stupid map here as a toss-up. I mean, is it really a toss-up, though? I mean, when you're looking at 13 point something percent, now sure, only 43% are in. But, I mean, come on, you don't normally see a toss-up with 13 point something percent. In Texas, neck and neck, too. So, just wanted to let you know about that. Michigan, he's winning. And I say he, meaning the president, Donald Trump is winning in Michigan. Only 18% are in, so that's not much. But he's winning in there, and take a look at this. This is the first time we're going to take a look at this number. This is from Wisconsin. Wisconsin is yet another battleground state. And Wisconsin, with only 15% of the vote in, Donald Trump is up 53.4 to Joe Biden's 45.1. So 8.3% Donald Trump is up right now in Wisconsin, which just, I believe, yesterday or the day before, the New York Times said that Joe Biden had 11-point lead. And if I recall, about a month ago, the Washington Post said that Joe Biden had a 17-point lead. and President Trump laughed about that too. He says, I don't think so. I don't think he's got a 17-point lead in Wisconsin. There's no way. 17 points in Wisconsin when Trump won it last time? Bob, these pollsters are
liars.
They're not just liars. I think they're criminal. I think they're criminal.
They have to tell the truth eventually. And they're going to tell the truth probably around 12:05 tonight. That's when they'll tell the truth.
I love it.
You know why? Because they can't ruin their credibility for the next election.
No.
If they're way off, then they're like, we can't use you guys. You guys are way up. You're not a reliable poll. We can't use you. Oh, we can't have that. So they're going to readjust them. You'll start seeing it now. They're going to start pulling the drain on Biden.
Yeah.
They're going to start pulling the drain on him now. They kept him afloat as long as they can, but now they got to tell the truth. And I believe it's a dynamic where Jesus said, every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess. Okay? And that's what's happening to them right now. You know what's funny that Biden, he just confessed that they had this big, huge, fraudulent voting campaign thing, the biggest one in history. Did you hear that? See that video?
Oh, you
He just started talking.
Oh, you watched my video earlier today because I put a video up that had all his quotes, and one of the quotes was, "We've arranged the most effective and what was it? I don't remember exactly. Hold on a second. I do have the quote up here somewhere, maybe. But I mean, it was basically just like, we've organized the most effective fraudulent campaign in American history.
Yeah. So he started saying it, but he's like, it's almost like he was like throwing it up. He was forced to say it. He didn't want to say it, but he kept on talking, and he just said it. He couldn't stop himself.
Yeah,
I believe that's...
Have you noticed that about him? Is that he actually does tell the truth sometimes, and he catches himself while telling the truth. It's almost like God is forcing him to tell the truth, like in Liar Liar. And Trump even had that little clip during the rallies of Biden saying a whole bunch of stuff, and then the liar guy is like, because he can't say a lie, you know? It's amazing.
Yep. And right now, these polls, the same dynamic happening here as well. And that's what the Holy Spirit showed me, the same dynamic. They have to tell the truth eventually. And right now, they're slowly starting to do like, okay, we can't hold you up anymore, Biden. And they're sinking now. So now you'll watch these polls. Trump's going to start pulling away now. And as you're watching right here, he's going to start pulling away everywhere right now. And once again, who's voting for Biden? How is it possible that Biden's having the same exact numbers as Trump? Right. But nobody shows up to his rallies. Yeah. Nobody. And you have 50,000 people at any given time, give or take, showing up to Trump rallies. How is it that all the Biden supporters, knowing that this
this election was so important that they didn't bother showing up to support their candidate. You know? So that goes to show you these numbers are way off. It's going to be a landslide.
I mean, are these
Just a landslide.
Bob, my question to you is this. Are these people who vote for Biden, who were never at any of the rallies or whatever, are they just inside and just deathly afraid of the coronavirus, and that's why you never see them? And so they all mailed in their ballots because that was safe, and then they can hide behind their curtains and vote for Biden. I mean, whereas the Trump people are definitely not hiding behind anything. I mean, they are out in mass, in gigantic numbers, supporting their candidate.
Yeah, yeah, you're absolutely right. There are some people that were afraid, but not that many people. Not that many. Oh, come on now. That's all lies. These you don't watch these things, these polls is totally flipped. And my wife thought that.
Say, come on, man.
Yeah, come on, man. He's going to win. Watch it. Watch right here. He's going to win Florida. And how much longer do we have to wait before we know for sure that he won Florida? How long do you think we got to wait for that?
Well, it's interesting because I mean it's getting pretty. They got 91% in, and there's like 360,000. Now it's at 380,000 votes. He's up. He increased his lead to 3.5% now. So I mean, we saw this. We've been watching this for well over an hour now. Probably close to 2 hours in Florida, where now we've seen this lead just increase. It's not going back down for Biden. It is only getting bigger. I mean, right now, only 6% of the vote in Maine, but Trump is ahead in Maine. I mean, if Trump wins Maine, this election is over. I mean, if he wins Maine, and if Susan Collins actually wins Maine, we'll take a look at the Senate in a little bit. But if Susan Collins wins Maine, then you know the Republicans have had their day in the sun. I mean, that is going to be a red wave. Because Susan Collins is a Republican, but she's kind of distanced herself from Trump a bit because her state is kind of leaning Democrat. And so she has to kind of like play by the rules of the Democrats a little bit. But let me tell you something. I've been alive on this plan for quite a while now, and I'll tell you one thing. If you try to appease the Democrats and think you're gonna make nice with them and they're gonna be, oh, this person's cool, this person's okay. No, that's not true. All they're gonna do is just gonna take more from you. Okay, you gotta hold your ground against these people. Trump is right. You fight force with force. President Reagan was right too back in the days when Berkeley all rioted and the guy asked him, hey, so are you going to negotiate with them? And Reagan said, negotiate? He said, we're not going to negotiate with these people. You can only fight force with force. He's absolutely right. If as soon as you kowtow to these people and you give them an inch, they're going to take 10 miles, not just one.
Absolutely. No, absolutely.
Let's take a look at some of these things. So New Hampshire, we got 19% of the vote in, which is hardly anything, and he's up by about 11.5%. Vermont has already been called for Joe Biden, which is not a surprise. Let's be honest. Joe Biden is a Democrat. Vermont are a bunch of lunatics up there. To be honest with you, they're very, very left up there. They're leftists. They're not liberals much anymore. They're just leftists because, when you look at Bernie Sanders, he's not even a Democrat in Vermont. I mean, he's an independent that caucuses with the Democrats. So, this guy is a socialist, to be honest with you, Bernie Sanders is. I think we got a better live stream. Is everyone enjoying this live stream right now? Can you hear Bob and I decently? And are we getting any kind of lag or anything like that? Because it looks like we're actually getting a pretty healthy stream right now. Anybody out there? Yes, I hear yes. That's yes is good. From Jeffrey Alpha. Thanks for coming here, Jeffrey. Keyshawn Esnard, audio is clear. Jair Silva, awesome video connection, good. Christy Durham, it's good. Gospel Kingdom website, you're speaking away from your mic sometimes, Kevin. Okay.
Can they hear me? Can they hear me pretty good? I gotta speak louder.
Okay, they're saying my volume is a little bit low, probably because I'm speaking this way. So I gotta speak more towards this here computer. Actually, what I could probably do now that we have you on the phone, I can actually probably take this a little bit closer, and so they can hear me a little bit better now too. So let's do that. Let's re-plug in my phone. Disaster. Okay, there we go. That should be a little bit better. Okay, now I'm going to replug in my phone so we don't lose you and everything. There we go. All right, so that should actually be a better audio. Here, let me just move this a little bit like that, and that should give us really good audio. All right, so that should be better. Yes, on Bob, loud and clear on you. All right, great. Looks like we're doing good here.
What do you guys? I know we've been talking here, but is there somebody out there right now that wants to talk about something involving right now this election that we haven't talked about yet? Something you want to talk about, something you want to hear us talk about right now. So I'll give you a minute or so. Somebody want to put in the comment section there. And any questions, comments, something you want us to talk about right now, something you want us to confirm for you right now, whatever. So just please put that in there, and I'll be looking for that, all right?
Yeah, definitely. All right, so take a look here. So Rhode Island has been called for Joe Biden. However, if you take a look at the numbers, Donald Trump is ahead in Rhode Island with 32% of the vote counted, and they've already called it for Joe Biden. How can you do that? How can you call it for Joe Biden? Now, he might win Rhode Island. I mean, you'd think that he would. But if there's a red wave that occurs, and it's like 1984, it's so funny, it's 1984, right? 1984, when Ronald Reagan won every single state except for Minnesota, and he didn't win Washington, D.C., of course, because a Republican will never win Washington, D.C., because those people are so corrupt there, they just want to live in their own muck. But take a look at that. Donald Trump is ahead by 10.4 points in Rhode Island with 32% of the vote, and they've called it for Joe Biden. I mean, I'm not going to call it for Joe Biden. Sorry, I'm not calling that one for Joe Biden, not yet. They've also called Connecticut for Joe Biden. They've called Massachusetts for Joe Biden. They've called Vermont for Joe Biden. They didn't call New Hampshire for Joe Biden yet, which is interesting. Of course, they've called New York, and New York is 19% in. Joe Biden is trouncing Donald Trump in New York, which makes sense because they all love Cuomo's, and apparently they love killing people in nursing homes there. I don't think that's a good move. Here's New Jersey. They called it for Biden. Pennsylvania is once again a disaster, but look at the numbers. Donald Trump is pulled within 7 points of Pennsylvania just in a few minutes. He was down by 55 points. Remember, he was down by 55. I mean, this is crazy. Here's Delaware. Joe Biden's stomping grounds. He loves to hang out in his basement in Delaware. He rarely goes outside. And I don't know. Did anybody see? Let me just put this back on. Let me just put this back on you and me. Let me pull up the grid here. Oh wait, somebody's trying to get in. Somebody was trying to get in to our live stream. I would love whoever that is. Please attempt to get in, because if it's Robert Hagan, I'll be more than happy to invite you in. But I'm going to need to give you a call on the telephone for us to be able to hear you.
Hey, how about this? Jason Graves said here, and I wanted to touch base on this before. He talked about, says, lately I've been wondering, what do you think about the anniversary of Noah's flood being tomorrow? I don't know if you heard of that. Just recent curiosity of mine. Does that have something to do with the Enoch calendar or something?
No,
What's up?
I don't think that has to do with the Enoch calendar. I think that just has to do straight up with the calendar. Although I think it is flipped though, right, from the spring to the fall. So I think they flipped it, right? Was it the second month, the 27th day or something like that regarding that? So if that's the case, then I think they're trying to flip it. You know, to speak about the Enoch calendar was not written by Enoch. I mean, a lot of those books of Enoch, some of the text was actually written much later on, in like 150 BC. In addition to that, the Enoch calendar is only 364 days long in a year. So you're going to have a problem very quickly about it getting out of sync. And the book of Jasher actually talks about that and says, don't use the Enoch calendar because it gets out of sync. So you got to be careful with these calendars of things. And I'll tell you, you know, the one true calendar that you absolutely, sorry, the 17th day, you're right, Jason, it's not the 27th day, it's the 17th day of the second month. Now, there's one thing you got to remember. There is one calendar you absolutely 100% without a doubt can rely on. And that is the calendar that's in the stars, sun, and the moon right now. You can tell when a new month starts, okay? You know when a new month starts because you see the moon. When you see the moon, you know that the month has started. Okay? And when you see the moon, that doesn't mean that the day is actually started. Because the day starts when you see the third magnitude, middle magnitude star in the sky. And you have to remember the belt of Orion is like is a middle magnitude. That's why. The belt of Orion has 3 middle magnitude stars in it, in its belt. Those are all three magnitude stars, a middle magnitude. And when you see all 3, that means that it's nighttime, which means that it's a new day because night starts the day. Right? In the Jewish calendar, the night, when it becomes night, it's actually a new day. And you can tell it's a new day by looking at the 3 middle magnitude stars. That's why that song came up, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. See? So you got Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, and you got the third one, and you got yourself a new day. So if you see the new moon, and then you see the third middle magnitude star, bam, you got yourself a new month. Now, you also know when it's a new year because the new year happens 6 months basically after the barley harvest, and then the new moon has happened after that period of time. So the barley harvest is a key because if the barley's not ripe and the new moon comes, well, guess what? It's not a beep. In other words, you got to add in an extra month there. And that's why sometimes you have to add an extra month at the end of the calendar because 12 lunar cycles do not add up to a full solar year. That's why you're going to have an extra month in there every so often. But you can tell because the barley doesn't ripen. And then you can see 6 months after that, when that new year happens, 6 months after that's going to be the 7th month. And we all know what the 7th month is. The 7th month is a key month. It is absolutely a gigantic month. It is the month of Tishri, and the very first day of that month is the Feast of Trumpets. Many people believe that the Feast of Trumpets is either Jesus' second coming or the day of the rapture. So take that for what it's worth, but that's really the only calendar that you can rely on. Take a look at the moon and take a look at the barley harvest, and you'll be able to know which month that you're in immediately. This year, the barley was ripe, and therefore the people were saying, well, no, it wasn't, but it was, and there was reports that it was. So the Feast of Trumpets was on the 18th of September of this year, which means that the it's supposed to be the 17th of the month was supposed to be the beginning of the 8th month, but guess what? It wasn't. The moon wasn't sighted in Israel. It was 1 day delayed. And so that month went to 30 days, which is somewhat unusual, but it went to 30 days. And then the first day of the 8th month was also on the 18th, which means that today being the 3rd, you're looking at the 15th. So, you got the 28th, was that 13th, 14th? 15th? Today's actually the 16th. And actually, since we've gone into the nighttime, it's already the 4th in Israel. So you're looking at the 17th day of the 8th month. And why people say the Enoch calendar is because it's actually swapped, because that's before the flood, right? And the flood changed everything and basically swapped everything. So that's probably a pole shift. You got to think, right? I mean, that's probably what happened then. That's why, you get basically winter turned to summer and then spring turned to fall. You got a flip there. So it makes sense that the poles would shift in a cataclysmic, event that basically opened up the floodgates, literally. And you got yourself that. So is it the 2nd month and the 17th day? Or is it the 8th month and the 17th day? I mean, it's the 2nd month and the 17th day in terms of being a new year, if you count it starting at the Feast of Trumpets. So yeah, this could be, a 2nd month, 17th day today. And that's interesting, Bob, because you just mentioned that if Joe Biden wins this thing and they call it tonight or whatever, you're saying that the rapture could take place as soon as midnight tonight, for example.
Yeah, if that's the case, depending how God wants it, let us sit here and stew. But look at it this way: if the seal breaks, the dam breaks. Okay. So Trump's president, how are we going to be able to? Well, I shouldn't say that. So how are we going to be able to fight as a church here against Biden and his administration? The whole thing, if your whole nightmare scenario happens that you talked about earlier,
yeah.
How are we going to fight? I mean, how is that all going to work? As far as we in the church being, like I said, it's the government that must be in place for the tribulation to run this country. That's who these guys are. That's what they're getting ready for. Eventually, they're going to get in there and do this thing. So the way I see it,
system, right? That is the harlot system, correct?
yeah. So they're getting ready to do their thing, but the hand of the restrainer is still here. We're still here. So they cannot do that. So it's just, I really wish this night we just jump till tomorrow morning. I really wish we can. We can find out everything, but it's a slow moving train right now. And the information we're getting right now is just, I know they're lying about these polls. I think Biden's lead is half what it is. I mean, his numbers are half.
Nice.
I don't even know who could be voting for this guy. You can't have those. You can't. I'm just going back to the rallies. You didn't have the rallies to match these numbers. What proof does he have? What does this guy have to justify these numbers?
Give me one
The
second.
guy that hides.
Give me 1 second.
What's that?
I'm going to turn down. I'm going to turn down this light because I think it's pretty much blowing me out at this point. Let's see. Does that look a little bit better? Yeah, I think I was getting, there we go. I was getting blown out a little bit too much there. I was just all just like super bright white. But I think this is better. It's getting a little later, so let's put some mood lighting on because we're going to get into a festive mood here because we're going to start getting some more results coming through here. You're absolutely right, Bob. I mean, who in their right mind can call themselves a Christian and a Baptist preacher in the South and say that you support Biden? I mean, listen, Bob, we're talking about the denominations of the Christian church have just gone lunatic. They've gone progressive, completely off the rails.
Exactly. And what's happening right now is a simple
It's the ripening of the wheat from the terror. I have Christian friends that I thought were saved. I thought they were my friends. I thought we had the same morals and ethics. And once Trump came in, became president, all of a sudden, that all began to change. And I believe that since 2017, we entered into that final phase of the harvest where we could see who the tares are and we could see who the wheat are. Okay? Because the wheat and tares look the same. You ever look at them? Listen, they almost look the same. But once they start to ripen, okay, their true colors come out. And the tares are obvious. You know, they're ugly and disgusting. And basically, you know, that's what's happening right now is we are just being separated from the tares. The wheat's being separated from the tares. And I have Christian friends right now that they will support Biden. They believe in Biden. I'm like, the Christian litmus test. I'm like, it's a simple test. Do you support killing babies? Do you support killing unborn babies? And now that they want to do that whole thing where they want to kill children up to 5 years old now. So they really want to bring Moloch back. They really want to push this whole thing now. So, I mean, you give them an inch, they go a mile, okay? And every time they open their mouths to say one thing, there's somebody that gets more encouraged and speaks even worse than the first guy did. You know, just think about a narrative that these people are saying now over the airwaves now compared to where it was 8 years ago. The things that these leftists say now, you know, compared to what they were saying 8 or 10 years ago, it's night and day. And every single day it gets worse and worse and worse. And all I see now is just the narrative of this left. These are the people that will be here, that will execute a new world order that will kill Christians here during the tribulation. And if they're here, if they're in place right now, it doesn't mean that they're going anywhere. They're here because they're here for a reason at this time for a reason. So to say that we have 30 years ago, Kevin, that's ludicrous.
30 years?
These people are here.
Who says that we've got 30 years to go?
Yeah, it's ludicrous. I got people that believe it. I see people on my channel that believe that. I was like, you see how ripe these tares are? Look how ripe they are.
Yeah.
We don't have 30 years ago. These guys are ready to go now.
Well, we're
ready to go now.
And we're watching the fig tree as well, right? I mean, we're watching the fig tree. We're looking at Israel. Israel is in the middle of trying to make these peace deals, right? I mean, and yet they're getting threatened on all sides. I mean, 30 years? How is that going to go on 30 more years, Bob?
It won't.
And yet people on your channel are believing that. Well, you know what? Maybe you got a lot of foolish virgins there, and that they're not necessarily looking. They're kind of maybe they're lukewarm, but you know what? They're on your channel. They're actually looking at stuff. So maybe they'll come around, and maybe it's something like this that's going to take it where Joe Biden wins, and maybe who knows, or maybe God doesn't do that. Like you said, Trump wins, and then we're still able to preach the gospel. But it gets worse and worse and worse in terms of what they try to do in terms of persecution. But once again, the restrainer is still here holding it back. And then right before the election in 2024, the body of Christ is removed. And then you get just Democrat City basically after that. You get all Democrats winning in 2024, no Republicans whatsoever. And then you get just the worst time in history, because anybody left over that was possibly on the fence is going to get murdered by the harlot. And if they don't get murdered by the harlot, they're going to get beheaded by the beast system.
Right. And the fact is, there won't be any elections. There's just, everybody's gone. You know what? No one's here to stop us. Hey, everybody, communist nation now, we're in charge. We have a list of everybody here that didn't agree with us before. You're out of here. Quick, go to the house and kill them. And this is where we had dreams and visions of Chinese and Russian soldiers, UN soldiers going to people's homes, pulling them out, and shooting them dead. I think one of your one of your subs said that that's what will happen after the rapture.
Yeah.
I think he put that in the comment section here.
Right.
But that day is coming. They got laws and all that stuff in place right now that it's not being enforced right now. But all the stuff is being like passed right now where, you know, you can already see the practice of it through COVID, where they want to come into your home and basically the whole idea is just getting their foot in the door with coming into your home and taking you out and quarantining you. All right, that's just a foot in the door coming to your home and killing you. Okay, because they have the right to now. All of a sudden, they have the right to do it.
Wow.
You know.
I mean, can you imagine? You're so true. It's so true. We haven't even really talked about that much today. We haven't really even touched on it much. But I mean, you vote for Joe Biden, you're voting for just an extreme lockdown, are you not? I mean, you're voting for let's trust the science, but the science says put kids back in school. The science says if you wear a mask, you're more likely to contract the disease than not. The science says that the coronavirus is 1/2 the size of an oxygen molecule. If you can breathe through a mask, you're going to bring in COVID, are you not? I mean, I had it. I wore a mask.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you can breathe, then that molecule go right through that mask. So if air can pass through it, the virus can pass through it. So the masks don't work. You shouldn't be wearing them. You should really minute. Me personally, when I go in the store. We were just in a store. We were at a Target store today. And the entire time, I just walked about, not wearing a mask. My wife and my kids were doing it, not me. I had it around my neck, and I had a coffee with me. And they said you can't drink the coffee in the store either because of COVID. I said, what the heck is drinking coffee going to do to spread a disease? You know? So I purposely drank my coffee and didn't wear a mask the entire time in the store. You should have seen the looks I was getting from people. They're just mad. Already that mentality, that social engineering is going into the minds of these fools that will burn during the tribulation. These are the fools that are going to hunt down Christians because they're not conforming to this whole social, engineering thing that they've been doing, that they've been learning that they were fooled by, and they think this way is supposed to be, and anybody goes against it,
They were totally fooled by it, Bob. I mean, you're absolutely right. These people, look at the science, this and that. Fauci was right to begin with. He says, the mask is not going to help you, okay? And the Surgeon General also said it. And the next thing you knew, that was politically incorrect. And then everybody had to wear a mask, right? I mean, hydroxychloroquine is actually a very good medicine for this virus. But since Trump likes it, it can't be used. I mean, this is not science, people. This is political gamesmanship at people's lives' expense. Joe Biden, if he gets into office, he's going to lock people down again. He'll lock the economy down. That's what they're doing in Europe. They did it in Australia. They're still doing it in Australia somewhat. That's a mess. If you watch Sky News Australia, there's this one group called the Outsiders. They know what's up. They're like the smart people, right? They're like what you would call the late night Fox News hosts, right? Like Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity, Lauren Ingraham. Those three know what's up. They see it, they report it, and they're just like, this is the straight up truth. These people over here are lying. And that's exactly what those people do in Australia. So I enjoy watching them. But they're much funnier, actually, than Tucker and Hannity. And they all come out at the same time. So just think of it. If Tucker, Hannity, and Ingram were on at the same time and had a show, that's what that show is. Except they're funnier. I mean, so it's right. Great to watch them. And they cover a lot of the U.S. politics, too.
Look at Biden, what he wants to do. Just like you said, Kevin. He wants to lock the whole nation down. So if we're all locked down in our homes and confined to our homes, that gives the government all the power they need now to start executing everything under a Biden administration. If we're all locked in our homes, then they can come to your home and try to pull your guns. After they do all that, then you're still home. You have no freedoms. So now they can deplatform you, get rid of all the news. So that way you're still locked at home, right? Now they can come to your home and arrest you because they think you have COVID. And then after that, when they start doing all that, once you're all still locked in your homes because, Biden will never let you off the hook. You stay locked in your homes forever. So then eventually it leads to them coming to your home and killing you. Okay? It's just a process. It's just a slippery slope, downhill process. And basically what Biden's talking about, that's perfect. That's a perfect procedure to kill everybody in this country under Biden during the tribulation. That's a perfect scenario. I mean, if you had to imagine what this country would be like during the tribulation, Kevin, wouldn't it be under a Biden administration, everybody locked down in their homes and losing their freedoms, all the laws going away, guns taken away, people coming to your home and testing you for a virus, taking you away to FEMA camps, can't leave your house, anybody leaves, tries to flee, you'll be shot dead. And then eventually, once they get to the point where, you know what, we're moving along pretty good here, everybody's used to what we're doing, let's take it to the next step and just start going to their house and killing them. Wow. Slowly but surely start moving that thing forward.
That sounds terrible. I mean, but you know what? That sounds like the harlot system. That anybody that basically disagrees with them, they're going to put them to death. I mean, right. And ultimately, you can't buy or sell with the beast system when the beast turns on the harlot and devours her, and then sets up his own system that you have to worship him as well. I mean, at least the harlot system, you don't have to worship them. But I mean, but remember, they're drunk with the blood of the saints. So they're killing Christians for being Christian. I mean, and that's after the rapture. That is not before the rapture. These are tribulation saints that are being killed for their faith, and that the fifth seal martyrs are saying, "How long, O Lord? How long until you avenge our blood?" And you bring up a great point regarding vengeance and how they're calling for something different than what we're calling for, right? I mean, let's get into that in just a moment. Don't forget that, because Bob, you have a great message on that, of how when they call for vengeance, it's different than what we're looking for right now, right? Those people are looking for something different than what we're looking for. But let's just take a look at some of these results, because they're getting interesting, as they say. So right now, the mainstream media has decided that Joe Biden is up in the electoral vote, 131 to 98. Donald Trump is still up in the popular vote, but he's actually increased his margin up to 1.3, we'll call it 1.328 million. So he's up by 1.328 million. Now, of course, California can come out and just blow Trump out of the water with all their electoral votes. With all their votes. But remember, this presidential election is not about popular vote. The popular vote is meaningless. Is as meaningless as anything. You don't win the presidency based off of popular vote, which is why the popular vote number down here is so small, but the electoral college number is so big. The reason for that is because you have to win 270 electoral college votes. Every single state has themselves an electoral college voter, and they have certain numbers based off of population. And so all those electors basically are a vote for their candidate of choice. And of course, they pick electors that are going to vote for their candidate, the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. Sometimes you get people that are called, what are they called? Unfaithful electoral college electors. But that's very rare. I think 2 of them happened last time with Trump because they were just, woke idiots that rhinos, basically, right? Think of it, they're rhinos. But the point is that they pretty much get their votes in by the 7th, and at least by the 14th of December. And then on January 6th, the president of the Senate, Mike Pence, is going to read the votes. Now, if there's a discrepancy There could be a discrepancy. There could be a governor that sends in a slate of electors on the Democrat side, for example, in Pennsylvania, and then the legislature votes, and they vote to send in the Republican ones. So Pence could actually get two slates of electors and have to decide which one to take. Well, if he takes the Republican side, what are the Democrats going to do? They're going to freak out. They're going to raise, you know what, raise Cain. But what if and Pence is not going to take the Democrat electors? Come on. So, I mean, this is not, listen, just because you think it might be over tonight, and we might even call it tonight, other people might call it tonight, you don't know. I mean, they could go all the way and just still send the electors to them, even though it appears as though Trump has won the state. The governor, the Democrat governor, could say, nope, he didn't, and send off electors to that. See, these people just can't lose, and we've talked about that, Bob. We've talked about that people think they're in such deep trouble that they really simply can't lose. I mean, they can't. They'll go to jail. They might be hung for treason. They might be shot for treason at Gitmo. Who knows? The point is that nothing. I mean, these people did commit. I think they committed treason. It certainly seems like that. They did. They did some things there. Now notice, Florida's not reporting anymore. So just notice, still 380,000 votes. Still, what was it? It was 3.5% with 91% reporting. He's up by 3.5%. So they haven't reported a vote there in like a half an hour now. Okay. So we're at 10. Oh man. Yeah, no, they're stopped reporting Florida. Look at Pennsylvania. Guess who's in the lead in Pennsylvania? That's right, Donald Trump's in the lead in Pennsylvania. He's leading by 4 points. Okay, Donald Trump was down by 55 points with 9% of the vote counted. Now with 3 times of that, 27%, now all of a sudden he's up by 4%.
You see what they're doing here? It's like, okay, we're 10% of the way here, and all of a sudden, well, they count all the Biden votes first, and then, how they lie, trickery. Like, well, technically he's in the lead. Technically he's in the lead.
And why they're doing that is they're trying to suppress the vote in the West so that people don't go and vote in Arizona, so they don't go and vote in Nevada, because, I mean, those states are crucial too if things go a certain way, because there's so many point totals that can go one way or the other or this or that. And so the Democrats will try every little trick in their book in order to try to get people to suppress votes so that they'll think that Donald Trump doesn't have a chance, so they're not even go out and vote in the West. I mean, that is an old trick. But you know what? This year, it doesn't work. It's not working this year because people have become, I mean, at least people voting for Trump have rejected the mainstream media's narrative. They have completely 100% rejected, and they've seen what they do, and they're 100% saying, we are not going to take this anymore. Right. Here's the map. One thing, Bob, there's the map that I'm still going to keep on showing. This ridiculous map that showed that Biden was going to win the election with the consensus without any of these toss-up states. Okay, so they still have, Biden is going to win Pennsylvania, and let's just take a look real quick. Here's Pennsylvania right over here. Donald Trump is ahead by 4 points with 27% of the vote in. Take a look at Florida. Donald Trump is ahead by 3.5% with 91% of the vote in. And then we'll go here to North Carolina. If you recall, last time we saw North Carolina, Trump was losing by 5.5%, and then it went to 2.9%. Take a look at it now. Donald Trump is winning North Carolina with 90% in by 0.6 of the vote, okay? He is winning North Carolina right now. He was so far down, Bob, just like you were saying. Here's Michigan. As you can see, now we got up to 33% of the vote in Michigan, and Donald Trump is killing Biden. I mean, he's up by 13.9%. And guess what? Just as I predicted, the entire Upper Peninsula is red. There is no more blue up there. and there will be no blue. Look at Michigan. It is just a red sea. I mean, even these things here. Okay, Biden's up by 80 votes. Whoop-de-doo. This one's 197-3. I mean, what happened there? Did Trump not get on the ballot? Here we got Wayne County, which should be a Democratic stronghold, and Trump's only down by 13 there. Washtenaw County is a suburb of Detroit, and so once again Biden is winning there. But look at Michigan; it's just a sea of red. Okay, let's see. Ohio. Last time we saw Donald Trump was losing, and now guess what? Donald Trump is up by 5.3% with 80% in. Bob, I don't know about you, but this is looking like a red wave. It's looking like a red wave, and the only way that Democrats can win this election at this point is if they manufacture a whole bunch of votes after the election and cheat, period. Because remember, these states are counting the ballots, the mail-in ballots. They are counting them. These are included in these totals tonight. These are included in the totals. So you cannot tell me that all of a sudden all these mail-in ballots are going to come out of nowhere and they're all going to be for Biden. No, I think this is looking okay. Last time we looked at Texas, Donald Trump was losing Texas, remember? Oh, wait, maybe it might have been up by 0.6. Now he's up by 2.9%. All right? So Donald Trump is up in Texas by 2.9% with 70% of the vote counted. And look at Texas, a sea of red again. You don't have a lot of, you don't have a lot of blue. I mean, sure you do down here in the South. You're going to have some blue down here in the South. But still, even the blue down here in the South, it's not a runaway victory. It's not 80-20 or 70-30 even. I mean, look how close these counties are. I don't know, Bob. This is looking really, really positive for Trump.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I believe 100% he's going to win. He's going to win. Because God will glorify himself through Trump and the work that Trump's going to do. Regardless of when the rapture resurrection takes place, it could be any time during Trump's second term, okay? But God will glorify himself through the works of Donald Trump because he's a tool. Trump is a tool for God. God's not going to be able to glorify himself through Biden, Harris. God's not going to glorify himself through the works of the devil.
That's true.
God goes on a winner, and we're going on a winner. And it looks like to me Trump's going to win again.
That's true. You know what? I've just formatted it here a little bit better so people can see the numbers a little bit better. They were a little bit small, but here, take a look. Here's Georgia. Here's Georgia, which is supposedly, if you take a look at their idiotic map here, it's a toss-up. As far as I can am concerned, 12 points doesn't look like a toss-up to me. I mean, sure, only 56% of the vote in, but I mean, Donald Trump is doing great in Georgia. I mean, he's doing fantastic in Georgia. Let's take a look at Wisconsin. Guess what? Donald Trump is ahead in Wisconsin with 38% of the vote. Donald Trump is ahead by 4.7%. I thought that Donald Trump was down by 11-17 in Wisconsin. I was told by the Washington Post and the New York Times that he was down double digits. This doesn't look like he's down double digits in Wisconsin to me. Does it look like that to you?
You know what they're doing right now, right? They're counting all of Biden's votes first. They're counting all Biden's votes first. They'll count this many Biden votes and this many Trump votes.
I think they run out of Biden votes already.
Yeah, but I think what's going to happen is they're going to run out of Biden votes, and then they have to count the Trump votes. They'll go way up, and that's when you'll start to see Trump pulling away, and that's what's been happening.
Exactly.
Do you see how they trick you with these things? See how they do it? I mean, technically, they can do that, and it's okay. It's still legal. Like, for example, if I'm in my car and get ready to race down the street, the speed limit is 45 miles an hour. I can accelerate as fast as I can to that 45 mile an hour point. But as long as I don't go over 45 miles an hour, I didn't break the law. So there are these guys here. They don't have. They can start giving all Biden the big lead. And like you said, perfect.
Reason why they do it is because they're trying to influence the voting in the West
Sure.
by doing that. So they'll count all of Biden's votes first, and they're controlling all this stuff here. And they'll post all Biden's votes first, and then I guess they believe that there are still people that are dumb enough to say, "I voted for the winning team," and will watch this stuff before they go and vote. I don't think there's many of those people left now, Kevin. Because like you said, everybody's been red pill. They don't believe anything about these polls anymore. You know, so these people are reporting the truth, but it's the timing of the truth.
Yes.
Because you watch by the end of the night, this thing's going to go. It's going to go like this. They're going to run out of votes for Biden, and they're going to keep counting the votes for Trump, go all the way to the top. And also say, well, it was close for a while, but Trump just pulled away.
Well, look, that's what we're seeing right here. Look, take a look here in, this is in Ohio. If you recall, just a little bit ago, Ohio, he was down, and now all of a sudden, he's up by 5.5%. I mean, with 80% of the vote counted. Take a look here. Here's in Michigan, he's still up by the same. He's still up by 12.7% in Michigan. Take a look at Pennsylvania. He was down 55% with 9% of the vote in, and now he's up by 6.5%. I mean, you can't make
Perfect example.
It's a perfect example.
They counted all the Biden votes first. They counted all the Biden votes first.
Yes.
And then they posted the first numbers. Well, hopefully that'll make an impact on the West, but we have to eventually tell the truth, everybody.
Yeah, it looks like North Carolina is following the way of Florida, which is they're not reporting anything over 91%.
Lane Democrat.
Yeah, of course. Well, Democrat run there. Although Florida's not Democrat run by the governor, but they've got a lot of pressure on Florida to do it right because Florida is notorious for messing things up in elections. But notice that North Carolina, Trump is up by 0.6%. In Pennsylvania, he's up by 6.5%, and he was down by 55%. So that was just ridiculous. So they're running out of Biden votes already in Pennsylvania. That's not a good sign for Biden. Here's Michigan. Trump is still pretty much way up in Michigan. Here is Ohio. Trump is up by 5.5% there as well with 80% of the vote. Here's Texas, which was supposed to be going blue, apparently was going blue, and that Texas was in play. But as you can see, Texas is 3.3% up for Trump right now with 70% of the vote in. Georgia was a toss-up that they thought they were going to win. I think Stacey Abrams still thinks she's the governor of Georgia, even though she lost it. What was it, 2 years ago? She was not. She's never the governor of Georgia. She will never be the governor of Georgia while we're still here, while the restrainer is still here. But notice that Trump is up by 12% in Georgia. I mean, and that, like I showed over here, is a toss-up state. Sorry, but 12% doesn't seem like a toss-up to me. Here you got Wisconsin. Donald Trump is still up in Wisconsin by 5.1% with 41% of the vote in. Here's the map. Well, this is like the general map. Let's just take a look at these battleground states and make sure that everything's on the up and up. So we got North Carolina, he's up by 0.8. South Carolina, they've already called it for Trump. He's won it. Georgia is going Trump's way with 56% of the vote. They'll never call Florida for Trump because if they call Florida for Trump, then he's on his way to victory. If they call it for Biden, he's dead. Trump's dead in the water pretty much. Although tonight, if you take a look at this. Here we go. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Ohio, all that in the red. And take a look at what they did in the map here. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all in the blue, and Ohio in as a toss-up. But right now, this is what we're seeing, all in the red. So you called it, Bob. Oh, and okay, so Montana, they're doing the exact same. Okay, this is great, Bob. Take a look at this. Montana, 21% of the vote in. Joe Biden is up by 14.1%. Do you think that's a great trend? Do you think they're counting all the Biden votes first and reporting those first or not?
Oh, absolutely.
Let's take a screenshot of that. Look at that, everybody. So what's that again? So we have, okay, so he's up by 55.9 compared to 41.8.
Yeah, he's
Yes.
up by
Okay,
14.1%.
so 14.1%. And how far along are they? 10%?
How many what?
How far along are they?
Oh, they're at 21% of the vote counted.
Oh, yeah, I see that, 21%.
Yeah.
Yeah, 21%. So, so they counted all the Biden votes first.
Yeah.
That's what they did. And they reported all the Biden numbers first.
Oh, exactly.
And like you said, they did it so they could influence the polls are closing out in the West from them.
Yeah.
So people want to be a part of that winning team, and their voters are stupid enough to do stuff like that,
Well, see,
But,
this is what we're noticing. Already in Pennsylvania, with 32% of the votes counted, Donald Trump already has a lead. Okay? In Ohio, they can't, he's just stretching out his lead in Ohio. Now it's up to, 5.8% in Ohio at 81% of the votes counted. The more percentage the votes counted in these battleground states, or so-called toss-up states, the wider the Trump lead gets. Michigan is only at 35%, and Trump's already leading. Wisconsin's at 41%, and Trump is already leading. Minnesota's at 38%, which is lower, and so they're counting all the Biden votes first, and so Biden's in the lead. But I'll guarantee you, over the next 2 or 3 hours, we will see Trump get closer and closer and closer, and he might even take the lead in Minnesota. If he wins Minnesota, Bob, Reagan didn't even win Minnesota against Mondale back in 1984. He didn't even win Minnesota. So if Trump beats Biden in Minnesota, you gotta believe that has everything to do with the rioting and with the corruption of Ilhan Omar.
It's just one person ruined it for everybody. One person. What a filthy, disgusting woman she is. She knows she needs to go to prison.
She does.
My goodness.
Okay, so she
Yeah,
came into
put her
the
in
country.
prison.
She came into the country illegally. Everyone knows that. She came into the country illegally under an assumed name with a family that she wasn't even a family member of. She also married her brother.
He's being arrested.
She also funded him with campaign dollars, millions of dollars, okay? This is money laundering. And yet, Trump said it right. Why is no one doing anything about it? Why is no one doing anything about it? And the reason why is because the deep state is in charge still of the administrative branch, of the executive branch. It's disgusting. And you know what? I really do pray to God that listen, I would love to go home. Well, I think we all want to go home. We're sick of this planet. This is not our final destination. This is not our home. This is not where we belong. This is a temporary tent, right? This is a tabernacle. And just like the United States is a temporary tent, it's a tabernacle. But we want to go home. But if God allows us to be here and he puts Trump into office, the next thing you know, Trump's got nothing to lose. This guy is going to go on a law and order rampage, Bob. He is going to get down to the bottom of all these things, and if the people won't do it, he will finally be able to do his tagline: "You're fired. You're fired. You're fired."
Ain't under arrest.
And you're right.
Ain't under arrest.
See, right. So as the apprentice, he was, the leader of the apprentice. He was able to fire people, but he wasn't able to put them in jail. But now he'll be able to fire them and put them in jail and put them in Gitmo. And I'm telling you, if there's military tribunals, these people are going to be found guilty. Okay, the military doesn't like coups.
Well, like I said before, I believe this is the death of the guard that they have right now. This is the guard that's going out. All right, it's the old guard, and the devil doesn't need them anymore. These politicians and everybody that's involved here, they're the old guard, so they have to go so the new guard come in. And of course, the new guard is going to be whoever's going to be in power during the tribulation. Right. Now, I don't see any of these people being the 10 kings under the Antichrist. I don't see any of these people being 10 kings here. Okay, the New World Order. None of them.
No,
Okay.
no, because the harlot's killed. The harlot's devoured. The 10 kings are basically come up with with the Antichrist and give him the power. So these are just, shills of the Antichrist basically that give him the power. So these people are going to be in for a rude awakening when that happens and the beast devours the harlot. These people are going to be just in shock, right?
Yeah, they're going to be annihilated.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just like the end of a good movie where all the criminals turn against each other. They all start killing each other because they one wants to make it away with the spoils. And that's exactly what's going to happen here.
So true.
These guys, they're going to start killing them. Trump can start executing them. Put them in prison. Nancy Pelosi, they can start executing them. Why not? He doesn't have to get reelected.
Right.
Hey, I'm probably at this point, you think, I don't need another 4 years. I'm going to be 78 years old. Older by that point, I'm done. But I can let, if this continues, let Donald Trump Jr., do this job,
So true.
But I don't
think of it, Bob. Think of it. You're absolutely right. What does he have to lose? No one is, if he wins this election, no one is ever going to vote for or against him ever again. He's never going to
And that's what they're afraid of.
ever. Okay?
And they are so afraid of that. And they know
He
that.
has to be.
He doesn't have to worry about being reelected.
He doesn't.
So this is where all those Mark Taylor prophecies are coming in.
Yeah.
I really hope they're right. I really hope Mark Taylor's right.
You know what? There are verses in the Bible that say, that all things will become known, and who knows, if that's later on, great. But if it's some of it's now too, that people are going to get exposed, and that the truth's going to come out, and these people are going to be put away. I think there's a lot of people, including you and me, that would love to see that day happen.
Yep, absolutely. And it could be we can't see something like that before we go home. Because right now we're putting an end to the old guard. Exactly. And when the old guard is done, they're gone, and then a new guard comes in. But you know what? We're also the old guard too.
Right.
Because we go home at the rapture resurrection, and then the new guard takes over for us. And that, of course, would be the 144,000 tribulation saints and the two witnesses.
Right.
So that's a new guard coming in for us. So you see what I'm saying, how that works? So the fact that we see these guys going down, these guys can't continue to do what they do, before we leave. I don't see that happening, man.
No, I don't see that happening either. I mean, here's the deal. So let's take a look at this map. So here's the map of the United States, and let's see how we're doing right now. And it's about 10:36 on the eastern coast, and let's take a look real quick at not that one. Oh yeah, here's the cost. Yeah, they got that one wrong. These are people that are running for president. You'll notice their names. You might not even know Howie Hawkins. He's from the Green Party, or Joe Jorgensen. She's a libertarian. Most time, libertarian will suck off a little bit of the Republican vote. They're usually the extreme far right. But you know what? She's not really the extreme far right, to be honest with you. She's a libertarian, but she's not a nutcase. She's actually pretty decent. But Donald Trump is the president of the Republic, of the country and the Republican Party. So you're not really going to get much traction if you're Joe Jorgensen this year. Notable libertarians were Ross Perot and Ron Paul. Those guys, Rand Paul is also in the Congress right now. He's a senator from Kentucky. He's a libertarian. Massey is a rep, and I think I don't think he's a senator. Is he a senator? I don't know. Massey is a libertarian as well. So there's a few of them. Here's Howie Hawkins. He's from the Green Party, and the Green Party usually siphons off votes from the Democrats, but not really much this year because Joe Biden has kowtowed to the woke mob and the progressives in terms of supporting their Green New Deal whenever he's around them, and then saying he doesn't whenever he's not. He just talks out of both sides of his mouth. He's just awful. I gotta be honest with you. Joe Biden is just a typical Democrat politician flip-flopper. He's not really that bright. He's really not that bright. Let's be honest. He's really not.
He's a flounder. Idiot.
He's a flounder idiot. He really is. And listen, we don't want to be super mean to an old man who's really old. I mean, he's really old. And he's not just old in his age, but he's old in the way that he acts. He's old in the way that he talks. He's old in the way that he moves. I mean, you watch Donald Trump, that guy looks like he's 30 years old, 40. I mean, and he's blowing it out the doors in terms of what he's doing. I mean, this guy's doing rallies all the time. These millennials can't even keep up with him. And Donald Trump is just out there everywhere. But Joe Biden is, I mean, that's why President Trump, and I haven't said this all night, but Sleepy Joe Biden. I mean, it's a perfect name for him. I mean, Donald Trump always comes up with these perfect names for people, doesn't he? He just hones in exactly where he needs to be on them, like Pocahontas. I mean, Pocahontas is a classic. I mean, that was that's just perfect. I mean, and he's so quick. He comes up with these things so quick, and it's just amazing. And Sleepy Joe Biden. I mean, he was saying that he was saying that before he was in the basement. He was saying Sleepy Joe last year, and then Sleepy Joe went into his basement for months and months and months on end. So, I mean, he called it. He called it perfectly about Sleepy Joe. And let's see here. There was one thing I wanted to show. Okay, let's just go through this real quick. But polls close at 9 p.m. there. Let's just take a look. This is what I'm gonna show you guys this stuff. Hopefully you can read it. Let's see if I can just blow it up a little bit more, if I can. Yeah, there we go. All right. So let's take a look. So these basically will tell us what they're going to do and when they can count stuff. So Arizona, the state allows mail-in ballots to be processed and counted before Election Day, which means that voters should expect to see more advanced results on Election night if everything goes to plan. So they're going to release initial results around 8 p.m. So let's take a look at Arizona. And here's Arizona. Notice that already 73% of the vote is in Arizona, and Joe Biden is up by 8.7%. Okay, with 73% of the vote counted. That's a lot of the vote counted. But you know what, Bob? I think they've run to a saturation point, or they're getting close to a saturation point with Biden. And I'll bet you the next time we check Arizona, if the number 73 has changed and we have more votes that have come in, I will bet you that 8.7% will have gone down. I will bet you. And I know that you won't take that bet, because I think that you hit the nail on the head. And I'm basically doing this bet because of what you said, and I agree with you, that it really does appear as though they're counting the Biden vote first until they just simply run out of votes for Biden, and then they have to count the Trump votes.
Right. So but thing is, mission accomplished. All they're trying to do is slowly, it's basically they're trying to, what's the word? I'm trying to think of a perfect scenario for this. They're slowly trying to let go. I mean, they're holding on the best they can. And if they just count them just like how they're supposed to, they'll just show a quick Biden win, of course.
That's so true. They're just holding out as long as they can, aren't they?
Yes, basically you're right. They're holding out as long as they can to be able to get the maximum voting for Biden in the West. But eventually they're going to run out of time, and they're already running out of votes.
They're already running out of votes.
Yeah, it's not going to work. It was a great effort, valiant effort. Now it's time for you guys to all go to prison. I'm already looking past the election. I'm waiting for these people to go to prison.
Oh, you're kidding.
That's what I'm waiting for.
Funny. That is so funny. Valiant effort. You guys held on as long as you possibly could, but you're going to jail. I mean, And that's really the bottom line, isn't it? That's really the bottom line, because they do know what their destination is. And it's funny because, but they do know what it is, but they're all projecting the opposite. That is a favorite of the Democrats, projection, saying that you are doing something that they are doing. Russia was all about projection. Let's be honest. I mean, the Steele dossier was Russian disinformation, was it not? I mean, it was made up in a bar, and yet they used it to get FISA warrants on people to spy on Donald Trump's campaign. And then they did an investigation on it for 2.5 years and $46 million with 18 Democrat lawyers that all voted for Hillary Clinton, and they couldn't find any collusion. And yet Schiff and Swalwell say that Trump is a Russian agent. Isn't it just a matter of time for a day of reckoning for these people?
You know what? You just made me think of right there, Kevin. Is look how God carried Trump through those impeachment trials. Yeah. Look how God has carried Trump and carried this country through, COVID. Carried Trump through his COVID thing, and every single thing they try to do to kick Trump out of office. Everything they did, God carried him through it. Why would we think now that God would just drop the ball here at the presidential election? No, God's going to continue. He's going to continue to carry him right into these elections, because I've heard too many Democratic-based professionals that say, well, you know what? I did it for the last 25 elections, and they came out perfectly. And according to my scale, my predictions here, Trump's going to win. I mean, Trump's going to lose badly to Biden. And I heard some guy did that. I forgot the name of his predictive model, but he was a Democratic, a Democratic pawn, Right. So, but here he is saying that obviously this guy is not a born again believer. He doesn't know our God, sure. So obviously your model doesn't matter if you're right 25 times in a row. This time it's going to be wrong. Right. All the models that say that Trump's going to lose, they're going to be wrong. Yeah. Every one of them's going to be wrong. Okay?
You're absolutely right. And take a look here. So in North Carolina, they actually did do another update here. And Trump is now up by 1.2% in North Carolina. If you recall, when we came on the air and looked at them for the first time, Trump was down by 5.5%. So he's made up 6.7% in North Carolina just in the time that we're talking about. And that's exactly what we were saying, is that these votes are getting counted for Biden up front, and then they're running out of votes. And the Democrats right now must be just in horror. They have to be in horror. I'm not watching CNN. I'm not watching MSDNC right now. I'm not watching any of those things. I was thinking about having some of that on here tonight, but you know what? We're having such a good time covering this thing, and we're able to watch these votes just come in just as well as they can. So you know what? I don't need to hear them. I don't really need to hear their attitudes. But I can tell you this: they're probably crying over there right now. I mean, they must be crying, because look at these numbers. I mean, Georgia, he's killing them. He's up by 12% in Georgia. They stopped counting the votes in Florida apparently. So we'll see what happens there. But in North Carolina, now he's up by 1.2. And look how woke these people are. Who's winning Virginia with 56% of the vote? What does that say? It says Biden 1.212 million, Trump 1.379 million. Did I say trillion? Million. I did say million? That's a lot of people. No, yeah. 1.212 million versus 1.379 million. Trump is up by 6.4% in Virginia, and they've given it to Biden. Mm-hmm. Okay, so
50%. 50%.
But Bob, I think you're right, though, Bob. I think they're running out of Biden votes early. Here's Maryland with only 20% of the vote. That's going to go to Biden. That doesn't surprise me. Maryland is just, Baltimore is just a disaster. Trump basically called it a dump, and it is a dump. Let's be honest. I mean, they've destroyed it, and yet the people in Maryland will keep on. Isn't that the one where they threw the statue of Columbus into the river? Yeah, I think that was Baltimore. That's just ridiculous. I mean, why would you even do that? And that's not how you deal with it. If you want the statue out of there, there's a way to get the statue out. It's not to go cut it down and throw it into the river. But look, Biden won 59, he didn't even win 60% in his state yet. 59.3 to 39.3 in his home state of Delaware. I mean, that is not a good sign for Joe Biden. Here's 44% of the vote. Trump is losing only by 1 million. Actually, that's not too bad. 36% of the vote in New York is not that bad for New York. And if Bob is correct, that number is actually going to go up because they're going to start running out of Biden votes at a certain point. Vermont's going to go to Biden because it goes to Bernie Sanders. So if it's going to go to Bernie, it's going to go to there. Trump is barely down in New Hampshire, not by much, maybe 8.3%, with only the 42% of the vote in. That's not bad. Trump is actually winning Maine with 20% of the vote in. He's winning Maine. That is very unusual, to be honest. He might win Maine. That would be crazy. If he wins Maine and Minnesota, Bob, this is a Trump slide at that point. That's what it's become. It will have become a Trump slide. Let's see how he's doing in New Hampshire. Remember, Rhode Island. If you recall, they had already called it for Biden, and Trump was ahead. And look, Trump is still ahead by 7.1% with 36% of the votes in, and they're calling it for Biden. So, they're
Exactly.
I mean, these people are sick. Here's Iowa. Trump should probably win Iowa, but once again, they're counting the Biden votes first, and you got 56.4% to 42% with only 48% of the vote in. Here's 42% of the vote in, and Trump is losing pretty big, 21.8% in Minnesota. So he's getting squashed there pretty well. But once again, only 42% of the vote in. Wisconsin, a little bit over half the vote in. Trump is up by 3.7 points. I thought he was supposed to be down by 11 to 17. He would have been if you would have watched or listened or read the Washington Post and the New York Slimes, or the failing New York Times, as it's been called. All these middle states are all going to go to Trump. They're all called for Trump. Texas, with 72% of the vote in, now all of a sudden Trump's up by 4 points now. So he's just increased his lead from 3.3, I think it was, to 4 points in Texas. He's starting to widen the gap. There. Wyoming is obviously a Trump state. Colorado has unfortunately turned blue lately, and is just the people there, I think, are a woke mob in Colorado Springs, in Denver. Unfortunately, in those areas, they've just gone completely blue. They've all come pretty much from California, and taken their ideologies with them, and turned that state into a disaster. And Bob, you know that Denver is the seat of Satan at this point, with the underground city and all that stuff there. That can't be good. What do you know about that? Do you know much about that place?
Absolutely. A lot of people with dreams and visions about the building of that place, man, where they were taken there in a vision, and some people believe that's probably one of the gates of hell right there. It has a big old painting of demons coming out of the floor inside the main lobby, inside that airport right there. They got a lot of weird statues in there and a lot of weird stuff. So obviously, my personal opinion, I think it's just a gateway to hell over there, even though there's an underground city over there inside there as well. But, and there's an airport out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. No, that airport is in the middle of nowhere. I've been to it, and it is absolutely in the middle of nowhere. And there's just this evil presence. If you go through that airport, you could feel it. I felt it. I was like, man, I got to get the heck out of this airport, because I felt it. I mean, I know underneath that airport, there's all kind. Who knows what's down there? They could have Nephilim buried down there for all we know. Ready to rise up. But I tell you this, Bob. Is it possible that the Revelation 12 sign, which occurred on September 23rd, 2017, If anybody discounts that or dismisses that the Revelation 12 sign actually happened, well, you're simply just not watching. Because what's happened after that time? I mean, it's just gotten crazier and crazier and crazier, and things have sped up to get toward the 70th week. So if you think that wasn't the Revelation 12 sign, then you're just burying your head in the sand. I mean, it's clear night as it was day that it was there, and actually wasn't over night and day in order to be able to see the sign. It was a beautiful thing. And my question to you, though, Bob, is with the Revelation 12 sign starting then, could it be like a pattern of where there was 7 good years followed by 7 lean years, and that the lean years is the 70th week of Daniel, possibly from 2024 to 2031, which would put it almost pretty much exactly 2,000 years since the time of Christ?
Yep, that's what I just talked about in my book. And that's like the worst case scenario. It goes all the way to 2024. The rapture can happen now, but we can see the rise of the Antichrist where he gets to the point where he's popular enough to sign the Daniel 927 agreement. And of course, Trump's New Deal of the century, it has an expiration date on it, and that's January 2024. That's the expiration date of it. So my opinion is they're going to try to do everything they can to get around that deal to destroy Israel. And they know if they can't destroy Israel, they always got that cushion to fall back on, which is the deal of the century. They can fall back on that. Pretty much it's going to be like, well, we couldn't beat you guys, so we'll just settle for, the free T-shirt over here, go home, So that's basically what they're going to do with that deal. But that deal, it expires in January 2024.
Sure.
And plus, we also have we had the two solar eclipses that split America into, the two X's. The one X that goes right through southern Illinois, okay, right there in the New Magic fault line. So we have a solar eclipse that took place in August 21st of 2017. Only about a month later, there was the Revelation 12 sign, hello. And then April of 2024, you're going to have the exact same solar eclipse. And this time, it's going to come back the other way and create this whole X deal on the United States map. And I'm thinking right there, those two solar eclipses mark a 7-year period, and I believe that within that 7-year period is also Trump's presidency in there as well. And once his presidency is over, I believe those two solar eclipses, they're marking a spot right there, and I believe that will probably be where the whole country is going to split because of the Sixth Seal earthquake that takes place at that point. Okay, and it doesn't happen. You were talking about the United States being a geographical representation of the tabernacle of God. Well, the tabernacle had 2 partitions. There was a partition from the outer courts into the inner court. Okay, well, the partition that's represented in America is the Mississippi River. Right, it separates as a very tough river to cross, unless there's a bridge going over it, something like that. So basically, is that river is going to split wide open, and then you see it on these marine maps in the event of a pole shift. That river is going to split just like that, okay? And they've already been moving all their, they're calling the capital the Denver. Colorado is going to be the new capital of America. And Atlanta, it's going to be the new capitals. You're going to have the United States West, United States East.
Hold on one second, Bob. I've got. I just took out my earphones, and so people are probably going to hear something. But now it's good. I just turned down the volume on this. So check this out. So take a look at Montana. Remember Montana, Trump was losing pretty big there, remember with the first votes, but now all of a sudden, it's almost exactly tied with 29% of the votes. So they're already running out of Biden votes there in Montana. And we see that flip from blue to red here any moment because they simply aren't going to be able to sustain it. It's definitely going to go. This one is dropped now from 59.9% down to 58.1% for Biden. So you're starting to see it close up in Minnesota. Iowa is still 12.2%, but 53% of the vote. They're going to run out of Biden votes there really quick now too. So we're going to start seeing that. Arizona, they've stopped. They decided to stop reporting on Arizona because the next slate of stuff that comes in is going to have Trump votes, and next thing you know, Trump's going to be up in Arizona as well. They've stopped reporting it in Florida. They've stopped reporting it in Georgia. They've stopped now reporting it in North Carolina.
What does that mean, Kevin?
It means
they're getting their butt kicked now.
Oh yeah, yes, and look at Pennsylvania. Now Trump is up in Pennsylvania by 12.5%. He was down by 5.5%. Now he's up by 12.5%. I mean, that sea of 57,000 people we saw was not a mirage, was it, Bob? I mean, I saw those people out there. It was a sea of people. It was just gigantic. And I'm telling you, Bob, we are seeing the results of that enthusiasm come out right now in these results. He is up in Ohio by 7.4%. He is up in Michigan by 10.9%. He is still up in Wisconsin by 4.3%. Actually, it was a little less than 4.3% earlier. So he is gaining in Wisconsin. Illinois, he's only down by 11. I know it's only, but 11.6% is not bad for Trump in Illinois. I mean, he is having, Iowa's going to, listen, Bob, Iowa's going to flip here. And listen, they're going to stop reporting this stuff because I'm telling you, if they keep on reporting it, Donald Trump is going to be able to declare victory tonight and not, it's early. It's only 11 o'clock Eastern time. He declared victory last time at 2:30 in the morning. He's going to be able to declare victory here not too far away. Look at this. They just listen, Trump is up by 2.64 million votes right now, popular vote. Now, that doesn't mean anything in terms of electing him, but the fact is that he is way, way up. And look at states to watch. Florida. Let's just zoom in a little bit so you guys can see those numbers a little better. States to watch right here. Florida, 51.3%. Biden, 47.8%. Pennsylvania, we just covered that. Trump is up big. North Carolina, we covered that just a bit ago. He's up by 1.2%. Ohio, we covered that. He's up by, 7.4%, with 89% of the vote in. Texas, he was down in Texas when we first came on. The state was blue. Now he's up by 4% with 73 in, and they're not counting him anymore, apparently, because I don't know why. We do know why, because they don't want him. They don't want him to call it. That's for sure. That'll make them look stupid. Michigan, he's up, like we said, by 10.9% with 42% in. Georgia, he's killing them in Georgia by 11.2%. That was supposed to be a toss-up state with 63% of the vote in. Wisconsin, he's up by 4.3%. So he's gaining more and more there with 53% of the vote in. Arizona, okay, he's down. He's down in Arizona by 8.7. We said that earlier with 73%. But remember, Bob, I made a bet with you that the next time a number comes in, it won't be 8.7% anymore. It's going to be lower than that. So we're waiting for that number, the next number to come in. Minnesota, he's getting killed. Trump is getting killed, but only 47% of the vote in. And that's probably all Ilhan Omar's district that they counted because for some reason they love her there. They apparently they don't mind corruption. That's the only states to watch. So these are the battleground states, Bob. These were the battleground states they told us about, and Trump is down in two of them. Two. He's only down in 2 battleground states, and one of those states is Minnesota. I mean, Minnesota's not supposed to be a battleground, okay? It hasn't gone Republican since, I don't know, when Fido was a pup. Maybe since, what was his name? Eisenhower. Or maybe it went to Nixon, I don't know. But the point is, it didn't even go to Reagan in '84. It was the only state that went for Mondale. So, of course, it was Mondale's home state. Of course, how sweet. You know, America always has its favorite sons, you know. But Arizona and Minnesota are the only 2 battleground states that Trump is down in right now. I'm telling you, the mainstream media must be freaking out right now. They have to be going nuts. I'm kind of glad I'm not watching that meltdown. But I gotta tell you, is anybody in the chat watching any of those people over there? Are any of those people in the chat watching anybody from the mainstream media? Maybe hold on a second. Turkey just had a 7.0 magnitude earthquake. Tsunami flooded coast of Turkey just yesterday. Wow. I wasn't aware of that, but that's a big deal. This Benjamin Chung says 2024 through 2028, the Great Tribulation, the 6th seal rapture takes place at the same point between this years. So he thinks it's a 6th seal rapture. That's an interesting thought. I've actually thought that before in the past, even before I wrote the stuff for Left Behind. You know what? I don't really think it matters if you think it's the 6th seal or if you think it's the first or whatever. The point is that we're all going to see this thing coming. And when this comes, the ones who have oil in their lamps, the 5 wise virgins, are going to be taken out of this earth, and the people who are going to be left here to deal with the Democrats. Let's be honest.
Like I said, we won't even be Democrats no more because there won't be no more parties. It's just going to be, the United States will just fall into the hands of the globalists. UN comes in, no more Democrats, no more Republicans, no more parties, no nothing. It's just global control. Yeah. And they'll assign a king over this country who will run everything. And of course, the Democrats say, oh yeah, this guy lines up perfectly with everything we want. You know, so the Democratic Party would probably be like his little minions.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, they'll just be the party, right? They'll just be the party. There's only going to be them, and then anybody else in opposition will surely be put down as quickly as possible. I mean.
Yep. Yeah. Absolutely.
It's a little bit crazy, I think, but I believe it to be true, where you absolutely do have you have the Antichrist. And anybody who wants to buy or sell is going to have to take his name or his number and the mark on his forehead or on the right hand, and they're probably the wrist, I would think, or maybe on the top of the hand. It's possible as a tattoo, one of those things. But think of it though. I mean, this guy's going to have total control over all the monetary systems of the world, and these people are just going to give him that. These people are going to give him that power for an hour. They just give it to him. They say, "Here you go. It's yours," and he's like, "Thanks for that. Now I'm going to kill you all, and now it's my deal, and you're going to want to buy or sell. Or you're going to have to take my mark." We're not going to be here for that because that's a different group of people. Okay, I reminded myself, Bob. You didn't remind me, but I reminded myself. I want you to talk about what we're looking toward and what the tribulation saints, are looking for.
Oh. Let's see, maybe as far as like, what are we looking for and what the tribulation saints are looking for? That's what you're saying?
Exactly, because we got different. Remember, we talked about this on Uptown. We got different motivations, right? We got different motivations. They have a different. The tribulation saints have a different motivation. They're asking God different than what we're asking God for.
Yeah, well, no, in Revelation 5:9, we're praising God, thanking God that you have redeemed us from every kindred, tongue, and nation. Thanking Him. You have redeemed us. That's our narrative. But the narrative of the group in one chapter later, in Revelation chapter 6:9, is their narrative is completely different. They're asking God to avenge their blood.
And when they need to avenge their blood, that's not asking God to go down there and slap them on the wrist. They want God to go down there and dismember their bodies and tear them to pieces so that they will die. That's what they want, and that's what they're praying for. To God, avenge our blood. So whose blood is going to be spilled? Who are these group of people? Well, the Bible says that these are those that came out of great tribulation. Okay, these are those that came out of great tribulation. All right? They're given a white robe. Okay? They're underneath the throne. They're not before the throne. You and I, we are before the throne in the earlier chapter in 5:9. Standing before the throne, we look straight ahead at that throne. Amen. But according to Revelation 6:9, this group that's crying out for their blood to be avenged, they're looking up at the throne. So they're looking up through the sea of glass at the bottom of this throne. Okay, so they got a different place than the group in Revelation 5:9, and they got a different narrative. So when you and I get raptured out of here, Kevin, are we going to be crying out to God to avenge our blood? No. Of course not. What are we going to be saying? Revelation 5:9, you have redeemed us from every kindred, tongue, and nation. Why? Jesus said, when you see these things come to pass, look up, for your redemption draws near. That is, of course, the redemption of our fallen, corrupt body. The rapture, resurrection. Okay? So 6:9, you have tribulation saints with a completely different narrative than we have. So we're telling God, you've redeemed us. These guys over there, tribulation saints, and people are going to be left behind, they're crying out to God for the blood to be avenged. And what does God tell them? That, there must be a certain amount of number of them that must be killed just as they were. Once that number is complete, then I can avenge your blood. But what happens is God avenges their blood during the Great Tribulation. That's when God goes to work and starts avenging their blood. And then, of course, in Revelation chapter 7:9, you see a group of people that no man can number. We're holding up palm branches, okay? And that's all of us, from the tribulation saints and us who are raptured, resurrected, all together standing before the throne. So I always call them the multitude verses, 5:9, Revelation 5:9, 6:9, and 7:9. Okay? 3 different groups of people. Okay? And like I said, right now, we receive the gift of grace. Okay? We are the bride of Christ. Why are we the bride? A bride receives the gift. A bride receives his name. You start seeing all these parallels. We have the extra oil. Okay? See all the parallels there. We have the extra oil. What's the extra oil? The indwelling Holy Spirit. We're born again in the Spirit. Spirit's anointing. The anointing of the Holy Spirit. Oil. Okay? These people, these tribulation saints who are going to be left behind, they believe in Jesus plus works. Somehow, some way, they believe Jesus plus works to gain some salvation and to sustain salvation. Something they have to do, something they have to say. Basically, they get to be a co-savior with Jesus. Okay, they get to partake, to show God how awesome they are next to Jesus, to complete the whole Savior sequence of Jesus Christ. They believe this. So what happens is they never truly accepted Jesus Christ, the Lord and Savior. So they never received the gift of the Holy Spirit. They're just holy people. They're very religious, and I know you know people like that. I do too. They're very religious, but not Holy Spirit filled. Just religious. They have a lot of knowledge, and that's what Apostle Paul told us about. That these people, they have a form of righteousness, but they deny the power of the Holy Spirit. They deny the power thereof, the Holy Spirit, the resurrection, the redeeming power of the Holy Spirit. They do not have the indwelling Holy Spirit within them. They have a form of righteousness, so these are what you call your super religious people. Those would be your tribulation saints. Those are the people that are preaching faith plus works to get saved right now. Anything that you think that you have to do, say anything that you have to add to the works outside of believing what Jesus did at the cross, I don't care what it is. If you got to blink your eyes twice or whatever, it doesn't matter. If you believe you have to add anything to it to receive that,
gift of the Holy Spirit, then you never got saved. Because you haven't had full confidence in just the blood of Jesus Christ. I totally believe these people, they almost made it. They're right there, but they had to add in their little work. And Jesus was like, I can't give that to you. You have to totally believe in this gift before I give it to you. You know? And that's, of course, when the Revelation 14 angel shows up and say, hey, Jesus plus works. Jesus plus works. You got to keep the 10 commandments, avoid the mark of the beast, have faith in Jesus, Jesus plus works. And these people are going to say, yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Absolutely agree with it. You know? And they're going to fall right in line with the teachings of the Revelation 14 angel, which, of course, these people are the tribulation saints, the ones who will be left behind.
Wow. You know what, Bob? The mainstream media must be doing a backflip right now because, of course, as we can see, here up, I'm going to go ahead and put this one back up. I just went to you for a second, but take a look at the map here. They just, of course, they just called California, Oregon, and Washington for Biden. Washington doesn't even have a vote in, and they've counted it for Biden already. And the reason why they've done that, in order to get his electoral college votes up to 209 right up here, as you can see. So he's got 209 electoral college votes, and just because he got California and this and that, so now it looks like he's got a commanding lead over Trump. The problem is, though, is that he doesn't have any more states left. He's got Hawaii. He's got, maybe he'll win Nevada, maybe not, but look, what is he going to win? What is he going to turn around? He's not even close in some of these states. No, I think this map is looking very, very similar to 2016. Eerily similar, like extremely the same almost.
You just need Nevada. All you need is Nevada now.
I mean, Nevada's got nothing coming in yet, but maybe they do it a little bit later there. It's possible, so we might be seeing some results come in a little bit later. But I want you to take a look at this. This is a pretty amazing thing. So here we got the Senate. And the Senate is really important this year, especially if Joe Biden, if he wins. If Joe Biden doesn't win, which it looks like Donald Trump is going to win, as prophesied by many people and foretold by many people, and also just by people just who are not prophets, who have just looked at the tea leaves and said, "Come on now." I mean, just look at what's going on in the world and going on in the United States and saying Donald Trump's got this. The Senate's really important, though, because if the Democrats still hold on to the House, and if they got the Senate as well, they could push through and basically put a lot of pressure on Trump at that point. And what's happened is Mitch McConnell has basically taken that pressure off of Trump because he didn't even allow those things to go to him for a veto. He doesn't even allow it to get there. So this is, if you notice here, Mitch McConnell is winning easily in Kentucky with 95% of the vote in. He's up by 20.5%. It's not even close. If I recall, Bob, Lindsey Graham was in jeopardy. Lindsey Graham was in big trouble. They gave that guy $54 million to try to beat Lindsey Graham. Take a look at what Lindsey Graham's doing. Lindsey Graham is up by 13.4% with 55% of the vote in. I mean, it's not even close. They've already called it for Lindsey Graham, all right? That's how not close it is. They've already called it for him. Here we go. This is a very, very important one, as Tillis is the Republican incumbent, and Cunningham was the guy who had the affair. You'll notice that Tillis is up by 1.7% with 93% of the vote in. So Tillis is doing very, very well there. Tommy Tuberville is taking out Jones. Doug Jones, the Democrat, had no business being elected there in the first place. Don't even know how he got there. But you know what? Look at that. 63.3 to 36.7. Tuberville is just cracking on Jones. Jones has got no chance. He's the incumbent. So the Democrats are actually going to lose a seat right there in Jones. So now they got to pick up 4 if Biden wins, or 5 if he doesn't. I just don't see that happening. I think that it looks like, it appears as though the Republicans are going to hold on to the Senate. Here you go. You got Tom Cotton holding on to his seat very, very easily. Texas was supposed to be up for grabs, right? Cornyn was supposed to be up for grabs. Cornyn was in deep trouble to this biker chick, Hager. Believe me, I saw her on ads here. She is something else. She thinks she's all that and then some. But she's not looking like all that right now, since she's down by 8.9% with 73% of the vote in. She looks like Cornyn's already been called by USA Today at least. So as far as I'm concerned, that's a done deal. That wasn't even close. I mean, he was supposed to lose. They said he might have a chance to lose. Come on, that's not even close. Lujan's got a problem here. He probably will hang on to win, but that's pretty close for Lujan. Lujan just barely escaped this time. Here's a very crucial one. Arizona once again not reporting anything over 72% for some reason, because we know that the Republican votes are going to start coming in. Martha McSally is the incumbent. She's down by about 10.2% there. They've already given it to Hickenlooper in Colorado, and Gardner is the Republican incumbent there. Hickenlooper's up by 10.2%. Looks like Colorado's 11.2%. Looks like Colorado's gone completely woke. So Hickenlooper was a former governor there. Now it looks like he's going to be the senator of Colorado. And let me tell you something about that. So that's basically a wash between that and Alabama. So you got Jones out there, you got Gardner out there. They cancel each other out, so it's still 53-47 if everything else, if all the other incumbents just win. I want you to take a look at this though, Bob. This is funny. So you got Gade here is up 50.1% to 49.9 over Warner, but they're calling it for Warner. Warner probably will win, but how can you call it this early if Gade is up? And remember who Warner is. Warner is not a good guy. Warner is pretty bad, to be honest with you. Capito is good in West Virginia. That would be a super surprise if he lost there. McConnell is destroyed McGrath, and I thought McConnell was in trouble. Doesn't look like he's in that much trouble. The failed Spartacus, known as Spartacus, Cory Booker, looks like he's on his way to victory in New Jersey. But New Jersey's just a woke mob. What are you going to do with those people over there? I lived there for a while. It was a disaster. That place is just it's a disaster. Rhode Island looks like Reed's going to carry it there. That's no surprise. You got Massachusetts. Markey is probably the most woke of the woke progressive. That guy is like an old hack. But it's Massachusetts, and everybody there is like just extremely left. That's the home of the Kennedys, of course, and total corruption. Let's be honest. Shaheen's been around forever in New Hampshire. Looks like she's going to win there too. Interestingly enough, though, guess who's winning in Maine? That's Susan Collins is winning in Maine. She's up by 10.3% with 44% of the vote in. If she wins that, that's going to be actually a kind of a surprise to a lot of people on the left and on the right that she was able to hold that seat. But people in Maine just love her for some reason. Probably maybe because she is so independent. Maine's known for their independence up there. They don't like to be part of a woke mob too much. So I think that they might have a chance. Here's another big one. Dick Durbin is awful. Looks like he's still going to win, though. In Michigan, this is a key race. Peters is the incumbent, and Peters is losing to James. Remember, James is the African-American looking to become a senator there in Michigan, and he's actually up right now by 12.5% with 46% of the vote in. Peters is the incumbent. Boy, he could lose. I mean, that would be gigantic. Here's another incumbent that's just barely down. Joni Ernst of Iowa was supposed to be down in the polls by quite a bit. And then last week the polls came out and showed that she was ahead. And the Democrats started to melt down just about, what was that, 3 or 4 days ago when the polls came out, or maybe it was only 2 days ago. They started to melt down on Iowa because Trump came out as being ahead, Joni Ernst came out as being ahead, and now Joni Ernst is only down by 1.9% with 70% of the vote in. Looking pretty promising for her. She might just pull that out. South Dakota is going to the Republican. Ben Sass of Nebraska, a rhino, but I mean, I guess he's better than, I don't even know who Jackanek is. But Marshall's going to win in Texas. That's a no-brainer. Although it looks like the Democrat had a decent showing there. Oklahoma, James Inhofe has been there forever, and he will continue to be because it's Oklahoma. We already went through that. We went through those guys. Risch is going to look. They've already called it for Risch in Idaho, because once again, this proves your point, Jordan. All the Democrat votes come in and get counted first. There's no way that Idaho is that close. Okay, so they're counting Boise first and all the college towns, and then they'll count all the rest of the state. And Risch will end up beating them probably like 65-35 or something like that. He'll destroy them. Montana, this is another big one because Daines is the incumbent, and Bullock has been up in the polls every single time. Every single poll, Bullock has been up. And now Bullock is up by 2 with only 33% of the vote in. So we'll see what happens there, but I think Daines is probably going to pull that one out. Here's Oregon, and Merkley is, apparently everyone in CHOP decided to vote for Merkley. Everyone in Chaz decided to vote for Merkley. Portland is a disaster, Bob. Portland is probably the worst woke mob city in the entire United States at this point. Would you disagree with that, or would you agree?
No, I absolutely agree. It's a dump. I got a friend of mine that moved there, man. I was like, what are you thinking, dude? It is a nice neighborhood over here where I I grew up in Northwest Indiana, and I was like, why would you move there? Just because your girlfriend wanted to go there. I was like, what possessed you to go to Portland? My God, man. Well, if you like living in Chicago for a while, and then I guess you go from a crap hole to a hellhole.
Yeah.
Well,
they do have thin women there. They're almost deathly thin, and they all wear black. They're all Antifa members. You see them out there. Oh man, Portland used to be a nice city, and now it's just like you said, it's a dump. It is a dump, and Seattle is right there along with it too. They are destroying the Northwest. They're destroying the entire West Coast, and you know what, Bob? The entire East Coast, except for some of those in the southern states, are completely Democrat. Take a look. Here's up here. Look at all these blue up here. All this is blue. It looks like Biden is taking a lead in Maine, which shouldn't surprise anybody actually. But Maine is going that way. But look at all this stuff, and look at all the blue here. I mean, if a tsunami comes from the east or from the west, who does it take out, Bob? It takes out all the blue. It takes out all the blue, and I mean, there is going to be punishment that's going to come upon this earth at a certain point. Wouldn't you agree?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this map is a pretty good indicator to show us where the tsunamis are going to hit and where the earthquakes are going to take place. So there's no surprise to me that if Illinois stays blue, you have the Mississippi River running right through it.
Wow, that's true.
Right in half. I look at these Democratic-controlled cities. I always want to make a video called the Sodom and Gomorrah targets. Now you know where the Sodom and Gomorrah targets are at now. All these blue states.
Well, it certainly appears that way. I mean, it looks like that the blue states are just, ready to get blown out here pretty quickly. I mean, Listen, God is long suffering, right? God is long suffering. He doesn't want anybody to perish, but at a certain point, judgment day comes, and these people in those states are not good stewards of God's word. They don't read the Bible. They do not read the word. They do not practice, wholesome living. They are going to get their just due.
Absolutely, man.
All right, can you maybe do you have any more of those dreams and or visions of the election to read off, or have you blown through all those?
Actually, no, I don't. There wasn't any of them. I thought there might be one that was posted. All I have is all these people that think that Trump's the Antichrist. That's pretty much, Trump's the Antichrist, and elections don't mean nothing, and that it's a selection, not an election. These things don't mean nothing. It's going to be new world order no matter what.
Wow.
And it seems to be the narrative that everybody seems to believe right now. What do you think about that?
Well, I think these people are crazy saying that Trump's the Antichrist. I mean, listen, the Antichrist is the Assyrian. I mean, is Trump the Assyrian? Did I miss something yet? I just don't. I don't see it. I don't see that Trump has that spirit of Antichrist in him. It's not like he's. I mean, he lets people, put their hands on him. Although you might want to question who those people are, but who are putting their hands on him. But I mean, seriously, the guy, he doesn't come across as somebody who's the man of sin. I mean, unless I'm missing something, they said Obama was the Antichrist too. So I mean, every president apparently is the Antichrist. That's just the way it's going to be, I think. I don't think anything's going to change on that. Let me see here, Bob. Why don't you go ahead and talk? You know what? I don't think you can talk for right now, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get Vanessa on the line and see if we can't just get her. So if you can hold on for a second, Bob. Maybe I've got the map up right now. So let's just take a look up here. I'll put the map up like there, and you can see that it's 209 to 118 for Trump at this point. This is what's been called by the mainstream media. Joe Biden, with of course California coming in now, has swung the popular vote over to his side. You'll notice here, look at this. So California, with 48% of the vote in, Joe Biden is up in California as expected. However, as Bob pointed out earlier, they're counting the Joe Biden votes first, okay? Trump is going to narrow that margin. Trump actually has a shot of winning the popular vote, but it appears as though Donald Trump is on his way to an electoral vote victory, which, of course, none of the mainstream media is going to tell you that tonight. There's no possible way. But we're going to be here for a while more, and we might be able to call this thing tonight for Trump. I don't care if the mainstream media decides not to. If there's no way possible that Joe Biden can have enough votes, then we will call it here. And right now, it is certainly shaping up to be a Trump victory. Once again, in Pennsylvania, we're looking at half the vote in, and Donald Trump is up by 14.1%, okay? Over almost 500,000 votes, Bob. He's up there. I think we got a new number here in Florida. Yes, we do. With 98% of the votes counted, Donald Trump is up by 3.5% in Florida. He's up 383,000 votes, okay? He is just killing it there. In Georgia, he's still up by 9.2% with 70% to go. In Texas, he's now widened his lead to 5 points, Bob. So he's up with 76% of the vote. He's up by 5 in Texas. North Carolina's checking another battleground state. Oh, surprise, surprise. He's up by 1.4% there, extending his lead from 0.8 to 1.4% with 94% of the vote counted. Big surprise. No, not really. Not a surprise. Let's see our friends in Rhode Island. Biden is now ahead 49.5 to 48.8%. So looks like we got that in New Hampshire. They called it for Biden. Amazing. They've already called New Hampshire for Biden. I think that might be premature. I think it might be premature. But they're counting on all those votes, Bob. They counted already to try to carry over. And I think, I'm not sure if that's actually going to be the case. We'll find out. But I don't know. I wouldn't put it past him. Let's see. What else we got here? Michigan, with 48% of the vote, Donald Trump is up by 11%. That's a lot. In Wisconsin, he's up by 5.1% with 64% of the vote in. And, oh, there's Iowa that's flipped, Bob. So now Iowa's at 1.9% up Trump with 76% of the vote in. All of a sudden, Iowa just flipped to red. Boy, big surprise there. We knew that was going to happen. In Minnesota, I think they've run out of Biden votes already, and it's 12 points. I think that's gonna tighten. He's got a chance to win Minnesota. I think he's definitely gonna win Wisconsin and Michigan. I mean, and Pennsylvania. This is looking like a Trump victory, just like in 2016. No doubt about it. It looks like. Oh, guess what? There's Montana. We called it earlier. Now all of a sudden, Trump's up by 4.6%. And it was blue anymore. Remember, that thing was a big blue state. It's not blue anymore. It's now red. Let me look at, okay, let's see if Arizona, remember Arizona's at 73%. It's still at 73%, Bob. They're not going to let me do it. They're not going to give me my satisfaction to win this bet against you because they know that, although it's probably not against you because you bet with me. It's against the mainstream media. It's me and you versus the mainstream media. And I'm telling you, Bob, the next one that comes through for Arizona is going to put Trump close to Biden. I think when we get to like 85%, Arizona's going to flip, and I don't think the mainstream media is going to be able to ignore it at that point. When Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Florida, Georgia, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Arizona are all red, what are the mainstream media going to do? Are they going to still call it for Biden? I mean, there's going to be something that's going to have to give at a certain point. But they're loving their 209 electoral votes right now, and Trump's 118. Boy, they're really holding out. Bob, you called it earlier. They're holding out as long as they possibly can until the inevitable hits, isn't it?
Yep, they have to hold those votes off as long as they can.
They're just
make it look good, so that way they can secure their try to secure as many votes as they can for Biden. So they're definitely you're gonna see it like right at the end. Every single one of them, they're gonna shoot up Trump right at about 90%. They're gonna go. They're all gonna shoot up.
Yep.
90%. And right about 90% of the vote count. Also, you see a big Trump eagles go pop. It was just pop, 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 pop.
Yep, you're right. 90%. It's going to be like popcorn, where it just is at that point, and all of a sudden the kernels just start to pop, and all the states just start going Trump, 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 and that's all she wrote. This is another one, Georgia. They got 2 Senate seats in Georgia going on. John Ossoff versus David Perdue. Purdue's the incumbent, and they said Purdue's got a tough battle. He's going to lose probably. He might lose. Look at what he's doing. I mean, he's up here by 10.5% with 70% of the vote in. And they still haven't given it to him because they don't want to be embarrassed. Let's be honest. And here you go. Here are the Democrats leading in Georgia. But you know why? Because they had 2 really solid Republicans going against him. And you got 29.8% for the Democrat. And then together it's exactly 50% for the Republican. And you got another 6.1 and a 2.5 and a 1.9 for the Democrat. In other words, the Democrat doesn't have a chance in Georgia in the Senate. Kelly Loeffler looks like she's gonna hold on, and she's gonna be able to run against him in a runoff, and she's gonna win. Poor Doug Collins. You know, Doug Collins is a good man. He was in the House. He's a fighter. He's like a Tea Party guy. He's really a great guy. Doug Collins is one of the, you probably see him on Fox every once in a while. He's the guy with the glasses, short hair. He's a really good guy, and he has a nice accent too. But you know what? He wanted to go up against Kelly Loeffler. Kelly Loeffler is an extremely wealthy woman. I believe she's married to the president of the NYSE, the New York Stock Exchange. I believe she's worth over $350 million. Oh, you're taking, okay, good. This is a good time. I will go ahead and I will attempt to get Vanessa in here if she is available. We'll see. Let me try. Let me try, because this would be awesome if we can get her in. All right, I hope you guys are enjoying this. Nope, she is not available. So looks like maybe she's still charging it up. But anyway, who knows? We'll see. Anyway, so let's see. If at all possible, Vanessa, if you can get into the meet, that would be great. If you can't, well, so be it. But we like you in. You know, we also like you to be available on the call. Robert Hagan, calling Robert Hagan. I don't know if you're going to be coming in, but that was another one that might have been joining us. Robert Hagan. That would be nice. I would like Robert Hagan to join us if possible. And you know, I can, if you can, you can just you know, shoot me your email or your phone number, and then I can give you a call and we can get you on the line as well. But let's take a look. So we have Georgia here. Let's go back to the presidential election. All right, let's take a look. We've kind of spent a little bit of time here on the Senate, but here's the presidential election. As you can see, we're still not getting the stuff from Arizona like we should. Although Florida's at 98%, they still haven't called it for Trump. That is going to Trump. That's pretty obvious. So you know what, I'm calling Florida right now at 11:41 p.m. This is an early call for Florida, but look, I mean, there's no possible way that they're going to be able to pull up almost 400,000 votes. You know what? We'll take one last glance here at Florida and see exactly where we stand with the numbers that have come in here in Miami-Dade. With 99.77% reporting, Donald Trump lost Miami-Dade by 7.3%. I mean, that is just amazing. That is such a close race there. You cannot get much closer than that if you're a Republican in Miami-Dade. And there are just no votes remaining there. And once again, the people will say, "Well, wait a minute, hold on. What about the early ballots and stuff like that?" I want to show you this. The state allows mail ballots to be processed and counted before Election Day, which means voters can expect to see more advanced results on election night if everything goes to plan. Initial statewide results, which include ballots cast in early person and by mail. I mean, the simple fact is that Florida's done. I don't know why they're not even calling it, because there's no possible way that he's actually going to be able to lose that at this point. There's no votes. Look, Miami-Dade, 99.77. Broward County is at 100%, okay? 100%. They're not going to get any more votes. They're done. Palm Beach County is at 97.94%, and Trump had a pretty good showing there. In Broward, he almost got 35%. That's fantastic. Over here in Pinellas, where Tampa is, Trump is actually just barely down, and that is a bellwether county all the time. He just lost it by 0.2%, but that's really close. Hillsborough, which is St. Petersburg, Florida, that one, Trump is down by 6.8%, but it's 100% reporting. As we mentioned before, Osceola is a suburb county of Disneytown of Orlando, and Trump is with 100% reporting there, has lost it by 13.8. 13.8%. Here's Disneytown. Once again, Trump lost by 23.1%. But as you can tell, there are no votes remaining left. I mean, Seminole County is barely for Biden, another suburb of Orlando. Alachua County, once again, Biden's won there with 100% of the vote. Duval County up in, I guess that's Jacksonville. Barely, Biden's won that one. Over here in Leon County and up here in Gadsden County, Biden has won those. But notice the entire panhandle. Trump 56%, 72%, 68.8%, 75%, 89%, 80%, 71%. I mean, 80, these numbers are bigger than 2016, okay? These numbers are bigger than 2016. He is winning easily in Florida, and it really appears as though they're just making a late call on it, and Florida is going to go to Trump. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's called here. Florida's going to Trump. Here's the North Carolina results. With 94% in, Trump is increasingly to 1.4% over Biden. And I'm telling you, look at these things, 100% blue, 100% blue, 100% blue, 100. Look at all these things. These are all 100%. They've all counted them first, and they're all 100%. And it certainly appears as though Donald Trump is going to win North Carolina as well. So I just don't look at. There really isn't any votes. There aren't any votes that Biden has to get. I mean, and let's take a look at the rules there for North Carolina. But I think it's fairly similar. North Carolina, here it is. Mail-in ballots can't be processed before November 3rd, but not counted until that day. Still a heavy volume of in-person votes this year means voters can expect to see more advanced results on election night if everything goes to plan. It looks like everything is actually going to plan. It looks like everything is actually being reported. And I'm telling you, this election seemed to be super smooth today. I didn't hear of any kind of really major problems anywhere. There wasn't any violence or anything like that out there. I mean, this is pretty amazing. I just think that North Carolina with 94% of the vote, I just don't think that with 4% of the vote or 6% of the vote left, with the 5.4 million votes cast, that would be 6% would be about 30 to 40,000 votes, and Trump is up by 300,000. I don't know. It just seems like if 10% of the votes, 500,000. Well, that would be 300,000 basically at 6%. So about 300,000 votes are outstanding. Joe Biden would need to take that's the Senate. Forrest would need to take the whole entire thing. I don't think that's going to happen. I think Roy Cooper is going to take that. But take a look here. You're talking about, what is that, 75,000 votes. 75,000 votes separate Biden from Trump. I mean, he's going to have to just cream Trump in whatever's remaining. I just don't see it because if you look at this map, I mean, 100% reporting in all these Democrat counties. I mean, here's 94%, but Trump is destroying him there. They don't want to count the rest of that because Trump's winning. You know, I think that this is getting close to being able to call the entire election for Donald Trump because there's not enough. Look at this, Pennsylvania, with 52% of the vote counted. Let's just do a refresh and see. With 52% of the vote counted, let me go ahead and I'll just jam in here a little bit. That's much better. You guys can see that better. Take a look at this. Trump is up by 14.6% now in Pennsylvania, with 52% of the vote counted. Now, there's a lot of mail-in stuff on that one that can actually come in later on too, but to be honest with you, it's looking like it's in his favor as well. Here's Michigan. Trump is up by 10.7% with half the vote in. Ohio with 94% of the vote in. I mean, come on. How can you not call this for Donald Trump at this point? He's up by 451,000 votes, okay? He's up by 451,000 votes. He's up by 8.1% with 94% of the vote counted, okay? But Joe Biden doesn't, I mean, look, here's all the Democrat count. 99.2.9% reporting. 96.8% reporting. This one, though, Lucas County, okay, that's at 38.78. So he's going to get some votes there. But, I mean, but that's a smaller county. Let's be honest. That's not, I mean, it's 120,000 with 3 points. Yeah, no, it's like 300,000, 400,000 county. No, that's a smaller county. Athens County, 100% reporting. Franklin County, almost 100% reporting. No more votes for Biden there. Montgomery County is at 88%, but look, Trump is almost dead even with him there. Biden's not going to get much more votes there. Hamilton County, 99.47%. No, I'm sorry, but Joe Biden just doesn't have the votes there in Ohio, and yet they're not calling it for Trump. Trump is going to win Ohio by 8%, and they're not calling it for him. And by the way, Bob, you weren't here, but take a look at this. Florida, he's extended. He's up 3.5%, and there's 98% of the vote. All these Democrats counties are at 100%. Bob, they've all counted them first. He's got no. Okay, Miami-Dade is almost at exactly 100%, and look how close Trump came to him in Miami-Dade. I mean, that is just razor thin. Broward County is 100% reporting. Palm Beach, almost 100% reporting. There are no more votes for Biden there. And yet they don't call it because they're afraid. They're scared to death to call it because they probably live in a city where it's all boarded up. And they're afraid to death of Antifa coming out and torching the place because Donald Trump has legitimately won. I mean.
And they don't say it because they don't want to give away all hope.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they don't want to give away all hope. Look here's Texas. Guess what? Trump is ahead by what? 5.4% now. He's up by 5.4%. He's getting up towards 600,000 up. I mean, look at this place. There's not many votes left. These are all 75% in. And look how close it is. Trump and Biden are neck and neck there. I mean, Biden's killing them there in Travis County. I don't know where that exact Travis County is, but where's Dallas is up in this area, right? I mean, it's got to be up in this area somewhere. It's probably right about here, somewhere in here. Isn't Dallas somewhere up in this area? Or is it more to the center? That's funny. I really don't know. But the point is that where's Dallas? Dallas is supposed to be blue. I don't see blue up here. Now I know this is like down in here is like Waco, Austin. I think that's Austin right there. So yeah, you're gonna see some. Maybe that's Austin there at Travis County, but you're gonna see some of those counties go blue. But I just don't think that Trump. There's Dallas right over there. That's a little more east than I thought. So Dallas, yeah, Dallas. I mean, Biden's winning heavily in Dallas. But when you think about it, 25% of the votes still outstanding. He's winning there by what? 270,000 votes. So take a quarter of that, and that's 70,000 votes. So Biden's going to win another 70,000 votes. But look, he's down by 500 and something thousand votes. I just don't think he's actually got a chance. So here's beautiful Ellis County. with 82% reporting, and Trump is just destroying him, 66.4. So look at all the suburbs around Dallas. They're all going to Trump. So the suburban women are not voting for Biden in Texas, that's for sure. Maybe they're voting for him over in the East, but I can tell you this, they're not voting for him in Texas. The suburban women have just completely abandoned Joe Biden. 7.8%. Donald Trump is up in the toss-up state of Georgia, with 76% of the precincts reporting. Wisconsin with 70% reporting. Donald Trump is up. He's extended his lead to 4.9% now. And let's just take a look at Wisconsin's rules, just so that people don't go, wait a minute. There's a million votes and this and that, you know? Okay, Wisconsin, guess what? They cannot be processed or counted until Election Day. It has no statewide reporting process for unofficial results on election night, but the clerks are required to report their tallies to county clerks within 2 hours of finishing the count. Most mail-in ballots are counted at precincts where the voter would have cast a ballot in person, which means that the mail-in ballots are being counted. Those are part of the total. So there aren't any extras. Donald Trump is doing fantastic here in Wisconsin. Okay, so let's take a look at the big map. Maine looks like it's going to go to Biden as expected. New Hampshire, they've already called for Biden, but I think that was an early call. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. Rhode Island is so close. Look at Rhode Island. With 49% of the vote in, there's only a 0.7% margin of error in Rhode Island. That is really tight for Rhode Island. New York, look out, oh my gosh. Look at this, Bob. 67% have counted in New York. Donald Trump's got almost 43% of the vote there. I mean, he is having just a fantastic night. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. He's up by 15% in Pennsylvania, Bob. He's up by 15%. He's up by 1.4 in North Carolina. He was supposed to be down by 5, they said. He's supposed to have a problem in South Carolina, and he's up by 15.5. He was supposed to lose Georgia, but he's up there by 7.6%. I mean, Texas was supposed to be in play, and he's up by 5.4% there. Iowa, he was down in the polls last week, and now he's up 4.9%. Michigan, he was supposed to get, he was down by 10 in Michigan last poll. 10, 8 to 10. And take a look at this. This is crazy. He's up 10.8% in Michigan. I mean, he's closing the gap in Minnesota. He's only down by 11.2 in Minnesota with 68%. We already turned the corner over here in Montana. So that corner.
I think I lost the connection now.
Yeah, you're no longer in the meet, but we can still hear you. We can still hear you. And don't worry, you're not on camera anyway. We're just showing. I'm just showing the map right now, so you can just come back in anytime. Here's Arizona. Oh, Bob, I win the bet. If you recall, we talked about that Arizona's at 73%, and he was down by what was it, 8.7% or something. Now he's only down by 8.4%, and it was just 1% that came in. So take a look at that. That is getting no, it's 8.7% if I recall. Now he's down to 8.4%. So I'm telling you, Arizona is going to get tighter and tighter and tighter as those things come in, and he has a chance. Let's take a look at Woke California. Woke California, unfortunately, is just a lost cause. 28.8% to 69.4%. Joe Biden is winning by 40.6% in California with 52% of the vote in. Oregon is in with 75% of the vote, and
Biden's winning by 20.7% there. In Washington, Biden's winning by 24% with 58% of the vote in there. So as you can see, they don't want to give anything to Trump. They're just hanging out here at 209 to 118, and they are scared to death, apparently, of doing it. Last time we saw, Democrats had 44, Republicans had 43. Now we're at 44 and 45, so they must have called a couple of more. Here's the House. This is the first time we actually ever looked at the House. 121 for Democrats, 145 for Republicans. This is shaping up to be quite a night. I mean, it is possible that we could be seeing what they would call a red wave. So let's take a look here. Which one are they giving it to? Collins is up by a 10.3% in Maine, literally having a great night there. Looks like we got a split ticket going on a little bit in Rhode Island. Cory Booker has got that one locked up. No way that he's going to lose anything. Now this is a disappointment, but not surprising. Chris Coons, you know, a total clown, to be honest with you. He's just a complete clown. You should see him. I mean, this guy, he's got his daughter getting his hair snipped and kissed by Joe Biden. What was she, 12, 13, 14 years old? I mean, and now, you know, this guy loves Joe Biden, and he's going to be, you know, incumbent senator. It's just awful. That guy, like, he hammered Amy Coney Barrett right before the actual vote, and it was just terrible. It was like 10 minutes of just pure junk. I mean, it was just like junk coming out of this guy's mouth. I just couldn't even handle it much anymore because it was so misinformed. He was just horrible. Virginia, Warner is the Democrat incumbent there. He's up by 0.8%, which is actually really close for Virginia. I think Donald Trump is having a good night and carrying a lot of people. So, Tom Tillis was not supposed to be doing well. Was supposed to be losing his incumbency to, Cunningham, which had multiple affairs. But it looks like he's winning by 1.7% with 93% of the vote. So it looks like Tillis is probably going to hold on to that as well, which is, not good for the Democrats. They were hoping to pick up the Senate, and it doesn't look like they're going to pick up the Senate. Lindsey Graham was supposed to be in big trouble, right? He's smoking them by 13.8%. It's not even close. I don't see a problem there. We already called that one a long time ago. We called that one forever ago. Tom Cotton, of course, is going to hold on. Cornyn's going to hold on easily. He's up by almost 10%. It's not even close there. Kansas, of course, Ben Sass is going to win Nebraska. South Dakota is safe. It's just about as safe as Wyoming is the safest of safe for Republicans. Here we go. Remember this one? Risch was losing. Remember that one in Idaho, Bob? Well, now guess what? He's up by 14.2%. So apparently all the Jordan votes have dried up. Bullock is winning 51.1 to Daines 48.9, which means probably that Daines is going to win and going to keep his incumbency, keep his seat there because I'm telling you, 52%, they're going to start running out of Democrat votes pretty soon. Let's take a look at McSally here. They still haven't updated it. 73% in. McSally's down by 9.8%. So we'll see what happens there. But I want to take a look real quick at the presidential election that's going on in. That's interesting. I want to see what the presidential election. Here we go. Presidential elections going on in Virginia. They had called Virginia earlier for Joe Biden, but Donald Trump had been in the lead. Let's take a real quick look at Virginia. And
Donald Trump is still in the lead in Virginia with 67% of the vote counted. He's up by, 53,000 votes. He's up by 1.6%. I mean, Donald Trump is having a fantastic election. Let's be honest. Virginia wasn't even this close last time in 2016. No, all these numbers are showing that, look at this map. I mean, this map looks exactly. And where's Nevada? Why isn't Nevada reporting anything? What happened to them? Did they fall off the face of the earth? Let's take a look. Maybe they all lost their bets. Let's take a look. Nevada. Some people call it Nevada, but I'm from California, so we call it Nevada. It's not even a swing state. They don't even call it a battleground state. I mean, but you know what? Nevada absolutely is a swing state. It actually is a toss-up state. No matter what the woke mob will tell you and what the mainstream media will tell you on this thing, says, oh yeah, they got Nevada. Remember this map, I want to remind everybody, this stupid map is a map that they thought this is the consensus of all the pollsters and whatever who think that this is going, that this is the real deal and that this is the way the election's going to shape up. But let me tell you something. The election's not shaping up this way. Joe Biden does not have 270 electoral votes without these other states. The simple fact is that Joe Biden is actually, take a look at that map and then just look at the actual map of where it's at right now. Look at this. That's the Senate. That's Texas. What happened to my guy? I had a nice flow going here. Oh, there it is. Okay. Check this out. Look at this map. Let's zoom out a little bit so you guys see the entire map. There we go. Let's go to there. Get the heck out. There we go. Check this out. This is the map. This is what it looks like right now. This is what their map looks like. As you can see, all this is blue, 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 all the way across, blue, all the way across. And then look at the map. Look at the real map. Do you see blue all the way across the top? No. What I see here is red, 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 and then not in Minnesota, but Minnesota is tightening down to 10.2% below 11. We're going to continue to see that tighten. Bob, are you doing something with something over there? We hear a bunch of crackling.
Yeah, for some reason I'm not getting a signal right now. My headset ran out of power, like it all hit me all at once.
Oh, okay. Well, we can hear you just fine, but we do hear some crackling going on there. I don't know if it's paper or whatever, but we do hear that.
I do notice though that the whatchamacallit,
Live stream?
Democrats retained the House, though.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay, so the House has been called for the Democrats by the mainstream media, but I have not called the House for the Democrats, but I haven't really looked at the House yet at all. So we'll get there, but it's possible that the House will continue to be Democrat run, but it's also possible that Nancy Pelosi will not be the Speaker of the House coming up. Let's see. Kevin, Fox has called Florida for Trump a while back and Ohio for Trump. Fox calls New Mexico and Arizona for Biden. Well, you know what? If Fox calling Arizona for Biden is extremely crazy, there's still 25% of the vote left out, 26% of the vote out there. I don't know about that. It seems like a premature call, but okay. But so Florida, Fox called it, but USA Today has not called it. Looking at 3.5% with 98%. I would think that they got to call it. Ohio, the USA Today is holding out. I'm so glad I picked USA Today because it shows like the worst of the worst right here, right? I mean, these guys are getting these results are correct. Believe me, it's not that the results that are bad for USA Today. They're actually correct. The problem is that they're so left-leaning over there that they don't want to call any state for Trump. Just look at the Electoral College. Now you got 213 for Biden, so that's gone up, and 118 for Trump. So, I mean, they're calling states left and right for Biden, but they're not calling any of them. Look at this. Look at all these in stripes for Trump. I mean, Pennsylvania, I can understand why you wouldn't call that because they're just nuts with all their mail-in ballots. But look at Ohio. Ohio should be called for Trump. There's no way that they can make up 400 and something thousand votes with only 6% of the vote out there. Michigan is probably a little early to call. I get that. Okay, that's fine. Wisconsin's a little early to call. Iowa, Bob, if you recall, Iowa was blue. Look at Iowa now. 6.7% with 90% of the vote counted, and they can't call Iowa? Iowa's a no-brainer at this point. Iowa's going to Trump. I'm calling Iowa for Trump. All right? You have a problem with that, Bob? I don't think I do.
No, they're just trying to, like I said, they're holding out right now. That's what they're trying to do right now.
Exactly. They're
just
trying to
hold out as long
out.
as they can to give Biden enough credence, but he's going to lose, so, you know.
You called it right off the bat that you felt like Biden was not going to lose, mainly because Trump is set for a time like this, that God has put him here for a reason, and that this, in my opinion, was the United States' Nineveh moment. That either we were going to come to repentance, and we were going to keep this guy in here, or we were going to go the way of the dodo woke, and we were just going to go down in the pit. It appears as though there's been a slight reprieve here in terms of judgment coming on America. Because, Bob, you're probably right. I mean, if Biden was going to pull this thing out, I wouldn't have put past God to rapture the church right out of there at that point and say, okay, that's it. Come out of Babylon. You're done.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But now that Trump's here, it's possible I mean, listen, God is long suffering. He doesn't want any to perish. He wants us to spread the gospel. So, I mean, if Trump is going to be in office and he's going to allow us to do it, then we should just do it wholeheartedly, because just like Trump, we have nothing to lose. We're not going to be elected anymore. We are already elected by God. We are the elect.
Absolutely.
Isn't that beautiful? I mean, we are the elect. We're not going through another election. We got nothing to lose. So what if you're persecuted for his name's sake? Isn't it better to give up your life for him at that point? Think of the eternal treasures that are in store for us. Just consider it. Just think of it for just a moment. You can't even imagine how great it's going to be. That's what the Bible says. You can't even imagine how awesome it's going to be. I mean, this period of time here on earth is such a little zephyr. It's just a tiny shadow of everything else that's going to happen afterwards. And you simply just cannot give up your life, your eternal life, for what's going here on the earth. This place is turning into a dump very quickly. And it's going to get restored. And then ultimately it's going to get restored as a brand new heaven and a brand new earth. And the new city of New Jerusalem is going to come down. And we're going to be the inhabitants of that. And I've done a calculation on that city. And let me tell you something. If that city is a cube, then every single one of us, if there's 10 billion souls that have been saved over the course of history, which is a lot of people, but if that's the case, Bob, your mansion and my mansion, everyone's mansion there, is going to be 5 football fields wide, 5 football fields long, and 5 football fields high, which is 1,500 feet high, okay? You're talking about a structure that makes the Trump Tower look like a kid's toy. 1,500 feet high is more office space per floor than the World Trade Center has, because the antenna is like 300 feet tall. The highest place up there is like 1,300 feet, okay? You're talking about a structure of 1,500 feet, but you're talking 5 football fields wide, Bob. The entire World Trade Center is like 70 yards, okay? So you're talking about 8 times wide and 8 times as long as the World Trade Center, and that's just for you personally, Bob. You have a gigantic tower in your future. And that's if 10 billion people are saved. Every single one of us is going to have a tower that makes the World Trade Center look like a toy. Now, Jesus said that he was going to give us a mansion in heaven. And he said that if he wasn't going to do it, he wouldn't tell us. His promises are real. His promises are true. The New Jerusalem is going to be something amazing. I mean, it's 1,500 miles wide, long, and high. I mean, this thing, 1,500 miles, goes well above many, many satellites that orbit. You're talking about something that covers almost half the United States. It's a gigantic city. It's going to be amazing. So that's what we have in store for us. Anyway, look at this. So let's just take a look at some of these numbers here. Once again, they're not calling anything for Trump. They refuse. But if you take a look here at the numbers, let's just zoom in here. States to watch. These are the battleground states with 96% of the vote in. So looks like Florida's got even more vote in. Once again, Donald Trump is up by 3.3%. I don't think there's just not enough votes for Biden at this point. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is trouncing Joe Biden with his anti-fracking message. 15.2% Donald Trump is up in Pennsylvania. In North Carolina, Donald Trump is still up 1.4% with 94% of the vote counted. In Ohio, he's up by 8.4% with 94% of the vote counted. Ohio should be called by everybody at this point. I'm not sure why. I'm glad Fox called it, but that's just ridiculous that they haven't called that. Texas, 5.6%. Trump is widening his lead there with 78% of the vote in. Michigan, Trump is still up 10.8%. Fracking message again. Fracking. Ohio, Michigan, Texas. You're seeing it happen right here. 54% of the vote in. Donald Trump's killing it. Georgia, supposed to be up for grabs apparently, but he's up by 7.5% in Georgia with 81% of the vote. Doesn't look very promising for Joe Biden there. He's extended his lead in Wisconsin to 5 points. Donald Trump is supposed to be losing Wisconsin by 11 to 17. 17 points, Washington Post said. 17 points, the Washington Post said. 11 points, the New York Times said. Okay? Donald Trump is up by 5 with 76% of the vote in. Arizona is getting closer and closer. As you can see, 7.7% now. Only 7.7. It was at 8.7 before with 73%. Now it's at 7.7 with 75%. And someone's telling me, wait a minute, someone's telling me that Fox called Arizona for Biden. Can someone confirm that for me? Did Fox call Arizona for Biden? If so, they've blown it. They have blown it, because I do believe that Donald Trump is going to win Arizona. I can't prove it to you, obviously. I'm not going to call it either. But I can tell you this. It's looking like Arizona probably is going to go to Trump. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. I mean, is it true? I mean, if it's true and they actually called it for it, I think they made an early call. Minnesota, 53.8%, 44.2%. So now it's down to 9.6%. So it's below 10% in Minnesota. Donald Trump's losing with 72% of the vote in. But I mean, this is getting very, very interesting, very close to call for Donald Trump this election, because he's got 118. He's only got 118 votes, but they have not given him Florida with 29, and he's going to win that. They haven't given him Georgia, and they 16, so that's 45 electoral votes right there. He's going to win that. North Carolina, I mean, it's pretty close. Maybe we don't call that one. Texas is, I mean, 78%. He's up by 5.6, and he's widening his lead. That's got 38 electoral votes. 38 and 29 is 67, plus another 16 is 83 electoral votes. 83 electoral votes puts him at 201 to 213 just in those 3 states alone. Okay? Then you give him Ohio, and that's another 18, and all of a sudden now he's at 219, and he's beating Joe Biden. So Iowa is probably a 92%, and he's up by 7. Okay, look at 93%, just updated, 93%, and he's up by 7.5%. That race is over for Biden. Iowa's going to Trump. I'm calling it right here. 6 electoral votes go to Trump. So I'm calling Ohio as well. Ohio is going to Trump. So we've got 6 plus 18. Florida, I'm calling for Trump. Sorry, I'm calling it for Trump. 29 electoral votes go to Trump. Georgia goes to Trump for 16. So we've got 1645 plus another 18 makes 63 plus 69 plus another 38. That makes 107. 107 electoral votes go to Trump. 100, so that makes it 225 to 223. Trump is at 225 to 223. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get a map up here that allows me to actually track this and show you what my map looks like. But I can tell you one thing it doesn't look like. It doesn't look like this map. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this thing so I can get a start. I can have a head start on it. And we'll just, this is the map that's going to be coming up here any moment. Let me just make sure that everything's doing okay. Yeah, everything's doing all right in terms of size and stuff. So we can take out, I think we can keep Florida in there. We're going to keep Pennsylvania. We're going to keep Michigan. Ohio's done. Okay, we're done. We're done with Ohio. Trump is up by 8.4% with 94% of the vote in. And here we go. Summit County is almost at 100%. Cuyahoga County is almost at 100%. That's Cincinnati, I'm sure. It's right up there in that area. Lucas County. Well, maybe that's Cleveland over there. Maybe that's Cincinnati over here. Or Cincinnati is maybe on the left, down here, Hamilton County. You know, I really don't know Iowa or Iowa. Now all of a sudden I'm Joe Biden. I'm calling it Iowa. No, Ohio. I don't really know that too familiar with it. But look at this, 100%, 100%. All of these blue areas are 100%. So I just, you know what, we're calling Ohio. So we're gonna dump Ohio out of here. It's gone. So let's duplicate this thing if we can, and see if we can get some kind of duplicate there. Texas is looking very promising for Trump. Georgia is looking extremely promising for Trump. He's up by 7.6% with 82% of the vote in. Here's the Senate. So the Senate is at 45-44. This is crucial. Let's see. Fox called Ohio and Iowa. Okay, well that makes sense because I just called Iowa myself here and Ohio. So that totally makes sense. That's the Senate. But yeah, that makes sense. I think they called Arizona too early. I think they're going to get bit in the butt for that one. We'll see. I don't think that was a smart call because Arizona definitely has a chance. Here's Tillis. Tillis is up by 1.8% with 93% of the vote in. It's certainly looking good for Tillis. Fox just called Texas. All right. So Fox, and that totally makes sense because, like I said, there was no way possible that Biden can actually even get enough votes there. At a certain point, here's Texas. There's no way. I mean, with 79% of the vote, 5.7% he's up now. He's just widening his lead. And we see in these counties that these counties are at 79% where the 79% of the vote counted. These things are tracking right alongside of it. It's not like these Democrat areas are coming in, with, look at this is a Democrat area with 100%. 100%. Hidalgo was 71.4%. Starr, Jim Hogg County, 100%. Webb County, 100%. All these Democrat counties are coming in at 100%. This one, Harris County, is not. But Trump's not getting killed there. We're only talking about a couple 100,000 votes, and it's at 72%. So a couple 100,000 votes, only 50,000 votes maybe swing Biden's way. And we're talking about almost 600,000 votes different now. Now, Texas is gone for Biden. We can just go ahead and dump that. We're not going to even watch that anymore because it's gone. I think Georgia's probably going to be next. I think they're going to probably call Georgia pretty soon because that one's slipping out of control for Biden. I just don't think that one's going to happen for Biden. I don't think that he's got it. I don't think he's got it there. Wisconsin, Trump is up by 4.9% there with 78% of the vote counted. Boy, it sure is looking 100%. 100%. Not almost 100%. La Crosse is a small, tiny county. Tiny county. Another tiny county. A very small county there. Greene County is at 100% for Democrats. Iowa County, 100%. Dane County is almost at 100%. Killed it for Biden, but you know what? Milwaukee, you know what? Donald Trump is just killing it tonight. He's really doing very, very well. Probably better than most people even thought that he was going to do. Let's shrink it down a little bit so we can get the entire picture here. So we got Maine here. Biden is winning Maine. He's going to probably win Maine, by close to 8 to 10 points. I think that it's going to tighten up in New Hampshire, but Biden may hold on. He barely held on back in 2016, so we'll see. But Vermont is a lost cause. Massachusetts has been a lost cause since the 60s. Connecticut is a lost cause since probably about the 70s. Well, actually, it went to Reagan in '84, but that was kind of an anomaly because Mondale said, "I will raise your taxes," which actually is exactly what Biden did. So the only thing that held Trump back here was the mainstream media. If he would have the same media that Reagan had back in 1984, it could have been about the same kind of thing here. And Biden probably wouldn't even have won Delaware, which is even worse than what Mondale did. So here's New York. Trump, respectable 43% in New York, absolutely. Let's just see if we got any new numbers here for Pennsylvania. With 64% of the vote in, Donald Trump is up by 15.2%. Fox is awaiting remarks from Biden. That's interesting. 223 to 145. Looks like that USA Today is giving Ohio to Donald Trump. Just after I called it, pretty much was 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. Now they've called it. So they're basically following my lead. I think that Texas, I think that North Carolina, they're not going to call, but I mean, come on, Florida's going to get close. They're going to probably call that pretty soon. And they're probably going to call Texas within, pretty soon as well. They're not going to be able to hold out much longer, I don't think, on Texas because there's just not enough votes there. And I think Georgia's getting close for them to call too. Georgia's probably going to be one of the next ones, if not the next one. Looks like they've called Minnesota for Biden. That's interesting.
it probably is gonna go to Biden, but as you can see now, it's down to 8.6%, and it was just at 10. So I mean, there's still some votes out there. It'll be interesting to see how close that Minnesota gets, but they're taking every opportunity to give it to Biden as much as they possibly can. And like Bob said, they're just holding out until the day comes where they just simply won't be able to hold out anymore. So it looks like we might have lost Bob Barber, unfortunately. Let me see who this was. Somebody called me. Let's see if I can get somebody on the line. Maybe that was Bob. So I'm calling Bob back, and let's see if we can get Bob on the line. Well, anyway, as we're waiting for Bob, we'll see here.
Your call has been forwarded.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's too bad. Let's see if Vanessa can pick up, if she's available. Nope. Looks like she's not able to come on either. But Bob, if you're listening, if you're on, why don't you just give me a call, and then we can get rolling on this thing again. Let me see. Phone ran out of power, waiting for it to charge, dead as a donor nail. Wow. So Vanessa's just getting attacked big time. She's not even able to come on. Oh, that was Bob, sorry. Bob's phone is dead as a doornail. So there you go. Yeah, so that's kind of unfortunate. Anybody else contacting me? Let's see. We were having technical issues. Just gave up. Okay, Bob is not going to be coming back on. So if anybody's here to still listen to Bob, you can take off because simple fact is he's not coming back. Yeah, so he won't be coming back tonight. But I hope you enjoyed Bob's contributions. Steve, looks like you emailed me. Yes, I got your emails here. Fox called Iowa for Trump. Great. So yeah, so I don't need to have this actually up anymore. Waiting for Bob, so I can just wait for somebody else. But well, let's see here. So they're calling Minnesota for Biden, and they haven't called Texas, but they just called Ohio. So that puts Trump at 145 and Biden at 223. They must have called Hawaii already for Biden. They did without any votes coming in. They just called it for Biden because they know that he's going to win there. Nevada, I have no idea what's going on with Nevada. They haven't called anything yet there. They haven't even had a vote come in, let alone anything. So here's Arizona with 75%. Trump is down by 7.7%, which is better than the 8.7%, but that was where it was just about half an hour ago too. So they're coming in really slow there for some reason. Idaho was given, look at that. So Montana has now been given to Trump as well. Oregon, of course, has been given to Biden. Wisconsin was given to Biden. I'm sorry, Minnesota was given to Biden. Wisconsin, Trump is still up by 4.9% there in Wisconsin with 78% of the vote counted. There's Iowa, that was called for Trump. Listen, he's winning Iowa by 8.6% with 97% of the vote in. And Iowa, we were told, was going to be very close. But that's obvious that it's not even close. I mean, it's ridiculous. So Fox called Minnesota for Biden, and so did USA Today. Let me see here. Yep. So we got Ohio is definitely for Trump, and Pennsylvania is gonna be a disaster for quite a while. But 15.2% ahead right now for Donald Trump, just completely destroying it. in Pennsylvania. I mean, he's really having a good night. Here we are at 94% still for North Carolina, and Trump is up by 1.4% there. Georgia, he's up by 6.6% now. He's widening his lead again in Georgia. And in Florida, with 96% of the vote, Donald Trump is up by 3.3%, pretty much where he was the entire time, 3.3%. Here we are. Let's go down to the Senate results. Looks like they've given another one to a Democrat. So let's take a look and see which one that one was. Now it's at 45-45. Susan Collins is still up by 10.2% with 68% of the vote in. Let's see which one they gave to the Democrat. Let's see. Who is it? They already gave Booker a long time ago. Smith is up over Lewis by 5.9% with 74% of the vote. James is still beating Peters by quite a wide margin, 11%. Only 58% of the vote in there. 56% of the vote in, sorry. So it's still a ways to go. Warner's now come out into a lead, and they've given it to him, 53.7% to Gade. Now, Warner was the incumbent, so that's not a super big surprise. McConnell has won easily. They called that long ago. Tillis is still up on Cunningham by 1.8%, slightly more than what Trump said. Remember, he's at 1.4% in that state. 93% vote counted, so Tillis is looking pretty good to keep his seat there in a really tough battle against Cunningham. But Cunningham had a problem. Cunningham had an affair with a couple of women, and he got caught. And then that basically just destroyed his chances because he was running on a morality campaign. That kind of backfired on him. Tennessee is, with Marsha Blackburn and now with Haggerty. That's solid Republican. South Carolina. I heard that Lindsey Graham was in trouble, that Lindsey Graham didn't have a chance possibly, and that he was getting outspent 20-1 or whatever. And next thing you know, look at Lindsey Graham. With 67% of the vote, Lindsey Graham is up by 15.2%. So they've already called it easily for Lindsey Graham. Here's Georgia. We can tap on Georgia because they got two things going on. David Perdue, which was supposed to have a really tough battle, and he was down in some polls. Well, he's winning by 9.3%. So that's not even close. It looks like Kelly Loeffler is going to be the one who's going to run against and win against Warnock. So she's going to be able to keep her seat in a runoff. That shouldn't surprise anybody. Although I personally was actually rooting for Doug Collins. I think Doug Collins is a good guy. But I guess he's not Senate material yet for that state. He needs to go back to the House. Iowa. Joni Joni Ernst was supposed to lose, right? Joni Ernst was down in the polls. Oh, Joni Ernst is dead. She better vote against Amy Coney Barrett because she's going to lose and she has to vote for impeachment and blah, blah, blah. No, look at her. She's up by 7 points with 96% of the vote in. And that's not called yet? Boy, they're really holding out on that one. They're holding out big time. Why are they holding out? We know. They just want to hold out as long as they possibly can. Tom Cotton won easily, as expected. John Cornyn, that guy is up by almost 10 points, and he was supposed to have a tough battle. So, no, the Republicans are not having a tough night tonight. The Republicans are having a fantastic night tonight. Let's be honest. This is turning out to be a great night for Republicans. 1.2% now for Daines in Montana with 58%. I'm sorry, it's still 56%. I get that number wrong every time. Risch has been called. He's going to continue to widen that lead, I would expect. New Mexico, Lujan was barely over 50.8% of the vote. Just barely. Looks like he's going to win that one, though. Here we go. There's the big one here. So McSally versus Kelly. We're still not getting any more extras out of Arizona at 75%. it looks like pretty much everything is stalled out here. I mean, they do not want any more results to come in. They want to have Joe Biden look like he has a chance to win. That's the only thing that I can think of at this point, is that they really just try to have Joe Biden win. Now look at the popular vote. Donald Trump is at only 1.36 million less than Joe Biden. 1.36 million. If you recall, in 2016, it was about 2.8 million. So he's performing better. And it was 63 million to basically about 66 million. And there's still a lot of votes to be counted. And there's a pretty good turnout this year. Let's be honest. I mean, it's nowhere near what it should be. I mean, we're still talking about a suppressed turnout in terms of people just not caring about politics at a certain point. And they don't really want to vote for anybody. But here's your 223 to 145. And we got some results from Nevada. Let's see here. 2% counted for the first time we're reporting. Donald Trump is up 70.6% to 26.7%. Still extremely early, but yeah, that's I think Alaska is the last to close here. About I think 24 minutes from now. So let's take a look for the first time. We're going to take a look. Well, before we do that, let's just take one last look at the Senate and see where we just got another Republican win. So 46 to 45. Let's see where that Republican win was. Looks like they called it for Joni Ernst. It looks like that was the one. So they just called it for her. She's up by 6.8%. It's a no-brainer. She's won it. So we're at 46 to 45. Susan Collins at 68%, still winning that one. Tillis is still winning over here by 1.6%. It looks like Daines probably is going to win. So you got one there. Looks like Tillis is going to win. That's two. Collins is probably going to win there, so that's three. You're going to get two more in Georgia, so that's 4 and 5. And then it looks like Peter's going to win here. That's 6. Probably not going to pick one up there, so that's 6. And maybe that one is 7. So you're going to have 52 or 53. You're pretty much going to wind up exactly where you were last time, where we are today. So it certainly looks like it's either 52 or 53 to the Republicans in the Senate. It looks like they're going to hold. It doesn't make any sense that they wouldn't hold at this point. So I got to say that the Republicans are going to hold the Senate. Let's see if we got anything here in terms of House, or is this only the Senate? Let's see. This is probably just the Senate. Okay, we'll keep that there. We'll come back to that later, and then we'll go here. This is the Senate. This is the House. So here we go. We've got 218 for control. Remember, 435 in the House of Representatives. The Republicans got 152, Democrats 137. So let's take a look at the full House results and see what that looks like. For some reason, this tab does not want to duplicate. It looks like it's slowing down. How about we stop it? Okay, so let's see if we can try to duplicate it. I would like to be able, no, it doesn't look like it. Let's see, maybe we can copy it and then paste it. Because I'd like to show, if at all possible, I'd like to show what it looks like in terms of the actual vote itself. Is this all the House stuff, or do I need to go one more? All right, here we go. The House of Representatives, 2020 election results. Right now, Republicans have 153, Democrats 139 that have been called. If you noticed in the United States looks very, very red. That's because these counties are very, very big, that are Republican counties, mostly rural counties, and all these other ones are, pretty much big cities, all along the coast and here and there, everywhere. But there are some key deals, races that we can take a look at. But so Alabama looks like we got a whole bunch of Republicans that are taking it. You got unopposed ones, and then you got one Democrat from District 7, which was unopposed. Looks like Terry is actually a woman. Sorry about that, Terry, but that's how the cookie crumbles. Alaska hasn't reported anything yet. Here's some from Arizona. District 1 is 48% reporting. Arizona's notoriously slow. Biden's speaking now. Okay, that's interesting. Well, let's see here. So Biden's speaking. I guess we can go to, maybe we can go to Biden. Let's see if I can get something up. Probably not, but we can see. All right, so what's Biden? Anybody talking about Biden? All right. Well, anyway, if Biden's speaking, then I don't want to necessarily talk over him. People are listening to him. Okay, he's done. All right. So what did Biden have to say for himself, Steve? What great words of wisdom did Biden say? Biden is gonna. Oh, he's putting a lid on it. Okay, so he's gonna go night-night. That's nice. So, yeah, he's tired, he's got to go to sleep. Yeah, he's awaiting results in the count, sure. So, that's that of course. So that's basically what's going on here. That makes sense. Doesn't surprise me one bit. So Biden has called it a night. He's put a lid on it. And he's done. He's done for the night. He doesn't want anything more. He's going to go home to mommy, which is his wife, Jill. So, it's not a real mom, but I mean, you get my point. He gets, just babied by her. If you haven't noticed on the campaign trail, he gets babied by her the whole time. Pretty sad, to be honest with you. But, Joe, don't stand there. Stand here. It's like, really? He's got to be told all that? I mean, that seems a little bit wacky. So they let Biden speak and said, okay, we're not going to count any more votes tonight, apparently, because everything's pretty much stalled out. I mean, this is a little bit crazy. We're not getting any kind of new results in here at all. Looks like USA Today has finally called Florida. I would say it's about time, to be honest with you. There's no reason why they shouldn't have called it earlier, but when you're giving it to Florida, when you're giving Florida to Trump, something's up. And take a look, the popular vote is at 1.55 million difference in favor of Biden, but 174 Electoral College votes to 223. Yes, they did give Florida to Trump. So, I mean, Florida was supposed to go late into the night and maybe even into tomorrow, who knew? But at 3.5%,
what are you gonna do at this point with 96% of the vote in? There's no other votes there. There's nothing else there. Texas is now up to 80%, and he's winning Texas by what, 5.7%. That is probably going to get called as soon as it gets to 90%, I would think. Georgia's at 83%, and he's up by 7.5%. That's getting close to for them to call as well. This one is just stalled out at 94%. Pennsylvania's at 64%, and Trump is up by a wide margin, 15.2%. Maine, Trump probably is not going to win Maine. I think that we can just call that one for Biden at this point. Trump is up in Michigan by 9.1% with 59% of the vote. He's up in Wisconsin by 4.9% with 82% of the vote. Minnesota was called earlier. That's now at 10.6% at 87% of the vote. Yeah, it looks like it probably is going to go to Biden, which is interesting because Minnesota, I don't get them. I don't understand why they would vote for the Democrat after all that rioting and looting and everything like that. It's kind of crazy. It doesn't make any sense. He thinks he will get Wisconsin and Michigan. Yeah, well, Wisconsin with 82%, I don't think so. I don't think so, Joe. Yeah, it's 117 or 127,000, but you know what? I don't think so. I don't think you can win that one, and I don't think you can win Michigan either. Michigan, maybe he's got a little more leeway there because it's 59% of the vote. And this one's 82% of the votes. There's a lot more votes still to come in for Michigan, but I mean, seriously, look at that. I don't see it. I don't see Joe winning either one of those two. And I don't see him winning Pennsylvania. And I don't see him winning North Carolina either. And I don't see him winning Georgia. And I don't see him winning Texas. So, I mean, just that alone, I think, let's just tally them up. 38 plus 16 is 54, plus 15 is 69, plus 20 is 89, plus 16 is 105, plus 10 is 115. You give Trump 115, and all of a sudden you're at 289, okay? He's at 289. Even if he doesn't win Wisconsin, he's at 279. Or if he doesn't win Michigan, he's at 273. He's won this election. I mean, okay, the only way, Pennsylvania is the only way. And you know what? I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think Pennsylvania is actually going to matter. This map looks identical to 2016. It is identical to 2016, except for Nevada. That Nevada is actually in this column, but it's only 2% in. But this map is identical. There's nothing different. Donald Trump took Pennsylvania. He took Michigan. He took Wisconsin. The only thing that's different is the other vote here. This is 3 electoral votes. There's 5 at stake. It doesn't show the special. So let's take a look. If I click on Nebraska, let's see what happens here. See if maybe we can get another one here. So here's the Senate. Here we go. Here's District 1. District 1 is easily for the Republican. District 2 is up in the air, but the Republican is ahead with 96.64. That's pretty amazing. That's in Omaha. That's possible that's going to go to Trump. It just seems like that's actually going to happen. So it looks like they're going to allow racetrack gaming there in Nevada. Looks like they're bored and they want to have something to do. So they're going to enact the racetrack gaming law. They're going to remove the slavery exception. Probably about time, I think, on that. They're going to enact a 20% tax on gaming. 20% is pretty standard. That's not too bad. 28% is a little bit egregious. They're going to cap payday loan rate too. That's good. They should cap the loan rate on that. That's extortion otherwise. They're not showing though
they're not showing the districts for the other electoral votes. So I think that's a little bit interesting. Although if you take a look, I mean, Biden is not up by much in those areas. So it's possible Trump is going to take the entire state of 5 electoral votes. It's also interesting. Let's take a look at Maine and see if Maine 2 has anything going on here. Biden is winning by 10 points up in Maine. Here's Maine. Of course, everything close to New York and so forth is all going to be blue, and everything else is going to be red. So polls have closed everywhere except Alaska. Biden says he's going to get Pennsylvania as well. Montana is called by Fox for Trump. All right, so yeah, of course he's going to say that because he's got to. So let's see. So Maine right here, this is the, right here, like Augusta and so forth, Bangor. You're going to get a whole bunch of people voting there. But Susan Collins is still up by 7.3%. That's got to say something here. District 1 is always Democrat. District 2 is the toss-up. And it looks like the Democrats winning in District 2. So it's very possible that that District 2 is going to go to, although in the state Senate, you've got a Republican that's winning here, which is interesting. So the House, the Republicans could, I suppose, still win there. District 2 in the state House, that's probably a different District 2. But the point here is that it looks like maybe Trump is not going to win that other electoral vote there. But it's possible. He's still got a chance. It's very possible that he can still win there. Win an electoral vote, just one electoral vote, not much more than one. No possible way more than one. One's pretty much the max he can win there. All right, so let's take a look. If we got any new information here from Texas at 80%, and we're still at 80%. Georgia's at 83% still. North Carolina's still at 94%. I mean, these people have just stalled out their vote counts. They're just not reporting them anymore. Either that or USA Today has decided not to post anything more on it. Nevada's still at 2%. I mean, I just refreshed this thing, so I don't think that it's an issue with me not having the latest data. I think it's an issue with these guys just not reporting anymore. Here's 85% now for Georgia. That might be slightly up from last time. Trump is up to 6.8%. That's getting close to call. That is getting very close to call. Here's 81% now for Texas. Finally, we got another percent. So we're getting something else in. 5.8% up. Trump continues to extend his lead. And yet USA Today has still not called Texas for Trump. I don't get that. I don't understand it. I mean, that's not really making much sense to me. So you think some places stopped executing or counting for the night? Yeah, it certainly looks like that might be the case because they just don't want Trump to win. They don't want. They should be able to call Georgia. They should be able to call Texas. I mean, okay, don't call North Carolina. Fine, don't call it. But call this. Call this and call Texas. 1654 electoral votes right there. Puts them at 228. See, it puts them ahead of Biden, and they can't allow this to go to bed with Trump even ahead, let alone winning, let alone the winner. This is just pure. This is pure deception on the mainstream media's parts. I mean, it's really, really disgusting. It's pretty sad to actually see this happen right in front of us because this is just pure suppression is what you're seeing. Let's take a look at Arizona. Anything new? Yes, we got 1 more percent in, 76%, and Trump is down by 7.3%. It was 8.7 at one time, if you recall. We're down to 7.3, so we're getting closer and closer and closer to seeing something there regarding Trump. Let's see. Nevada, just barely with 3% in. Trump is dominating, but it's only 3%. Looks like Trump's above 30% now in California, with 62% of the vote in. I guess we'll find out what happens with that ultimately. Let's see how many votes Trump loses by. But right now it's 3.9 million votes that he's losing by. So he's kind of pretty much on pace to lose by more than last time. But they also count the Biden votes first. So it's very possible that he could actually tighten that one up into 33% or 33.66 or something like that. Maybe even 34. Okay. So Michigan is at 60%. Wisconsin's at 83%. Pennsylvania is at 64%. And Trump is up by 14.6% there, which is gigantic. I don't think the Democrats really realized what was going to happen. I think that they felt it. So, Montana was called by Fox, and so we're all set with Montana. The ones that USA Today has not called, that I have called, is Texas. I called Texas. I don't believe there's any way that Trump can lose Texas at this point. I don't think there's enough votes out there for Biden. We're talking about a margin of over 600,000 votes at this point, so I just don't think that's going to happen. They vote really early in Texas as well. Georgia, I think it's getting close to call. I'm not going to call it just yet, but I think once it gets to about 90%, I think that it's going to be over, just over. North Carolina is really just close, but if I'm going to give my opinion on it, I think that North Carolina is going to go to Trump. I think Pennsylvania is going to go to Trump. I think Michigan's going to go to Trump. I think Wisconsin's going to go to Trump. I think all these states are going to go to Trump, and I just don't see how there's votes there for the Democrat. I mean, Virginia, Trump made a good run in Virginia. That's good for Virginia. Let me look at New Hampshire here. New Hampshire, Trump's down by 50,000 with 76% vote counted. So that's what, 582,000, 590,000 votes. We'll just call it 600,000 votes in. So we got about 150,000 left. So Trump would need to go 2-1 over Biden. I don't think that's going to happen. So I think that New Hampshire is kind of a lost cause, which is interesting because New Hampshire was closer last time than it was this time. I think he lost by only 0.4% last time to Hillary Clinton, where he's going to lose by quite a bit more this time. Maybe at least 2 or 3, 4 or 5 points, somewhere around there. Let's take a look at Arizona. Once again, 76%, no change there. Just really slow to come in at this point. I just think they're suppressing these tallies. They just don't want this information to come out, which is really kind of sad when you think about it. They're the ones who are controlling this stuff, and as far as I can tell, they don't want Trump to be elected. They don't want Trump to even be mentioned as a winner. They don't want Trump to be mentioned as being leading even before the night's over. So let's see here. Yeah, let's see. All right. So I'm going to take a look at some of your chats here. I think I heard some states stop counting for the night. Yeah. I mean, anybody else have anything? Protesters gather at Black Lives Matter place or plaza in D.C. Okay. So looks like they're going to start trying to do some interesting shenanigans out there. The question is whether or not they're going to send out the National Guard immediately. They really should do it right now. I mean, it's just too late. They should be sending them home right now. and saying, nope, it's too late. You're out way too late. You're just here to cause trouble. Go away. Go back to your homes. And but I don't think they're going to necessarily do that because it gives them I don't know. They think it gives them a good narrative, but believe me, it doesn't. It does not make them look good. And you're seeing that right here in Wisconsin, in Michigan. I mean, and to some respect, in Minnesota, which, by all intents and purposes, should be just completely Democrat, but it's not. I mean, it is, but I mean, not as much as it used to be. So, I mean, Wisconsin's still looking strong here at 3.8% for Trump with 84% in. Michigan was 61% in. Once again, 9.3% for Trump. So, 64% in. Pennsylvania is done. 14.5%. They're done for the night. They don't want to do anything more. North Carolina's probably done for the night as well. Makes no sense. They probably just went to bed. But that's not what they did in other elections. They stayed up until 2:30 in order to get this stuff out. But they don't want to do it here. Now we're at 86% for Georgia, and Trump is still up by 5.8%. That's pretty big. I mean, you're not going to be able to come back from that if you're Joe Biden. I just don't see that happening. Well, that thing's stalled out. That thing's stalled out. Boy, everything's pretty much stalled out. All right, let's see if there's anything new in terms of the Senate. Last time we saw it was 46-45. We still got 46-45. Susan Collins, same numbers. Same numbers. Which is a shame. I mean, it's too bad because 60%, it just doesn't look like anything's moving anymore. Lewis, no. Daines is winning 64% in Arizona. McSally's still down. 75% of the vote is in. And let's take a look. Do we have a House? Do we have a House vote? They call it Florida. Let's get Florida out of there. They ain't calling it. Wisconsin. Wisconsin is looking pretty strong for Trump right now. He's up by 4.9%. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, so we've got not North Dakota. I don't want to talk about North Dakota. That's an obvious victory. Yeah, everything's pretty much stalled out. It's a shame because this thing was on a roll. And now, let's see what happens. Because if it happens now that all of a sudden every single vote that comes back is Democrat, well, you've got a major manipulation that's coming because there is nothing in the vote tallies, there is nothing tonight that has shown anything except gigantic momentum for Donald Trump, also for Republicans. Let's be honest. Let's see, 46-45 in the Senate. I mean, that's pretty amazing right now. And it looks like Collins is probably going to keep her seat there. She's up by what, 7.4%. I don't see that evaporating. Looks like Tillis is probably going to win. He's up by 1.8. The two of them in Georgia are going to win. That's 4. Looks like Peters at 60%. Looks like he's going to lose. Looks like James is probably going to win. So that's 5. Smith is most likely is probably got it in Minnesota. So that's 1. In Arizona, it's anybody's guess at this point. Although it looks like Kelly might have beat her. So if that's the case, we'll give them 2, and that'll put them at 57. And guess what? That'll put the Republicans at. If Daines holds on here, they'll be at 50. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's possible that the Senate is going to basically stay exactly, precisely the same. So I don't know what that helps, or if it doesn't help anybody, or if it helps anybody. What it does do, though, is it protects the Republicans for if the Democrats keep the House, then the pressure will not be on the president in order to veto everything that those crazy Democrats put through in the House itself. Let's see here. So we've got I got one down thumb. Crazy. Oh, that's okay. I don't mind thumbs down. That just means they're convicted by the Holy Spirit. That's the way I look at it. I don't really care either because I don't monetize these things, nor do I really care much. I just want to inform you guys, hang out with you, enjoy the night, and that's exactly, I think, that's what we've done. And we had a really good time talking with Bob Barber here, and it was fantastic. Fox News called Wisconsin. That's what I'm getting a report of, that Fox News now has called Wisconsin. So if that's the case, then we've got another, let's see what these guys did. They call it 84%. He's up by 3.8%. And he's saying Fox News called it. The USA Today has not called it. They have not called Pennsylvania. He's up by 14.4% there. Michigan, they haven't called either. He's up by 9.2. Wisconsin, he's almost up by 4. North Carolina, he's up by 1.4 still. Arizona, he's down by 6. And then Florida, Ohio, Trump. Georgia is probably coming very soon. They're at 87% in. And it's looking really promising, Georgia. And Minnesota is definitely, it looks like it's going to go to Biden. But Wisconsin, that's an interesting one that they called. They called it, Fox News says, too close to call, according to his screen. So we got conflicting reports here regarding Fox News and Wisconsin. I haven't called Wisconsin. I think it's too close to call at this point. I also haven't called Michigan, mainly because only 61% of the vote is in. I certainly haven't called Pennsylvania because Pennsylvania is going to be a disaster until Thanksgiving. And North Carolina is stalled out with 94% with 1.4. So, it's very possible that, good night, have a good night. And then it's very possible that North Carolina could also go to Trump, but I think it's too close to call. I think if Georgia gets to 90% and it still sticks at this 5.7%, I think that they're going to call it for Georgia as well. Let's be honest. I mean, it's getting close to that period of time that they just don't have enough votes to be able to carry over and be able to take it out. Just don't see it. 6.5% down. In Arizona, excuse me. I yawned there. Looks like it's getting late. It's getting late. It's after midnight. It's getting late. But here's the thing, is that it'd be nice to be able to, we're at 212 to 223. What it would be nice to be able to shut this live stream off, at least with Trump in the lead, because that's where I truly believe that he is, and possibly Georgia is the one that's coming next. Wisconsin is at 85%, so that's getting closer to being called. I think that if these things get to 90%, I think that it'll go. Let's see, Benjamin may have been speaking that he is watching Fox and it's in Wisconsin. Oh, Fox News, Wisconsin, okay. That makes sense. Yes. So listen here. We've got Michigan has got too much outstanding. Wisconsin has some outstanding. Georgia's at 87%, so think of that. I mean, 3% more, I think, it's gonna be just too much to overcome. You're talking about 250,000 votes right now. We can dig into Georgia a little bit if we want, and we can see if there's anything that's looking out of control here. We'll look at the blues, just to see it's 100%. It says 0%. I don't think that's true. 95% in Atlanta. Hundred percent. All these are sitting at 100%. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think. Look at this. Everything's at 100%. I mean, these people are reluctant to call something that's obvious. That's 100%. That's 100%. So really the only one is Fulton County. And it's only got 5% remaining. And 5% of what? 400,000 is 20,000 votes. No way. I mean, he's up by 250,000. Donald Trump, I'm calling it. I'm calling it for Trump. Donald Trump has won Georgia. To me, it's about as plain as the nose on your face. So no, I'm calling it for him there, which would lead him up to. Let's see, how many is that? That one I cannot tell. That's Senate though. It's a Senate race. That's a Senate race. Let's go here. That's Georgia. Yep. And yeah, I guess I can get because I'm recording that one. All right, so Trump is winning. You know what? I wish. What is this? Trump has lost some percent in Wisconsin, but not much. Yeah, I noticed that too. We were at, I think, 4-point-something% at one time, and now we're at 3.9. So I agree with you. I think that you're absolutely right, but Georgia just doesn't, there's not enough votes there to actually get anything out of Georgia. Let's see, let's dig in a little bit into Wisconsin, and let's take a look at these counties. So Douglas County is, look at, funny thing is, they don't report what percentage it's at. That's interesting. They just don't report it. You know, that's pretty blatant. Anyway, here's by county, but they don't say what county, percentage-wise it is. No big deal. It's fine. We're just looking at the state and seeing that Wisconsin is a disaster. It's just it's a disaster for Biden tonight. I think it's a disaster. I don't think that he wants to say anything. I think that he wants to, try to go to sleep. Hopefully the Dems can figure out something that they can manipulate, and then by the next thing you know, they're going to come out with some crazy things tomorrow, and possibly attempt to lose the election and give it to Biden. But anyway, do you guys want me to still keep on going, or do you want me to shut this thing down? Because I don't think that there's going to be enough. Even if I call it here for Trump in Georgia, I think that's pretty safe. If I call it for Georgia, it's 16 more votes. It puts them to 228. And 228 basically, it puts them ahead, but there's still stuff to go. And I don't think that we can call North Carolina because it's pretty close. Here's Alaska coming in. They're not going to give that one for Trump right off the bat. Alaska was always given to the Republican right off the bat.
I'm gonna give that one. I'm calling that. I don't care. It's got 23%. You gotta call that for the Republican. There's no way. There's no way that Trump's gonna lose Alaska. I mean, if Trump loses Alaska, he would lose the entire election by far. So no, we're gonna give it to him there. We're gonna give him the 3 electoral votes there. So that's gonna make it 231. We're adding the 16 here, so it's 19 plus that, it's 231. So that's what we're calling it. We're calling it 231 tonight. Nevada's just too early. Arizona, although Fox called it, it's stalled out. It's not getting any more electoral votes, or any more votes tonight, so forget that. North Carolina's too close to call. Pennsylvania will be called in Thanksgiving. Michigan is just too far out, 62%. Wisconsin, boy, if they just gave us another few points, but look, you just notice it just ticked up again to 4.0%. So, looks like Steve, you're gonna get up at 6:30. Well, I don't even have to get up at 6:30, and you're still up. And you're in, I don't know where you're at. Do you say where you're at? Are you in the East Coast somewhere? But yeah, but it's already, you're on the East Coast, and it's already 1:20, and that's pretty late. So you're only gonna get 5 hours of sleep. That's not enough. Oh, you're in Wisconsin, so yeah, that would be Central, I think, right? So you're the same time zone as I am. That is Central time zone, right? Wisconsin, I believe, is Central. So yes, so you'd basically are at 12:20 right now. Yep, and so you're gonna have to get up in 6 hours. Poor guy, 6 hours and 10 minutes. Although 6 hours and 10 minutes, you can handle it. But yeah, check this out. So I just don't think that we're going to get any more numbers. It looks like everyone's gone to sleep, which is really strange because that's not how election nights work. They don't do that. They actually count them. They count them all, and they get them in. And they get them in as quickly as they can. But you know what? They don't want to do that because they're afraid to death, because it really appears as though Donald Trump is going to win this election. I mean, I can tell you this. If you're a Republican right now, you're not crying yourself to sleep. But if you're a Democrat, you definitely could be crying yourself to sleep tonight. Because when everything's looking red and you're going to bed, then you're pretty much dead. Hey, how about that? I made it rhyme. But no, seriously, this is not looking good for the Democrats. This is looking really bad for the Democrats. Steve, I guess you like that one. But I mean, seriously, look at this. You know, maybe we can look at some House results if we can. Do I already make a column? A one for that? Oh, that's already right here. All right, here. I don't need to have that 2 up there. So let's just get that out of there. Yeah, I'm running at a lot of disk space. Disk. Something's using up my disk. But looks like I'm still getting a good connection. Actually, the disk just went down. Thank you, Lord. So yeah, so that's good. Let's see, what's this? Georgia, you know, I mean, where's Fulton County? Yeah, you know what? Notice they just took off all the percentages. So maybe I gotta ditch out of USA Today and go somewhere else. Because although this site has been pretty good to us and gave us that, but now they're really starting to get squirrely, just like I thought they would. They're gonna start to get squirrely. That's not really cool. Nobody wants to get squirrely on election night. What do we got here? Polling times by state. Alaska has already closed. Basically everything is closed. All the polling is closed. So the election voting portion of it is over. It's done, and it's all over but the crying now. I mean, it's not looking good. And notice this: which party will win Arizona? So you got Democrats 82 cents, Republicans 20 cents. They've already called it though. So
You know, how can you do that? 99 Republican, 1 cent for Democrats. And here's Georgia, Republicans 62 cents, Democrats 30 cents. The change looks like something might have come in that let me see. Did something come in here that got crazy? 5.7%. I don't think it's crazy. I think that the 87% vote in. I think it's looking really promising for Trump there. I think these counties are all at 100%. Look at all the Democrat counties at 100%. There's only a few that aren't. Fulton County being the biggest, and you know what? There's just not enough votes, I don't think, to cover it. I think that Trump has got that one pretty easily, actually, at this point. Let's see what we got here. Just Google election. That's how I've been keeping up. Associated Press. Okay. That might not be a bad idea. Let's just see real quick. I think that we can dump this. We're gonna go ahead and, well, we'll keep that there. Because I gotta get some disk, because not disk space, but the actual just like disk is being accessed quite a bit. 62% still, that's not moving. 87%, that's barely moving. At least we're getting still something out of Georgia, which makes sense, pretty much Republican there. So you're gonna get that. Here's 46 to 46. Some of the race was called. Yes, it was Lujan here in New Mexico. It was called, and that's fine. Here's McSally with stalled out results. Figures. Here's Daines still winning, actually winning by a bigger margin now, with 85% of the vote in. They should be giving that to Daines. Poor guy. They should give it to Daines. They should be. Here's James. Well, still a lot of votes to count on that one. North Carolina, Tillis is beating Cunningham. I mean, they don't want to give it to the Republican Tillis there, but it certainly looks like that's going to happen. And just like the presidential election, you can't necessarily give it because it's just so tight in some respect that you never know what's going to happen. So we'll just leave that there. Purdue, 86% of the vote. This guy's won it. Purdue's won it. I'm calling it for Purdue. And Warnock versus Loeffler, that's a no-brainer. I call it for Loeffler. So Loeffler's going to win that one. Purdue's going to win that one. And you're talking about 2 votes there. I think that, not sure, but maybe Tillis is going to win there. James is looking like a winner there, I would say. I mean, he's looking pretty good. Hold on a second. Maybe I'll fade this in. All right, now here we go. Now I'll show the map again. Michigan, I think that James is looking really good. He's up by 10 there, but it's still only 61%. Montana is at 3.6% for Daines. He's continuing to grow his lead there. McSally is down by 8, but there's still 24% of the vote. Depends on where that vote's come from. Sullivan's gonna win that one easily, no problem there. With Sullivan, you're looking at 47, and then these two are gonna be 48, 49. I think Daines is gonna win here. That's 50. Collins could win here at 51. Peters could win here at 52, and then Tillis in North Carolina for 53. I don't think the Senate's going to move, and if it's going to move, maybe Peters doesn't pull it out here, maybe not. Maybe Daines doesn't pull it out, maybe not. North Carolina, maybe Tillis doesn't pull it out. It's possible. Maybe McSally doesn't win here, but the other ones are set. I mean, looks like Collins is going to win. I mean, she's up by 8 points with 81%. Looks like Collins is going to win. So that's one. It looks like both of these Georgian ones are going to win for sure. So that's 2-3. That puts us already at 49. And then this Alaska one's in the bag, guaranteed. That's 50. So you're already at 50. And if Trump wins, well, then the Senate is held regardless, because Pence will be the deciding vote. But all you need is one of these to win. Daines or the two in Georgia, and then the one here in North Carolina. I'm sorry, we already called the ones in Georgia. The one here in Michigan and the one in Montana. So, that's two, and then North Carolina's the third. So this one, and that one. That's the only ones that are really up for grabs. Looks like every single other one is going each way. Although this one, Martha McSally, even though Fox called it, I'd love to see Fox not do it bad that time and have actually McSally come back and win it. That would be really cool. I think that would be pretty sweet. But that's kind of might be a long shot, but you never know. You never know. It's worth a shot. That's what I say. So now we got 212 to 224. They're probably going to end up on that tonight. The popular vote is still 1.74 million down, but that's better than what it was in 2016. However, there are still some votes still to be counted, quite a few actually, in Washington, some in Oregon, 36% still to go. In California, and they're at what, 10.5, 11.5 million, 10.6 million. So, you still got about a third of that to go. I would say about what, well, it's a little bit more than that. So about 4 million votes to go. It'll be interesting to see how that split comes up, because if it's 4 million votes to go, well, if Trump's only getting 30%, that's only 1.2 million to 2.8. So that's another 1.6 million that Trump could be down, which actually could put him less percentage-wise than what he was last time. We'll see. I think he was at 46.4% last time, and they don't even say what his percentage is here. Interesting. Huh. Doesn't really matter. But anyway, he's got a popular vote of about $1,170,000 votes less. So Pennsylvania once again up by 14.6 with 64%. Michigan up by 9, 63%. Wisconsin up by 3.9, so it just ticked down a little bit again. But at 8.6%, it's getting close to call on that one. Russia is at 1.4%, stalled out hours ago. Arizona is down 6.3%. Remember, it was at 8.7. 6.3 at 77%. That's not bad. Florida was called long ago. Ohio was called long ago. And for a competitive state, he's winning by 8.3% there. That's not even close. Fox is saying we won't get Wisconsin, Michigan, or Georgia called tonight because of other ballots. All right? All right, so be it. Georgia, they're not going to call. Michigan, they're not going to call. And Wisconsin, they're not going to call. But looks like they could do a call on North Carolina then. Is that possible? Let's take a look at North Carolina. Mail ballots, but not counted until that day. Still heavy volume. More about results on election night if everything goes to plan. North Carolina expects report results from early in-person votes and mail ballots cast before election day. Then the election day votes will be counted last, The state expects to report election night reflecting more than 95% of the votes. So initial votes respecting when most polls close at 7:30 Eastern, but will be delayed because of extended voting time for precincts. But you know what? They're saying at 94%, so, and if that's the case, then we should be seeing 96%. We should be seeing a couple more percent come in for North Carolina. I'm sure you've heard Kim Clement's Trump prophecies, right? Yeah, that was, I think they were done back in 2011, and those are well-founded. But you know, you can't necessarily put all your faith in that, because, I mean, he's also said things that haven't come to pass. So, you never know. But the point, I guess, is that he did predict that Trump was going to win. So, Trump tweeted that he will make a statement tonight. That's interesting. Okay, well, that just might be the case. I'd like to see a statement from Trump, if at all possible. Let's take a look here. This is the presidential election. That's fine. Here's the Senate. The Senate's at 46 to 46. We already called what we thought we would call. We've got three more that are kind of outstanding here. One at 72%. And you know what? He's widening his lead now to 5.8%. Looks like Dane's going to get that one. I'm going to call that one, which means that regardless of what happens with the presidential election, the Senate is going to be held by the Republicans. They've got at least 51. They've got 46 right now, plus this one is going to happen. That's 47. This is going to happen. That's 48, 49, 50. Both Georgias are going to go for sure to the Republicans. That's 50. And then you've got a possibility here for 51, a possibility here for 52, although this is looking pretty promising. And over here, a possibility here for number 53. And Susan Collins is now up by 8.1%. So it's looking like she's going to win up there too. Should I just call that one? I don't know. Excuse me. 85%. I'll wait till it gets to 85% if I can get there, if I can make it. Boy, I'm starting to fade. But Steve, I'm trying to keep up with you. I think that I might be able to. So you're keeping me going, but it's pretty late. It's getting pretty late. It's getting towards 12:40 at night in the morning here. So yeah, it's getting pretty late. But I think that maybe we can hang out for just a little bit more. Maybe something's going to come through in terms of North Carolina. Maybe not. It's possible that I suppose it could come through for North Carolina. Georgia, I guess, is a lost cause for the night. Although they are still coming in 88% now, and Donald Trump is up by 5.1%. I mean, I just don't. Fulton County's got. I just don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, well, what I'm going to call is I'm going to call Georgia. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call Georgia right now. I'm going to call Georgia for Trump. Georgia is going for Trump. I just don't see enough votes for them to be able to catch up in Georgia. So we're going to go with Georgia for Trump, and that's 16 electoral votes, which puts them at the 228 mark and puts them, right there. Oh, actually, we got to give Alaska to Trump. So that's 216 plus the 16 puts us at 232 for Trump. 232 to 224. That makes much more sense than what I'm seeing right here. 232. Let's see if we can somehow get an interactive map up and see if we can get one to display what we believe where we're at right now. So 270 to win. Where's the consensus? Where's that stupid consensus that we saw? There it is. That's the 2020 consensus. Boy, that's just really, really stupid and bad. Look at that. That's not even close to what the reality is. These people are sick. They want to lose. They want Trump to lose so bad. Texas wasn't even close. Florida went to Trump easily. Georgia, I just called it, went to Trump. Nebraska 2, I have no idea what Nebraska 2 is going to go, because we don't really have those results. They don't really show it to us. They just show us, they just kind of show us garbage, to be honest with you. But we can take a look at these House races too while we're waiting for more presidential results to come in. But you know what? I definitely think that the Republicans could get 53 still, 53 to 47, and then nothing would change in the House. Not one vote would change in the House. So that'll be interesting. We're going to have to come back to Michigan. So we'll leave all those things up. And then what we'll do is we've got this ridiculous 270 to win consensus. And then we'll go ahead and we'll make our own map here. So this was the consensus here. Let's just pull up the consensus real quick. That way we can always have it up there. So this is the consensus, somewhat, ridiculous, but also, very typical of, what they predict. So there's not much you can do about them, but that's who they are. They like to make stuff up, and here we go. So, as their custom, a call is made to see toss-up races for the crystal ball, and they see that Biden's going to win 321 to 217. I mean, really? 321 to 217? What are we at right now? 213, and Trump's got all these reds. So he's got to lose, and lose Alaska. Well, no, Alaska, I guess, is the 3, and then probably, let's see. They're giving Biden one electoral vote here in Nebraska. I guess they're thinking that he's going to win. That he's going to win that little district there. They're not willing to give anybody anything in Maine, but it looks like they're giving Biden one in Omaha. So maybe he did win it there. That'll be interesting to find out if that's actually the truth. 3.9 still there. 9 points up in Michigan. That's pretty amazing. 14.6% up here, and North Carolina stalled out at 1.4%. Georgia, here we go. Georgia's at 93% now, and Trump is up by 2.6%. It looks like it's tightening a little bit, but you know what? I don't see it. I don't see it. You had an Omaha dream earlier. I had a dream that Russian soldiers invaded the USA. Family was on the run. We said no. And we woke up just as they were going to shoot us. Wow. That's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing. But, yeah, you know what? There's been definitely some people talking about Russia and China possibly getting troops into the United States at a certain point. That would be pretty crazy. I don't know. Here's Nevada. We got some more out of Nevada. 65% in, and Donald Trump is down by 4.9%. So if that holds, then Biden will win Nevada. But we'll have to see. I wonder what he will really have to do with the end time events. An Obama dream, not not Omaha, Obama. It's interesting. A lot of people think that Obama is the Antichrist. A lot of other people believe that Obama is possibly the false prophet or a false prophet. You have to remember also that the false prophet of Revelation has two horns, like a lamb, So the false prophet's like a lamb that has two horns. And two horns could be one religious and one political. So you could have possibly a pope as one horn, and a world leader, president or world leader of the UN or something like that, as the other horn of the lamb. So there might be something there that the false prophet is actually two people rather than just one, but who knows? The false prophet could just be one person as well, and it could be the Pope. Obama just might be a puppet, one of the 10 kings, maybe, or maybe not. Maybe not even that. Maybe he gets devoured by the beast system. So, who knows? But Obama definitely not a Christian by his fruits. He's also said that the sweetest sound he's ever heard is the Muslim call to prayer. So, I don't know if any Christian would be able to say that in good conscience, that the sweetest sound they've ever heard is the Muslim call to prayer. As a Christian, I've heard the Muslim call to prayer. I heard it in India, and I can tell you this: it's terrible. It's just annoying, and it's really, really early in the morning. It just wakes you up, and it's just it's terrible. Oh, the guy's voice is awful. It's terrible. I don't know how anyone can get inspired by that, but all I did was I just need to go to sleep. When it's blowing at you at 5 o'clock in the morning, it's crazy. It's crazy. I want nothing to do with the Muslim call to prayer in the morning, nor any other time, but certainly not in the morning. It looks like Biden is going to take New Hampshire. Nothing really you can do about that. Pennsylvania is not going to get called. North Carolina is not going to get called tonight. Michigan's not going to get called, although maybe it just went to 65%, but it's at 9. I don't think it's going to get called. Wisconsin at 88%, 3.9% difference. We've talked about that many times now, so I think that's probably not going to get called tonight. Georgia, Trump is up by 2.6%. There's 93% in. I just don't think that Biden's got the votes there. So, what I can do is I can look into Georgia a little bit closer and see where we're at now. And you know what? These little guys over here, they're not saying how many percent is remaining on them. And I think that they did that on purpose so that people wouldn't be able to deduce mathematically that no one yet, they're stalling. Yeah, that's true. Connie, we don't have a winner yet. Unfortunately, we don't have a winner. We're getting close to having a winner, but the problem is, let me just show it to you. The problem is that they've stalled out the reporting. So North Carolina stalled out at 94%. Pennsylvania stalled out at 64%. Michigan stalled out at 65%. Wisconsin is pretty much trickling in still tiny bits by tiny bits at 88%, but not much. Georgia actually has come through here at the end, but it's pretty close regardless. It's only at 2.6% change or difference between the two candidates, and there's still 7% outstanding. So you never know with that. If Biden went 70-30, he could tie it up or take the lead barely. Arizona just looks like they've just updated from 75 to 77%, and Trump is at 6.1% down. So remember, he was at 8.7, now he's at 6.1. So I think he's got a chance there, but Fox called it. That's weird. USA Today hasn't called it. Alaska stalled out for some reason. They just started and they stalled out. I don't get that. Nevada actually hasn't stalled out. They've gone all the way to 66% now. And if you take a look, Trump's only down by 3.9%. So he actually still has a chance there. One thing I can say, Connie, though, is that it looks like, though, it appears as though that Donald Trump is probably going to win this election. It looks like Georgia is going to go to Trump. That'd be 16. Alaska's definitely going to Trump. We already called that. Actually, I already called Georgia. I don't think they have the votes there. So I think they're attempting to make it look like they might, but they don't. So that's 19 points right there, which puts Trump at 232. And Maine, we have no idea. I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. But 232, and then you've got, it looks like Wisconsin's definitely going to go to him. That's 242. I believe Michigan's going to go to him too. So that's 258. And then North Carolina is 15, and that puts him at 273. So he doesn't even need to have Pennsylvania at that point. If he just gets Georgia, Alaska, North Carolina, Michigan, and Wisconsin, he won't even need Pennsylvania. He won't need Nevada. He won't even need Arizona. He won't even need any of those three. So everything that's in red right now assures Donald Trump is a winner. And not only that, it assures that he's a winner and then some because of Pennsylvania as well. So you're talking like, 35, 51, 54, 64, and 80 electoral votes. Puts him at 293 electoral votes without either one of these. If he gets this guy right here, then it puts him at 304. Okay? And 304 plus the one in Maine, plus if he gets the one in Nebraska, is 306, which is exactly what he got in 2016. So this election is a mirror image. After everything all said and done here, with the pandemic and everything like that, with going to the greatest economy to a complete and utter crash, to a complete and utter V with 33.1% annualized GDP, this election is shaping up to be within 1 or 2 electoral votes. And it's possible that Arizona goes Biden's way. So it's possible even up to 13 electoral votes, so that Donald Trump wins with 293 electoral votes. That's very possible. Very possible. And if he loses Pennsylvania, then he's down to 273. And it doesn't look like he's going to win Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, or Georgia. Now remember, North Carolina is tricky because North Carolina has a Democrat governor, Wolf. No, I think that's in Pennsylvania. I think that North Carolina does have a Democrat governor, though. Not sure. But, 2016 actually did take this long. It took about another half an hour. So right now it's 1:52 Eastern time, and that race was actually called at 2:30
Eastern time. So, yeah, it was just a little bit later. So we're checking this out. We're seeing if something can happen here. Maybe the extra stuff is coming out, but the problem is that Fox said they're not going to call. What did they say? It's up here. The chat's up here a little bit. They said they're not going to call Georgia. They're not going to call. What else was it? Wormwood. They're not going to call Wormwood. I just saw Wormwood in there. They're not going to call Wisconsin, Michigan, or Georgia. Okay? So they're not going to call Michigan, Wisconsin, or Georgia. Well, they're certainly not going to call Pennsylvania. I mean, that's obvious. So they're not going to call Pennsylvania. And the question is, are they going to call Alaska or North Carolina, Arizona, or Nevada? I don't think they're going to call North Carolina. I don't think the governor there is going to allow it. So they're not going to call that. They already said they're not going to call Georgia. They're not going to call any of these states over here, period. So you're not going to get anything out of that. Arizona, Fox already called that actually for Biden. I don't know how they did that, but that thing's just kind of stalled out at 77%. No one's counting anymore in Arizona. Crazy. Nevada, they're up to 67%, and Trump is down by 2.7%. He's got a chance there. He's still got a chance. It's possible. 28% now in Alaska. Trump is slacking Biden. Don't see that's going to go. So I actually called Alaska and Georgia. Georgia might have been an early call, but I just don't think they have it. So I'm going to stick with my guns there and say, yep, that's what I'm calling. So 19 votes puts Trump at 232 to 224. Trump needs 38 votes, 38 electoral votes to win the presidency. 38 electoral votes between these states, these 6 states basically, right here, 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 and here. These 6 states. So if it's possible that 38 electoral votes, you got 20 right there. That's 16, 10, 11, 6, 15. I mean, you get 15 and 16, that's 31. That's pretty close. He does need 38. So 20 and because look at I'm putting him at 232. Okay, so he needs 38 more. If he wins, there is no real good path to 38. You can't win 2 states in 38. So that's kind of a bummer. You can win 20 and 16, and that gets you to 268. And that's just simply not enough. So he's going to have to go with Wisconsin and North Carolina makes 25, and then that one gives him 36. There's just no real good path to 38. I mean, it's 10, 16, and 15. That's 41. That's probably as close as you're going to get, and that's the 273 that I was talking about. So if he takes Wisconsin, Michigan, and North Carolina, he can lose Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Nevada, and he'll win 273 to 263. So that'll be interesting to see. Pennsylvania won't matter. It won't even matter. And neither will Nevada or Arizona at that point. And I think that the country will be better off if Pennsylvania doesn't matter. Let's be honest. I mean, who wants to wait around until Thanksgiving to hear whether or not Pennsylvania has gone one way or the other after all the shenanigans that's most likely going to take place for the entire month? I think the country would be in turmoil at that point. I don't think that'd be good. I think that it's better off to try to get these two out of the way here, Wisconsin and Michigan and North Carolina, and just call it a day and say 273, fine, you can have your Pennsylvania. Although I just don't see it happening. Look, Trump is up by 14.4% there, and we all saw the 56,000 people. So no, fracking, I think that killed Joe Biden. No matter what the governor tries to do and the Secretary of State tries to do, I just don't see Biden winning in Pennsylvania. But, nobody can call that right now. It's just too early. But here's Arizona. It's just stalled out. Nevada, everything's stalled out. They're not reporting anything new. They're not going to report anything new. Maybe they will, maybe they won't, but they're not reporting anything new right this second. Let's see if we got anything else that's come through. There's the House. We'll take a look at that in a sec. But let's just see if anything's come through in the Senate. Oh, we did. We got another Republican win in the Senate. Let's see where they were. Republican winner. Well, it wasn't Tillis, that's for sure. Looks like they're giving. Looks like it's Montana. Yep, they gave it to Daines, which completely makes sense. Daines up by 6.4%. That's a no-brainer. Too bad we couldn't figure out Michigan, but I think James has a really good shot at winning. It looks like Collins at 83% is probably going to win with the votes counted 83%, up by 8.2%. Is probably going to win Maine as well. I think Tillis is probably going to be able to hold on there, and the two Georgians. That's just. Let me see. Is Purdue at 50%? He's at 51%. If he can stay above 50%, he won't have to do a runoff, and he'll just win straight up. And then this one here will turn into a runoff. So we'll see whether or not that actually becomes a runoff. But that's what it's looking like is going to happen. So 47-46, I still think it's going to be 53 or 52 at the very least for the Republicans. We'll see. She might lose it here. I suppose she could lose it here. Could lose it here too. Could lose it there too. I mean, it's possible, I suppose. But 1, 2, 3 Senate seats for sure, 50. They got 50 for sure. But they could lose, I suppose, Arizona, North Carolina, Maine, and Michigan, and basically end up 50-50. But they could also win 3 of these and lose that guy and still stay exactly the same as they were 4 years ago. So you never know. Let's see. Where are we at here? Fox is going on and on about too much unknowns about ballots out to make a call. Yeah, I mean, there's some, see, that's the problem, is that nobody knows. Nobody really knows. And so when nobody knows, they just assume, well, nobody knows, and so something could come up, something can happen, and ballots could come out of nowhere, and all of a sudden Democrat wins. So, they're being cautious. I understand that. But it doesn't look like we're going to get a winner tonight because they simply aren't going to be able to call North Carolina nor Pennsylvania. They just won't be able to call North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. So no matter what, even if they could call, and they already said they were going to call Georgia, but they didn't say anything about North Carolina and Pennsylvania, but Pennsylvania's a no-brainer. They can't call it. North Carolina and Arizona and Nevada, that would be 6, 17, and 32. And neither one are going to win at that point. So there is no winner tonight. I said this, and then of course Alaska, which could get a result way late, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning tonight. But I said it earlier on another video that it's very possible that there might not be a winner tonight, and that I might not be able to make a call. And unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to make a call tonight on the winner of this election, and I'm not going to apologize for it.
because I think that it's a smart move. I think it's the right move to do. I think that we'd be disingenuous, as a channel, with you guys on it as well, if we did that. So, let's just, let's keep it at, let's do this though, let's get the final tally here. This was the consensus. They said Joe Biden was gonna win 279 and all these things were gonna be toss-ups. So let's take a look. Let's look at the actuals. He did win Florida. I called it in Georgia. Arizona's up in the air. Iowa was a no-brainer. I mean, that was really a no-brainer. That made no sense whatsoever. They did give him the thing here. Let's just call Maine blue just for now, all blue. I mean, barely blue. But let's call Nebraska. Let's give Joe Biden the benefit of the doubt and give him both these, just in case. Virginia, it's kind of a shame. That would have been sweet to actually win Virginia, but that's just not going to happen. It's not in the cards. It's sort of close, but not in the cards. So we'll give Virginia there. Ohio, that wasn't even close. What did we end up with in Ohio? I mean, for them to even be talking about Ohio, and Trump was right. He goes, you know what? Ohio's not in play. We're winning Ohio by 8, he says. And what is it up there? 8.1. 8.1. I mean, yeah, no. Ohio was never in play, and they're such fakers. You know, these polls are just awful, and they're going to have to do something about them, or they're just going to keep on looking like fools. I mean, that's just the plain up, straight up fact. They're going to be looking like fools. I mean, all right, so look at Wisconsin you can't call, Michigan you can't call, Pennsylvania you can't call. I don't know why you think you can call it, people. You can't call Nevada, okay? So these people couldn't call, you can't call those things. At least at this point. And then Nevada is trickling. Everything's trickling. Nothing. I mean, actually, maybe nothing's trickling anymore. 66%. Oh, that's the same. No, I mean everything's stalled. It's done. So anyway, this is where we're going to end up tonight. We've got. We got Trump at 232. Let's see if I can fit all this on one screen. There we go. We got Trump at 232. We've got Biden at 228. So it's extremely close here. And we've got 6 states up for grabs. We've got Nevada at 6 electoral votes. We got Arizona at 11. We got North Carolina at 15. Pennsylvania at 20, Michigan at 16, and Wisconsin at 10. And if I recall, Arizona was called for Biden by Fox, but I am not calling it there because it's 6.1 with still 23% left to go. I think that's too many to call. Georgia is, I actually called it. USA Today has not, Fox did not. North Carolina, I did not call. No one called. No one called Pennsylvania. No one called Michigan. And no one called Wisconsin. However, now Trump is up 4.1% in Wisconsin with 90% of the vote. I don't know. That's getting really close to call. With it, maybe I think Fox is going to have maybe call that one in a couple of hours. So we'll keep an eye on Wisconsin, but. Wisconsin's looking very promising for that, for Donald Trump. He's looking very promising. We got 13.8% ahead in Pennsylvania, which is gigantic. I mean, that's pretty big. 700,000 plus votes, 64% in. We'll see. I mean, is Pennsylvania? Well, we haven't looked at Pennsylvania raw data here for a while, at least on the county level. Of course, they're not going to tell you what kind of percent is already in, but you can tell whether or not they've actually come in and solidified or not. And all these Democrat, that's not very highly Democrat there. That's actually Pittsburgh, believe it or not, and that's Yeah, that's Allegheny County. I mean, that's, Pittsburgh was, they endorsed, President Trump. That's not very big county and it's pretty close. That one is like neck and neck, so they're not gonna get much out of that. That one's pretty darn close too. Not gonna get much out of that one. Here's Montgomery. If Montgomery County's at 64%, they could still get about another 50,000 votes for that. Delaware County, if that one's the same, they could get another 30,000 from that. So that's 80,000. And then that one, if it's there, Philadelphia, well, they could get another, what is that, 189,000 at 60. So just make 120,000. So we got about maybe 200,000 or 300,000 votes at the most goes to Biden. And look, there's no way. They are not going to be able to cover it. The guy was wrong. The guy was just flat out wrong. The Secretary of State was wrong. He said that that Trump didn't have the votes, but he does have the votes. You know what? I mean, listen, I'm not going to call anything here tonight, but I can tell you this. It's looking like a 90% chance that Donald Trump's going to win re-election. And that's just my opinion. You can take it for what it's worth. I think we're gonna get either 50 through 54 Republican seats. It's probably looking close to like 53 or 52. So nothing really is going to change there. So there's nothing really to worry about there. Now, in terms of the House, right now they've got the House at 174 to 167. And as you can see, there's quite a few toss-ups, although this one, come on, the Montana's going to go to the Republican. That just doesn't make sense why they wouldn't call that. I don't know how you can't call this one, considering the guy's up by 40 some odd percent. That makes no sense. That makes absolutely no sense. How can you be up by 40% and not get called? That's crazy. Looks like Boebert's gonna win. That's great. She's been a great person on Twitter. I've enjoyed watching her tweets, and it's gonna be so great to have Boebert win there. That's really kind of cool. Good for Boebert. But yeah, that's a disaster. All these little towns, all these big towns here, all these little Democrat things here are disasters. Believe it or not, I mean, Utah, it looks like it's possible that it could have a Democrat. It just doesn't make sense. How can you even vote for that? Nevada District 4 looks like might be kind of tight for the Republican there, which is interesting, actually. Nevada District 3 is pretty close too, so we'll see about that. Nevada or California District 8, I just don't understand how that far out of the inland you can get and not go Republican. In California, it's just, that's amazing to me. That's pretty amazing. I don't know when's the last time that one went. And if that's the case, then you know what? That's not good for California, because that just means all of a sudden they just become more and more red, or more and more blue, which is not a good sign. Trying to zoom in here as much as I can to see what that is. Actually, I probably should just zoom out and just take a look at the California ones. Let's zoom out here. Whoa, it's still too far. Whoa, hey, low. All right, there we go. All right, let's hit California and let's just take a look. So let's select the state. See if I can get a state to come up. Here we go. California. All right, let's take a look at California and see where we're at in California. So looks like the Republican has a pretty decent shot of winning California District 1. California District 2 is lost. Garamendi is a perennial loser. He's always a winner. The loser's always a winner there. Poor Tom McClintock, that guy's better than what he deserves. It looks like he's going to win, though, which is great, because Tom McClintock is a good warrior for California. It looks like California District 5 is going to go to the Democrat easily. District 6 as well. Boy, these Democrats, they still just vote and vote and vote. How can you only have 30,000 Republicans come out in that whole district? That's just amazing. California District 6, 7, all going Democrat. Here's District 8. This actually is fairly close. It's within a few votes, which means that probably the Democrats are going to cheat and win that one. They always win the close ones, if you notice, just barely. They always win the close one for some reason. District 9 is not looking good for the Republicans, looking good for the Democrats. District 10 is looking very good for the Democrats. District 11 is won by a Democrat. District 12, Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi has trounced Shahid Buttar 79.4% to 20.6%. I mean, how does that even happen? Where Nancy Pelosi has got a terrible homeless rate in her county, in her district, and yet she's going to win this thing. And notice that she's got 81% reporting, more than anybody else. Why is that the case too? Why is that the case? Yeah, interesting. You know what? This is just exactly what the president's going to talk in a minute. President's going to talk. Okay. Well, let's see. All right. So the president's about ready to speak, I guess. There are currently 13,452 people watching on Right Side Broadcast Network, also known as RSBN. If you're not familiar with RSBN, they are a fantastic network. They show the crowds during the rallies. They have really good commentators on there. You know, they had a MyPillow promo code today that got you up to 66% off. I actually purchased some things from MyPillow today for the first time. So I'm excited about getting some MyPillow stuff. And half of the proceeds that you give to MyPillow are actually going to the Right Side Broadcast Network. So a good time to buy something from MyPillow. If I recall, the promo code was, what was it? I don't even remember. I don't remember what the promo code was now. I'm sorry. I don't remember. It was a really good one, though. Oh, it's RSBN. Duh. Just type in RSBN and you'll get, go to mypillow.com and do. Now, I'm not getting paid for this, okay? This is just me because I've heard such great things. I haven't actually used anything of theirs, but I bought a lot of stuff from them today and I saved like $300. Let's put it that way. I mean, I saved a lot of money today by just doing it today. And then half of that, it was basically $300 that I bought, $280 what I bought worth of stuff. $280 was off. And then of that 280, 140 of it goes to MyPillow and 140 of it goes to RSBN. So I gave a donation today to RSBN for $140, which is a lot of money to give to a company, but I'm getting like a duvet, 2 pillows, these Giza sheets, two sets of Giza sheets, two bath towels, a bath sheet. I mean, all kinds of stuff, really high quality stuff here. So it's going to be really good, and I feel good about donating to this channel because I'm telling you, this channel is the best channel on YouTube. So let's take a look at Wisconsin. I'm hearing reports here that Wisconsin's got a couple more things. So now he's up to 4.1%. Yes, he was ticking between 3.9 and 4.0, and now he's at 4.1. So that is an uptick for President Trump in Wisconsin. Looks like Michigan got a couple of extra points counted. He's up to 8. He's at 8.4%. So that's pretty good. Pennsylvania's done. They went to bed with Biden. Georgia at 93%, 2.6. I still think that I called it earlier, and I still sticking by that. Arizona now ticked, I think it's at 78%, and she's down by, Biden's down by 6.1. So that's fairly close. Nevada, the 67%, 2.7% is actually fairly close. I think Trump's got a chance, a really decent chance actually, to win in Nevada. I think he's got a chance. I think it's looking fairly promising for him there. So Nancy Pelosi won. That's a shame. But I don't necessarily think she's going to win the Speaker of the House. Maybe they'll put somebody else in there. Maybe somebody worse. I mean, you'd think, who's worse than Nancy Pelosi? But what if they put Rashida Tlaib, Ayanna Pressley, Ilhan Omar, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? Es posible, no sé. Pero we don't want to have her as the Speaker of the House. We don't. I guess Nancy's really. I mean, when you think of it, she's the enemy we know, and she's just awful. And she makes a fool out of herself all the time, tearing up the speech, doing the clap thing, tearing up the speech. I mean, just dumb things. Poor, Eric Swalwell. Who can vote for Eric Swalwell? I mean, that guy still calls President Trump a Russian agent. I just don't get it. I mean, how is that even possible that Eric Swalwell wins? He goes on and passes gas on air. Jim Costa is going to win. It looks like, although they haven't given it to him, it looks like he's probably going to win there. Ro Khanna is a progressive nutcase. However, he did call out Nancy Pelosi and did say that Nancy Pelosi did not pass the stimulus because she's selfish. And I got to hand it to him. He's right. He's right. She did it for herself, and she has really kind of blown it, to be honest with you. Unfortunately, Zoe Lofgren has won again in California 19. She is just terrible if you ever see her on the judicial committee. I think it's the judicial committee. No, maybe it's not the judicial. What is she on? She's on the one with Nadler and Schiff. Oh man, she's so bad. She's so bad. She was one of the people in the impeachment committee. Oh, she was terrible. Another Democrat winning in 20. In 21, you've got a Republican winning there. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to win at the end, because everything close in California goes to the Democrats. Here's a key one here. California District 22 with 97.68% reporting Devin Nunes. Looks like he's going to hold off and win. And Devin Nunes is a warrior. That guy is probably the strongest House member that the Republicans have. I mean, that guy never backs down, and he gets hammered all the time by everybody. So I gotta believe that that's a good win right there. Kevin McCarthy, he had to win. He's the Senate minority leader, and it looks like he's going to pull that one off. Even with 50% of the vote, he's got a decent lead there. So good for him. Let's see. Would this be a pickup here? Yeah, California District 21, that would be a pickup for the Republicans. So that'd be pretty cool. Here we go. Speaking.
I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. We won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina. We're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 600. These aren't even close. It's not like, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan by, I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes. And 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott. He said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won it by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory. 377. Texas, as we said. Ohio did this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 400, almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment. And we will win this. And as far as I'm concerned, we already have one. And I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us. And Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump. While the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again.
Well, let's see. Well, there you have it. I mean, let me fade over here to this guy. So you heard it right here. I mean, he said it pretty. I mean, if you guys have been watching this, you guys have been basically seeing the same thing that you just heard, exactly the same thing that you heard me say, which is, I'm sorry that the voice was off from the video. I was playing on on the computer and on the device here, so it's I did the best I could. but at least there were subtitles. But I could tell you this, that you know what, you heard exactly what I was telling you, which is that the votes aren't there. They're just not there. They're going to have to manufacture them, and they're going to go to court, try to manufacture them, try to get other ballots and things like that. This is not going to look good for the Democrats. Not going to look good at all, and it's going to wind up it could wind up just like it did in 2000. I mean, we could be going to court, could be going to the Supreme Court, and then it's even worse this time, because now if it goes to the Supreme Court and Amy Coney Barrett decides to vote in favor of Trump in some way, they're going to say it's illegitimate, and they're probably going to. They're not going to make it through the Senate, though, for impeachment. So they could try to get in the House, but they're not going to make it through. Are we going to go through 4 more years of exactly that? Or is Trump going to say, enough of this junk? I'm putting all these people in jail. And this is what we're going to do. So, I mean, is he going to invoke the Insurrection Act if something fishy goes on? I mean, you just heard exactly what I was saying in that. And he was very, very succinct there toward the end, and basically said, I believe that we've already won it. So in his mind, I don't think he's going to accept a loss. I don't think so. I just don't see it. And I think that they're going to fight tooth and nail on this all the way through. And I think that ultimately Trump is going to be vindicated by this vote. And I think that he probably is going to win close to 304 to 304. He won 304 electoral votes last time. Two electors defected. I think he's going to come out with exactly the same numbers, except that Biden's going to have 2 more than what Hillary had. Or maybe 3 more, because I think there was 1 defector on the Hillary side too. So I think this is a repeat of 2016. I think the polls were wrong again. And I think that that President Trump is going to ultimately win. Let's take a look here and see. I heard there's a report here that Wisconsin just ticked up again. So Wisconsin, 91% of the vote, 4.1. I don't see any change there. Let's do a refresh and see. No, I don't really see any. Maybe there's a tick, but it didn't. The percentage stayed the same. So maybe there's some more votes, but the percentage stayed the same. So yeah, Michigan actually has gone up to 71% now from 68, and Trump is still up 8.4%. You know, it just looks like Pennsylvania, they just stopped. They stopped. What a disaster for Pennsylvania. They look really, really bad, and North Carolina looks really bad. Note, both of those, and Michigan's still counting, probably reluctantly. Wisconsin actually has a Republican governor, so you're getting a decent deal going on there. But these 3 states have Democrat governors, and that is just not good. Georgia, who knows why they stopped? That wasn't great. Arizona now is up to 80%. Trump is losing by 4.9%. He was down by 8.7, so he's still gaining, but maybe he just doesn't have enough to make up there. But it's 130,000 votes. It's possible. Nevada's still at 67. I think Trump's got a decent chance there, and Alaska's just not reporting anymore. No reason for that, but yeah, no, I think that. I do believe that it looks very promising for Trump, and it's a good possibility at this point that he'll win. I mean, that's what it looks like to me, at least. So I guess we'll find out. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, that's you guys, I hope you enjoyed this broadcast, because I enjoyed doing it. Bob and I had a great time. We worked through our technical difficulties. You guys were able to hear us. Unfortunately, we weren't able to bring on Vanessa, but she was having like major problems with her devices and stuff like that. So She could have came on with, into the Google Meet at any time. And she also could have called, or I called her, she could have answered it, but I think she's having problems with her device. But, so I apologize for not having her on hardly at all. You were able to see her early on, but you were also able to hear her as well, although it was a really rough cut, and we just kind of put it together over this weekend, but, over this week. But you know what, we're going to put together some more music, so you'll hear some much better quality stuff out of us going forward. Which is really exciting to get back into the music. You can see my keyboard over there. I'm actually getting another one, which is a better keyboard than that, so you're going to have better quality music out of that. So yeah, no, I'm excited about what the future holds. But I can tell you this, I think you guys got the straight scoop tonight from us. I don't think you got any BS. I don't think you got any craziness. I think you guys got exactly, hopefully, what you guys came for, which is the truth. We gave you the truth spiritually. We gave you the truth of what's going on here with the election, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. Wisconsin is a Democrat. Oh, you lost your Republican governor. Okay, sorry about that. I wasn't aware. That's too bad. But it looks like Wisconsin at least is getting something. They must have a Republican legislature in order to put some pressure on them. But yeah, you know what? It's interesting. How this all worked out tonight, and I mean, this is 80% here. California's at 64%. Trump's getting up to 33%. Looks like he's doing okay there comparatively, but he's got a chance to win Nevada. This is looking really good for him. That's looking really good for him. That one's looking fantastic for him, which is a total embarrassment to the Democrats. You guys can't even see what I'm doing, sorry. There we go. This one is Wisconsin's looking really good for him. Michigan's looking really good for him. Pennsylvania's looking really good for him. North Carolina's looking tight, but it's looking okay for him. Looks like he probably is going to hang on to that. Georgia, I think it's a no-brainer. I think he's got that one. No, I think when it all comes down to it, he's not even going to need every single one of these things. He's just going to need a few of them. He's got Georgia, I think. I think he's got these two, and he probably doesn't even need Pennsylvania. But I think he's going to get Pennsylvania, nonetheless. I think President Trump pretty much summed it up, didn't he? I mean, he pretty much said that, he feels like he's already won it, that he was like, what happened? All of a sudden everything stopped. What went on? What happened here? And he just kind of really said they're just trying to disenfranchise we the people. And that's not cool. And I don't think that's going to stand. I don't think the American people are going to stand for it. So anyway, I guess what I can do here is I can go back and I can show you some more of these House things that went on. The Senate is pretty much stopped at 47-46, but like I told you before, it looks like either 52 or 53. So pretty much no change there. Here's the House. Let's keep on going through California. It looks like that we're going to get a pickup here in 21. And Devin Nunes definitely is held on, so that's a key. Mike Garcia, boy, you know what? This is the California 25th, which had that woman who had that polygamy thing going on. That wasn't so great for her, so she's out. And then now it looks like they're going to put in yet another woke woman as the Democrat. I mean, that is that's crazy to me. I just don't get these people there. Mike Garcia, maybe he can pull it out. That'd be a real shame, though, to not be able to keep that one. But California is just a lost cause. Look at, Adam Schiff, really? These people vote in Adam Schiff, a notorious liar. They put him in easily, just easily. I mean, remember, this is Burbank. This is Hollywood,
okay? This is Hollywood. This is NBC, Comcast. This is the whole 9 yards. It's just amazing. Look how Democrat these guys. You have a Democrat running against a Democrat. I mean, there's not even a Republican running there. Another one for the Democrat. Another one for the Democrat. I mean, this is just Democrats. Ted Lieu is terrible. More Democrats. A Democrat running against another Democrat. It's because in California, the top two run against each other. So you can't even have a Republican primary and a Democrat primary anymore. It's just terrible. It's like an open primary. It's stupid. Here's another one. More Democrats. Just all Democrats. Now this one here, Young Kim. And by the way, Linda Sanchez is just she has done nothing in Congress in like 20 years she's been in. She's just terrible. How she continues to get in there, I have no idea. Gil Cisneros is terrible, and Young Kim actually is within 400 votes here. So this is a close one. That's probably down in Irvine. So we'll see if the Republican can take out Gil Cisneros, who's just awful. More Democrats here. Okay, this is my old district here. Ken Calvert is a big, huge proponent of voter ID. He's the one who really started off with this whole voter ID thing, and we'll see if he can hang on. He should be able to. That's out in Riverside County. He should be able to hold on. It's getting tighter and tighter for them every single year, though, because you get more and more of the blue people that move out there, and they just keep on voting blue. It's just ridiculous. Maxine Waters, really, I mean, one of the lowest IQ individuals that you'll ever see on television and in the Congress. Her aside from maybe Sheila Jackson Lee, they all walk in with their hands up, like hands up, don't shoot. That never happened, but they think it did. And then they said, no, well, it didn't, but it's a symbol. You know what? That kind of virtue signaling and the kente cloths and all that stuff is exactly what we don't like from the Democrats. We've got more Democrats than anyone could ever want. Let's just. Alan Lowenthal. Yeah, so Alan Lowenthal, I played golf with Alan Lowenthal. I was at Recreation Park in Long Beach, and next thing I know, this older guy's walking up, and I recognize that guy, and he's like, yeah, hey, my name's Alan, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I know who you are. And we had a good time playing golf. We didn't really even talk politics or anything like that. I mean, I wasn't going to bring it up, but I played golf with him once. He wasn't a very good golfer, to be honest with you. I beat him pretty bad. I think I beat him I think he shot like 96 or something like that. I think I shot 82 or something like that day. So I beat him pretty good. So Republicans won that day on the golf course. So that was nice. But, what can you do? Alan Lowenthal is definitely going to be there. It's Long Beach. Long Beach is just a cesspool of wokeness. We got California District 48. Notice that's within 100 votes of each other, 50-50. Michelle Steele trying to take out Harley Ruda. That'd be a nice pickup if that's at all possible. Here's California 49. That doesn't look too promising, although they haven't called it yet. Daryl Issa, that thing that's down in San Diego County, he's got to win that. Seems like he runs against Amar every single time and beats him barely. We'll see if he can win that. Here's another one, Democrat. Scott Peters won, great. Sarah Jacobs won. So I mean, really, looks like they might lose one and maybe pick up one or pick up two, but there's not going to be much change. So it's basically 49-6. 49 Democrats, 6 Republicans. I mean, that is just a shame. 6 Republicans in the entire state of California. 40 million people are going to be representing California. That to me is just a symbol of where California is today. It's lost. It is completely lost. It is Sodom and Gomorrah. And I encourage anybody, including my parents, to one day get the heck out of California and to go to greener pastures somewhere else. Because I'm telling you, especially if that proposition is passed today, we can maybe take a look at that. But maybe not. But you know what? They got this proposition in California now that's going to do. There's two propositions that are just awful. One of them is going to, three of them actually. One of them puts segregation back into the state. So discrimination is just fine, no problem, as long as you're discriminating against whites. I mean, that's the crazy one. Another one is, oh yeah, well you can. They're saying, okay, yeah, due to the wildfires, you can go ahead and you can transfer your property to your relatives. But the problem is that now the limit of your property tax is gone. So the property, when it's transferred for like inheritance and stuff like that, next thing you know, that's taxed at the new rate. So you're talking about 6-fold tax increase on property taxes. They're trying to slip that in there as a poison pill and try to make the thing look like they're doing good for the people who lost their homes due to the fires. You know, it's so sneaky what these people do. And the other one is to raise the property tax on commercial buildings and commercial use. That'll kill businesses in California. If you think people are not, businesses are leaving California before, just wait until that happens. I mean, you're talking about just mass exodus of all kinds of different businesses there. So those propositions, if they go through, California is going to be a shell of what it used to be. And let's be honest, I mean, I was there last November. It's nothing like it used to be. I mean, people live there in fear now of people that live on the street that they're going to hurt them. And it's California, it's so sad. It's so sad what that state's become. But yeah, I think that's it. I don't know. Let me look at the chat here and see if anybody's got more going on. Let's see. Constitutional crisis. Here we go into chaos. He basically called it a fraud. He's so positive. He is positive, and so is Mike Pence. Nope, it'll go to civil war. Wisconsin is a Democrat governor. Yeah, I talked about that. Thanks for putting this together. Thank you. I'm going to call it a night. Good call. All right, buddy. Steve's calling it a night. I guess I got to call it a night too. We've been on the air here. I've been on the air here for 8 hours, 49 minutes, and 47 seconds. It's been quite a broadcast, but I can tell you this. I thought it was a great night for the Republicans. I thought it was a great night for President Trump. And they're going to hold the House. It does look like they're probably not going to, they're going to hold the Senate. It doesn't look like they're going to take the House in any way, shape, or form, to be honest with you. So I don't think they're gonna get the House. I think that the House 179 to 171. I think that it's going to be close. I think the Democrats are probably going to lose a few seats, but I think they're going to keep the House, which is not a good thing because they're the ones who actually start off the impeachment stuff. So we could see more impeachments, but the Senate is not going to allow it to go through. So that's just the simple fact. You got it, Raw H2O. Thank you for joining. And you know, I appreciate you guys being here. This was interesting. My first time ever doing something like this. I had a good time doing it. I hope you guys are all blessed by this broadcast. And you know, I guess I'll see you on the next video. I'm not doing uptime anymore because I'm doing other things with Vanessa and obviously this thing with Bob. But I'm doing some music with Vanessa. But yeah, I won't be doing the Sunday stuff anymore there. Maybe in the future I'll come back. We'll see. But for now, you know, Lord's got me doing other things. So you'll be seeing me on my videos every once in a while as the Lord leads, and we'll just go from there. And once again, I appreciate it. Had a great time tonight, and I'll probably do a video tomorrow. I'm sure as soon as some news comes out regarding something. And I'll be following this all the way through. And if anything happens with Israel or anything like that occurs, you'll be getting an update from me as well, prophecy update. So take care, everyone. I'm going to shut this thing down, and we'll see you soon.